He said that was pretty much it. She then asked if he was really teaming up with Hakuro. She seemed relieved, saying she was worried he'd be all alone, but that Hiro could be trusted. Then, Bjorn's expression changed. "Why are you so thin?" he asked, assuming the elder was starving her. But Anar said that wasn't it at all. She explained that she had compressed her muscles, and that was the result. The word compression hung in the air as he repeated it. Model. She looked confused, admitting something like that existed, though she didn't fully grasp it herself. Bjorn, however, claimed he understood perfectly. Just then, an angry shout cut through the air, catching Anar's attention. The voice demanded to know if she'd run off again. Glancing over, she knew it was time, since she had to leave. Bjorn decided he might as well go too. She thanked him for keeping her company and told him to visit again, which made him ask if she was sure. She was all right. Anar insisted she was perfectly fine, pointing out that her training regimen had even doubled. "The most important thing is to just not fall asleep," she added. Bjorn thought to himself. That was the very thing that worried him. He was about to leave when she suddenly called his name, making him freeze. He turned back as she explained that she hadn't gotten the chance to say it before, but she was glad he'd become so handsome. He stared back, utterly bewildered, and she struggled for a moment to find the right words. "Your face, it used to be so full of malice," she said, quickly adding that she didn't mean it in a bad way. But now, he seemed much more relaxed. She guessed it was because he could finally trust his new allies. Her thought was cut short by a loud bellow, ordering her to get over there immediately. "We'll see each other again," she yelled, promising to return once she was a warrior he could rely on. Bjorn stood frozen, watching her retreat. "Are you saying my rage has subsided?" he murmured to himself. A short while later, in the library, Ragna approached him. She cast her pariah spell and remarked on how famous he'd become. With that, she turned to leave, wondering why she'd even bothered speaking to him first. He figured she must have had something to tell him, but all he said aloud was, "You could say I've made quite a name for myself." He immediately turned away to go find some books. He saw no reason to engage with her. "Take care," he said earnestly, sighing as he walked off. In the past, he thought he'd tried to get closer to her, believing a mage like her would be useful. But that was pointless now. He'd already reached the 6th rank and even earned a title. Besides, his current team already had a mage. He wasn't from the magic tower, sure, but considering Ragna was stuck working as a librarian, she was probably just like Valky. But then Bjorn paused, a realization hitting him. Survival was the top priority right now. He couldn't afford to get caught up in other people's lives. His own moral code rejected idle curiosity, forcing him to be wary and to calculate the value of every action. He analyzed their worth, his own potential gain, and eliminated threats without hesitation. He was always prepared for betrayal, always thinking of how to exploit others for more benefit. He told himself he had to maintain a cool head in every circumstance and act solely for his own advantage. But then, he recalled Misha telling him that at this rate, he would die alone, begging him to leave her behind. The memory of that mistake made him curse inwardly and press his lips into a thin line. No wonder Anor had noticed a change. He found himself increasingly wanting to do things that served no practical purpose. His body had grown tougher, but a new problem had emerged. Is there any way to fix this? He asked himself. He didn't know it, but the man he was now was a true barbarian. He strode over to the table, where Ragna was sitting, slammed his palm down on the surface, and leaned in. "Stop staring and just say what you want to say," he ordered. She jumped in surprise, asking how he knew she wanted to talk. Bjorn simply told himself to embrace his barbarian nature. "I could see it in your eyes," he explained, adding silently that he shouldn't suppress his instincts. At that moment, his character stat screen flashed into view, showing newly allocated points. Later, for lunch, the protagonist visited a cafe named The Promise of Flowing Water. The entrance was so narrow and low that he had to struggle to squeeze inside, clenching his jaw in irritation. He'd been curious about a place with such a name, but it turned out to be just an ordinary cafe. As he stepped in, the other patrons stared in shock. "Is that a barbarian?" one of them whispered. They muttered that the owner must be in serious debt. Then, Bjorn spotted Shavina Amer at a table, who waved him over with a smile. "You must be Bjorn," she said cheerfully. "You're here?" The protagonist cut straight to the point. "Are you my client?" She confirmed it. "You can call me Amer," she said, explaining that she was a 7th-class officer in the regional administration department, and also a friend of Ragna's. Bjorn sized her up, guessing she had to be over 30. He'd expected someone younger, if she was really Ragna's friend. As he approached, Amer admitted she hadn't ordered yet because she had no idea what he liked. "What should I get for you?" she asked. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "Beer and meat," he stated flatly. Seeing her bewildered look, he added, "It's fine if you don't have any." "I just don't like sweets," he clarified. He figured this was enough payback for her summoning a barbarian to that disaster at the unicorn factory. Once the tea and snacks were on the table, Bjorn got down to business. "What do you want, Amer?" Her expression turned to surprise. "Didn't Ragna tell you?" she asked. He realized she was talking about the librarian. Hearing her name used so casually surprised him. Amer noticed his reaction and asked, "You don't even know her name?" She pieced it together and revealed Ragna's full name. Ragna Laniel Papero. The protagonist's eyes widened. "She's a noble." Amer replied that she wasn't, but her slight hesitation at the end told Bjorn there was a story behind that name. He dismissed it with a wave. "I don't care. Just tell me what you need," he said aloud. Sighing, she finally did. "I need a sewer patrol," she explained. "Normally, we'd send our own guards to round up tax evaders or other criminals, but something unexpected happened." She trailed off, and Bjorn grew impatient with her dragging out the sentence. Finally, Amer continued, revealing that the entire previous squad had been wiped out during an incident on the 3rd floor. The protagonist understood instantly. "You need a replacement," he stated. Amer confirmed it, adding that Ragna had recommended him. "I get that," he said. "But why me specifically?" He assumed there had to be more suitable people for a job like this. "Aren't there specialized evil spirit hunters for this kind of thing?" he wondered. Amer hesitated for a moment before giving him the real reason. "Because right now, Bjorn, you're incredibly famous," was taken aback to learn of his title. Balan's little celebrity, and Eimer, with a slight blush, confessed that she was also curious and wanted to see him in person. Changing the subject, she decided she would get some more cookies for the road, and then asked if she could tell her coworkers that Bjorn was the one who gave them to her. She shot him a pleading glance, and when he agreed, she let out a cry of joy. Finally, she returned to her offer, asking what his answer was. The payment was only 200,000 stones, though she insisted it wasn't a small amount. She then awkwardly added that she felt uncomfortable using that word. Bjorn arched an eyebrow in confusion, but internally he grumbled that she was doing it again. He wondered why she couldn't just say everything at once. While nibbling on another cookie, Eimer explained that they were quite selective in their hiring process, so if Bjorn performed well for them, he would establish himself as a competent individual in the eyes of other guilds and departments. The hero grasped her meaning immediately. It meant people would see him as reliable. Eimer exclaimed that was precisely the point, assuming that with his level of fame, Bjorn was already drowning in job offers from various employers. He admitted that wasn't quite the case, closing his eyes with a faint smile, because this was the very first real assignment he'd been offered. The title was practically useless since no one seriously considered a barbarian to be a dependable worker. In the end, he accepted, sealing the deal with her. After their discussion wrapped up, he announced his departure, and Eimer bid him farewell. After he left the building, she reflected that she hadn't encountered someone so intriguing in a very long time. It made her curious why Ragna had never told her. About him, she found Bjorn to be surprisingly innocent, and she felt that their conversation had calmed her mind. Besides, he seemed completely unaware of Ragna's past, which led Eimer to believe he couldn't be a bad person. But she abruptly halted that line of thought, realizing she was getting ahead of herself. Speaking quietly to the absent Ragna, she decided it was time she found some new companions. 2 days later, near the sewer entrance, a member of the team recoiled in disgust from the overpowering stench, remarking that his comrade had failed to mention it would smell so potent. The second man shot back irritably, asking what else he expected from a place like this. Dalki conceded sheepishly that he hadn't anticipated anything quite like this. He opened his mouth to object, but then fell silent, while Hiro admitted that even he hadn't imagined it would reek so badly. Misha agreed it was truly awful. Now that their whole Alcast team was present, Bjorn, ignoring their complaints, announced that he was opening the entrance. He warned them not to lose their sewer map and to keep their lantern helmets on at all times. He also pointed out that the helmets had a recording function, so he instructed his companions not to remove them and to return them afterward. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Bjorn wondered why all of them had come along. He recalled mentioning the mission at the general meeting the day before, and Hiro had excitedly declared he wouldn't miss a trip to the sewers, especially with so many ghosts rumored to be there. He claimed he didn't need the money, which in turn inspired Dalki, who needed a break from his studies, to ask if he could join them. He mentioned that he'd been buried in books lately to the point of getting headaches. Rod Miller, stroking his chin, noted that the sewers were notoriously easy to get lost in. making this a perfect chance to test a new skill he was developing. He figured he needed to practice his sixth sense, while Misha, who wanted to get accustomed to her dual blades, reminded him that the hero had said criminals were using the sewers as a hideout, so it could get dangerous. At that moment, Bjorn figured he wouldn't turn down the extra help. While he was unsure about the others, Rod Miller would undoubtedly be a huge asset. Looking around, he commented that the place was more spacious than he'd imagined. Hiro explained that its size was exactly why people used it as a hideout. On top of that, it was pitch black, so the group asked Dalki to create some light. He activated a spell, and the resulting spheres of energy lit up the area. "This should be better," he said. Hiro then added that he'd heard tales about a terrifying monster rumored to live down here. As he launched into the story, Misha turned to Dalki and asked if he thought the monster actually existed. Dalki was unsure how to answer, but eventually said he'd heard that all the waste from the magic tower was dumped here. He reasoned that if it so happened, that some discarded potion or chemical reagent mixed with the corpse of a monster, it could very well lead to the emergence of a creature unlike any they had ever encountered. Misha gasped in surprise, asking if that was really possible. The thought occurred to everyone, and Bjorn mentally concurred. He remembered the authorities claiming there had been no trouble down here for 2 years, and he sighed, noting they spoke as if something like that couldn't possibly live here. Suddenly, Rod Miller, who was walking up front, came to a dead stop with a slight shudder. Bjorn asked why he had stopped. Rod admitted that the foul smell was dulling his senses, but he declared he had a strong feeling that they were not alone. The rest of the team immediately tensed up, asking where the enemies were. The mimic essence that Rod Miller had absorbed boosted his sixth sense by 50 points and his luck by 20 points. If he said something was nearby, it was almost certain he wasn't mistaken. Bjorn tightened his grip on his new mace, preparing for combat. Misha suddenly spotted Hans Markham, whose body was partially visible in a nook in the wall. The hero frowned in confusion, wondering how the man had gotten there. Grabbing Markham by his clothes, he ordered him to get out and hauled him from the crack, throwing him onto the ground. Markham screamed, squeezing his eyes shut. As he got to his feet, he cursed and lunged with a dagger, intent on killing the hero, and yelling for him to die. However, Bjorn caught his wrist in midair, commending his good effort. He added that, in his view, one must try everything if they truly wanted to survive. Markham cried out in agony as he felt the bones in his hand snap, and the hero ordered him to explain why he was hiding. He released Markham's hand, and the man collapsed to his knees, trembling without a word. Bjorn asked if he was refusing to answer, suggesting that perhaps he was in. The pain was so intense, he probably would have preferred a quick death. Sobbing, Markham pleaded with Bjorn, begging him not to end his life, insisting he'd never harmed a soul. He cried that he was just homeless. Bjorn immediately understood the man was hiding out here to dodge his taxes. And who's going to fall for that? Bjorn thought to himself. Just then, Rothmiller pointed out the brand on Markham's forehead, explaining that such a mark was reserved for those who'd committed heinous crimes. This meant skipping out on taxes was the least of this guy's offenses. Hakuro chimed in, saying it was just like the old days. Plenty of people with those brands showed up at the forge where he used to work. Misha caught Bjorn's eye and asked if the administration gave him any specific instructions for cases like this. Bjorn rubbed his chin, recalling their words. They'll add 5,000 stones to the reward if we bring him in alive. But they also said it's no big deal if we have to kill him, as long as it stays off the record. Valky flinched, asking, "But what if he's just a regular citizen?" Bjorn recalled the administration's blunt response. "Normal people don't come here." At that, Markham trembled even more violently. "Figures," Hakuro scoffed. "That's exactly what I'd expect from those bureaucrats." But Misha suddenly questioned, "Wait, is it true he'll be executed anyway, even if we bring him in alive?" Looking desperately at Bjorn, Markham tried to bargain. "Let's make a deal," he pleaded. "I'll tell you everything, just let me go." The protagonist narrowed his eyes. "You'll really talk," he warned him sternly. "Don't even think about lying to us." Markham swore he wasn't trying to trick them, certain that Bjorn and his crew stood to gain a fortune if they captured that unhinged girl instead. Bjorn's brow furrowed. "What girl?" The man quickly explained that a few days prior, some crazed woman had chased him from his hideout. He was 100% convinced she was wielding some kind of wicked dark sorcery. Worse, she had a few corpses shambling behind her that looked nothing like the typical undead from the labyrinth. He pictured the girl, her face hidden by a cloak's hood, surrounded by her gruesome entourage, and added that if Bjorn's party turned her over to the temple, the reward would dwarf the paltry sum they'd get for him. Damn it, the protagonist thought, freezing in place. Could it really be Eliza? He pictured their encounter in the forest, but Misha's voice snapped him out of it. So, what's the plan? Bjorn knew that if it truly was Eliza, they couldn't just let her roam around freely, not with the massive grudge she held against them. He wanted to be sure, so he turned to his companions for their input. They were all for it. They'd catch her and make her pay. Hakuro let out a wicked laugh, and Misha added that they'd get rich doing it. Rotha was hesitant, worried about putting themselves in unnecessary danger, but said he'd follow the group if the majority decided to go. Bjorn knew that sealed the deal. All right, it's settled, he announced, but let's finish our current mission first. Half an hour later, with the main character holding the rope tied around Markham, he gave the order, lead the way. Markham warned that this route wasn't on any map, telling them not to stray from the path. As they advanced, a team member grumbled that the area was a confusing maze, filled with countless perfect hiding spots. They couldn't figure out why Markham chose to hide in such an obvious location. He confessed he was searching for a new spot because of Eliza, but then he had to quickly duck for cover when they appeared. Just a string of bad luck. Bjorn thought, finally, stopping by a steep decline, Markham announced they had arrived. The group agreed to speak in whispers from that point on, a nervous tension filling the air. Bjorn asked if there were any other exits from this hideout. Markham insisted it was the only way in or out. A smirk crossed Bjorn's face. Is that so? He realized this meant they could finally show Eliza what true justice looked like. You first, he commanded Markham, noting that if Eliza was really there, target, they'd have to let him go. The protagonist gave his word that they would. A moment later, they all stared upward in horror at the sight of the desiccated corpses of the night team. Markham shook, sweating profusely. What is that? He stammered. Quiet, Bjorn ordered. Keep moving. As Markham took another step, a magic circle flared to life beneath his feet while an incantation echoed through the cavern. Traps. Bjorn cursed internally. Did Eliza set all this up? Everyone, back away, he shouted, watching as magical energy coalesced into ghostly figures that swarmed the screaming Markham. The spell was called Call of the Malevolent Deity. When triggered, it unleashed hundreds of restless spirits in a set direction. It was a vicious kind of trap. Each hit from the spirits lowered the target's maximum HP, and once that max HP hit 0, a slow, agonizing death would follow. Startled, Eliza turned, frowning. The call of the malevolent deity was triggered. She wondered. It had to be people from the temple. She felt a flicker of annoyance, thinking she still hadn't located the stele to the underground labyrinth. Touching the pendant at her neck, she heard a voice whisper, asking her to make a sacrifice, an offering. Repeating the word, Eliza's eyes glinted. I need a sacrifice. She broke into a run as the voice continued its promise. Make the sacrifice, and the way shall be opened for you. At that moment, Bjorn's encounter with 120 undead caused his resistance to darkness to skyrocket beyond safe levels, weakening his combat effectiveness by 30%. His maximum health points were temporarily slashed by 29%, but he dodged just in time. He used a rope to haul the now-dead Markham back toward him, and Misha rushed. To his side. Are you all right? She asked breathlessly. I'm alive, he grunted, but inside he was reeling. That was too close. I almost died. He turned back to his team. Everyone okay? Rothmiller confirmed they were fine, all thanks to him. The protagonist couldn't disagree. He then glanced at Markham, whose max HP had dropped to 0. So he's really dead, he muttered, tossing the body aside. The protagonist felt a wave of relief that he had sent him in first. Misha looked shaken, realizing how horribly things could have gone. Bjorn nodded grimly. If it wasn't for Markham, I'd have died instead. This was the end. But suddenly, a voice commanded, Stop! It was Hakuro, who, after searching a nearby corpse, remarked, I knew he'd have one of these. He smiled, explaining that Markham possessed a personal identification plate. He offered, let's see who he really was. Intrigued, Bjorn leaned in for a closer look. Hakuro read the name etched into the metal Hans. The name hit Bjorn like a physical blow. Seeing his reaction, Misha gasped, and Dalki could only stare at him in complete confusion. In the end, they decided to hand the plate over to the administrative department as evidence, but Bjorn mentally admitted that he had a very bad feeling about this. At last, they located Markham's hideout, noticing he had made himself quite comfortable inside. He was clearly a resourceful person, though you couldn't tell from his appearance. Candles illuminated the room, but Rothmiller observed. The girl we're looking for isn't here. Scanning the area, Bjorn warned his companions. Stay on your guard. Eliza could be hiding anywhere. Just then, something caught Dalki's eye. He looked to the side with interest before pointing his staff forward. "I'm detecting a faint trace of mana," he explained. "I think something is hidden beneath the floor." The message was clear. Bjorn began shrugging off his armor, letting it clang to the ground. His comrades stared in shock. "What are you doing?" they asked. "I'm breaking through the floor," he stated plainly, gripping his mace and preparing to strike. Hakuro watched in disbelief as Dalki tried to stop him. "Wait," the mage urged. "Magic won't work on that?" Bjorn paused, thinking. "It won't." Out loud, he simply said, "I don't think that'll be a problem." He then activated his skill, Gigantify, causing his body to swell in size while his threat level and physical statistics skyrocketed. Bjorn's philosophy was simple: if brute force fails, you aren't using enough of it. He swung his mace, bringing it down with immense power on the spot. Dalki indicated. The floorboards shattered on impact, sending dust and stone fragments into the air. The rest of the team froze in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment. As he continued to smash the opening wider, the protagonist made a mental note. This approach, however, doesn't apply to ghosts. A short time later, a hole large enough to pass through was open in the floor. As Bjorn put his armor back on, Misha whispered in awe. It actually worked. Peering into the newly formed opening, they saw a ladder leading down. Hakuro shot Dalki a pointed look. "I thought you said that was impossible," Dalki admitted. "Well, now I'm not so sure myself," Rothmiller suddenly spoke up. "I can sense Eliza down there, but nothing else." "That means we can probably proceed without too much trouble," he concluded. Bjorn was surprised. Rothmiller's sixth sense wasn't picking up anything strange. "Are you certain?" he asked aloud. "If so, let's head in." At that very moment, a man ran through the city streets, panting and sweating from exertion. He dashed through the underground city of Nork until he reached his destination and burst through a door. "Vice Captain," he yelled. "The entrance has been destroyed." The Vice Captain flinched at the news, staring at the messenger in shock. "What are you saying?" he demanded, his mind immediately jumping to the royal family. "It wasn't the royal family, sir," the man replied, shaking his head. "Judging by reports from the surface, they had nothing to do with it. That entrance was sealed and forgotten years ago, after the incident with the carry cult." He continued, but the vice captain interrupted his speculation. "Could it be that priestess?" he asked sharply. "We need to confirm this." He then turned his attention to a woman named Amelia. "I trust you can investigate this without causing a scene," he said. Amelia closed her eyes and nodded. "I will return shortly," she promised. "Excellent," the vice captain said with a smile. "I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, Bjorn and his team ventured deeper, eventually coming to another fork in the passage. They hadn't expected to find a full-blown labyrinth this deep beneath the city's sewers. Misha turned to Hakuro and asked, "Do you have any idea what this place is?" "Not every warrior is an expert on ancient architecture," he retorted, then gestured to Dalki. "What about him? He's a mage, after all." Dalki waved a dismissive hand. "Do you really think mages know everything? I have no idea why humans from the past would build something like this down here." Misha sighed, admitting, "I was hoping you'd have some insight, especially since you've been reading so much lately." He started to explain that he was only... Just as they were discussing new magic, Rothmiller suddenly cut them off, holding up a hand to demand silence as he warned them about Eliza. Her scent had intensified dramatically. It was no longer a faint trail, and he knew she had to be just ahead. A foul aura seemed to bleed from the corridor before them. At that very moment, Eliza was moving forward, wondering what strange place she'd entered. She couldn't fathom the reason for the winding path. But then a sound made her stop. Hearing it, she frowned and wondered aloud if the evil god was laughing. Every time she heard that chilling cackle, something terrible followed. Were those fanatics from the temple already on her trail? She knew she had to flee and quickened her pace. Back with the group, Rothmiller sensed her scent fading again, prompting them all to give chase. Their plan was to catch her before she could get too far, but someone shouted a warning for Bjorn to be cautious, suggesting Eliza might have laid some kind of trap. They were so close now that Eliza could hear their voices, and she scowled, asking herself what the noise was. Then, she recognized who it was. It was the protagonist and his entire party. A twisted smile spread across her face. This was even better, as they were delivering themselves to their own doom. Dark, magical energy began to pulse from her body, twisting her features as she furiously vowed that this time, they wouldn't get away. She then tore open a gate to the demon realm, and from the wicked energy pouring out of her, shadowy creatures began to form. These shadow guardians lunged forward, but Misha met them with a fierce battle cry, swinging her weapon and cleaving through the darkness. She grinned, her focus entirely on the fight, remarking that those were her words. Bjorn smiled back, seeing how the elemental damage had clearly amplified Misha's power. He agreed that this encounter would play out differently and activated his skill. Savage Burst. It was a move that temporarily tripled his threat level and massively boosted his physical attributes. Raising a shield, before him, he charged headlong toward the guards. He let out a low chuckle, taunting that they'd grown much stronger since their last battle as he swung his mace. The sheer force of the blow sent several guards reeling, and the protagonist thought to himself that dealing with monsters like these was child's play. Spitting on the ground, Hakuro charged forward, roaring that he was in the fight too, and unleashed a discharge and lightning combo on Rod Miller. Dropping to one knee, Rod Miller fired his crossbow. Seeing all these attacks hurtling toward her, Eliza cursed them under her breath, her jaw clenched in fury. She snarled that they would all suffer agony and unleashed a barrage of spells, low-level decomposition, stamina drain, pain amplification, and agility reduction. But Daki countered her. He declared that she would choke on her words and activated his own magic, a 7th-tier Radiance support spell that instantly cleansed all negative effects from the party. Daki then asked how everyone was feeling. Bjorn exclaimed that it was incredible as he swung his club, recalling how he'd asked Daki to learn a spell to handle curses. And here he had gone and mastered a wide area purification magic. He could only imagine how expensive that must have been. When he obliterated the last guard standing before Eliza, she screamed in terror. He commanded Daki to make his move, but his companion asked in shock if it was really necessary. "Do it now," the protagonist urged, tightening his grip on his club as he prepared to finish Eliza off. She let out another terrified scream and then activated her ability. She shifted into her spiritual form, gaining physical damage resistance and the power of flight. She dodged away, promising she would never forget this humiliation, but in the next instant, Daki acted. He cast materialization and accuracy enhancement. The spell was effective, immediately stripping the physical damage resistance from Eliza. Her confident grin twisted into a frown of confusion. Bjorn seized the opening, grabbing her by the collar and roaring, "Got you!" before slamming her violently to the ground. The impact cracked the stone floor and forced a pained cough from Eliza. Rod Miller, Daki, and Hakuro could only stare in shock as their leader relentlessly beat her. Finally breaking the silence, Daki called out to get his attention, asking if they didn't need her alive to collect the reward. Bjorn froze, suddenly realizing his mistake. He knew Daki was right. He stopped, tied up the badly beaten Eliza with a rope, and held one end firmly in his hand. He ordered them to head back. Eliza was in a terrible state, not only from the physical damage he had inflicted with his fists, but also from another source. Daki's magic, a spell called Paralyzing Poison, had turned her into little more than a rag doll. The protagonist, grabbing his team's attention, said they did a great job. He then asked Rod Miller to lead them to the exit. However, when he turned around, he saw his comrades lying motionless on the ground. He was horrified, his eyes widening as he felt the creeping numbness of Basilisk's paralyzing poison in his own veins. His constitution stat was over 300 points, which thankfully halved the poison's effectiveness. Bjorn cursed under his breath and looked up to see Amelia standing before him. He grimly noted to himself that he knew things had been going too easily. She looked surprised that he was still able to move, and commented that he had become much stronger. Bjorn shuddered. He recognized her instantly. It was that crazy girl from the land of the dead. Amelia glanced thoughtfully at the other members of his team. Then she smiled and asked if his friends were the reason he was staying here. Bjorn had no idea what she was talking about and felt a chill run down his spine. It was creepy. He immediately fell into a fighting stance, ready for a battle. He assumed Amelia was here to tie up loose ends and make sure he didn't spill the beans. He remembered she had let him go before because he was a newcomer. But now he was famous. Since he had stumbled into this place on his own, he figured she had decided to act. She was taking advantage of the opportunity. He shouted that he had kept his promise and demanded to know why she was following him, assuming she was there to kill him. Amelia looked amazed, noticing he thought she was stalking him. She announced that he was the one who had opened the passage and burst in, asking how he even knew about this place. Her brow furrowed in anger as she looked at him menacingly. Bjorn repeated her words about intruding into the passage. Puzzled, he didn't understand a thing. He asked her to speak more simply and tell him where they were. Amelia asked with a puzzled expression if he had really broken in without knowing anything. She wondered how he did it. The protagonist said that if she was referring to the magical thing on the floor above, he had simply smashed it with his mace. Amelia touched her forehead with her palm and asked him to repeat that. Bjorn asked if something was wrong. She said it was nothing, and then suddenly asked why the protagonist had done it. Pointing to Eliza, whom he had tossed on the floor next to him, Bjorn explained that she had escaped down here. Amelia realized that she was the wanted priestess of chaos. Bjorn, realizing Amelia knew about Eliza, noted that this was good and asked if it was true that they had figured everything out. Amelia confirmed it, smiling. The protagonist said that in that case, they would be leaving. He noted that Amelia probably wouldn't give him the antidote, but he'd manage on his own. She told him to stop, warning him that since he knew about this place, she couldn't just let them go. A bead of sweat broke out on his face from the tension. He asked if she would still stop them, even if he swore on his mother's grave that he wouldn't tell a soul. Amelia said that this time was different. She looked at him seriously, and Bjorn cursed in his mind because he knew she wouldn't let them go. He slowly began to take off his armor. He tossed it to the ground, and at the last moment, he took off his helmet. Amelia asked in confusion what he was doing. The protagonist asked if she knew the 2 ways to anger an opponent. She just stared at him, confused. He said that the first way was to not finish the sentence and then trailed off, wanting to say what the second way was. Amelia fell silent, her eyes narrowing as she asked what the second way was. Without answering, Bjorn suddenly swung his arm. He threw his mace toward Amelia. She looked at it in surprise and dodged to the side. In the next moment, the protagonist swung his shield. Mentally noting that this was his Captain America throw, he flung the shield towards Amelia. She looked surprised again but leaned back, avoiding the attack. Bjorn realized she was too flexible. He jumped high, intending to strike from above, but she leaped to the side with ease. Where the protagonist's fist struck, the ground cracked and sent stone chips flying into the air. Without stopping, Bjorn suddenly lunged forward. He intended to grab Amelia. As he expected, she retreated, focused only on dodging. He knew he had to do something unexpected, and activating Gigantify, he grew in size, seizing the opportunity as his hand swelled to a massive size. He clamped down on Amelia's shoulder. She let out a sharp, surprised scream, her jaw tightening in pain. "Finally got you!" Bjorn roared, pulling his other hand back into a tight fist before slamming it straight into Amelia. He raised his arm for a second strike, but paused, his brow furrowing in confusion when he spotted a strange aura glowing around Amelia's hand. In it, she was clutching a knife. He figured she was aiming to slice off his entire arm, so he immediately activated Flesh Explosion. The shockwave hurled Amelia backward. The acidic blood that splattered across her skin sizzled, causing her to clench her jaw and squeeze her eyes shut in agony. Despite the pain, she still swung the dagger, desperately trying to land a blow on Bjorn. "So stubborn," he muttered as she relentlessly pressed forward. "All right then, try dodging this." He whipped his leg around in a powerful arc, the impact sending Amelia flying sideways as a spurt of blood flew from her mouth. Seeing this, the protagonist thought with a flash of triumph, "It's working, I can handle her." But just then, a voice called out to him from behind. From behind. He wondered, spinning around to see another Amelia, who was already channeling an aura strike and using self-replication. She bolted toward Bjorn, launched herself from the ground, and swung her leg in a devastating arc. "I heard you absorbed a vampire's essence," she called out. "So you should be able to withstand this, too." Bjorn frowned, trying to make sense of what was happening. He was utterly shocked when he finally processed it. She used self-replication. "Are you serious?" In the next instant, Amelia landed a crushing blow to his head. "Damn it!" The protagonist cursed, and his world went dark. The system announced his logout, triggered by the passive skill darkness source. His regeneration ability had been massively boosted by the eternal life effect. A short while later, Amelia watched in awe at Bjorn's incredible regeneration. His head had been torn clean off, yet a single vial was all it took to restore him. The protagonist's eyes snapped open. After getting to his feet, he demanded, "Why did you do that?" Amelia figured he meant why she hadn't killed him. "You haven't changed at all," she observed, noting his immediate hostile posture. "Always the same reaction. So why did you attack me out of nowhere?" She sighed. Crossing her arms over her chest, she stared him down. "Don't most people try to solve things by talking in response?" Bjorn shot back. "What else was I supposed to do?" "When you clearly wanted me dead." Amelia looked genuinely confused. "Why would you think that I let you live last time, too?" he reminded her. "You said you couldn't let us go if we knew about this place." Crossing her arms, she corrected him. "No, I said I couldn't let you go, just like that." "What's the difference?" Bjorn demanded, not getting it. "So what now?" Amelia instructed him to calm down, explaining that she had no intention of killing him. His hand crept toward the mace lying on the ground beside him. Noticing the movement, Amelia warned, "I told you to be more calm." "You've got it all wrong," Bjorn said, explaining that he wasn't planning an attack or anything like that. "I was only doing that because..." Amelia anticipated his excuse and cut him off. "Because you were preparing in case I suddenly changed my mind, right?" She closed her eyes wearily. The protagonist, though briefly flustered, had to admit she was correct. "The best defense is a good offense," he declared. Amelia tiredly looked away. Suddenly, Bjorn asked, "You haven't drunk a potion?" She glanced at the bloodstains on her hand. "I can't drink them," she explained. It all clicked for Bjorn. He remembered that certain essences react poorly to potions. Just then, Amelia held out her palm. "Take this," she said. "What is it?" he asked. She opened her hand to reveal the Blessing of Lethe, a special drug. "It's prepared by the alchemists in the underground city of Nork," she explained. "When someone consumes it, the drug erases their memory of the last hour." "It really erases memories?" he asked. He wondered why she hadn't just given him this last time. "It's extremely rare," she explained, and Bjorn finally understood. He got it now. "If you had killed the 5 of us, you could have gotten tens of millions of stones," he said. "So why go through all this?" Indignant, she leaned in close and demanded, "Who do you take me for?" Bjorn hesitated, unsure what to say, and wondered if he should be honest. In the end, Amelia decided she didn't care. "If you want to live, eat the drug," she ordered. She placed the drug in his mouth, and he swallowed, thinking it was a far better option than death. "Are you sure it only causes memory loss?" he asked. Amelia smirked. "I've never heard of any side effects, so don't worry. Just go to sleep." She then asked, "Did you really think there were any other options?" The protagonist admitted there weren't. "Then what's the other way?" she asked suddenly. He looked at her, confused. Again, she was reminding him of the 2 ways to provoke an opponent. Bjorn was already nodding off, but tried to mumble a reply before he passed out completely. The Blessing of Lethe seeped into his soul, but after a moment, his eyes flew open in shock. A soul couldn't be blessed. The blessing was immediately purged from his soul. Wait, did something just happen to my memory? He wondered. The next morning, in the administrative office, someone reported, "We've confirmed the identity from the plate. It's Hans Markham, a criminal wanted for robbery and murder." Emer held out a pouch and announced, "Here's the quest reward. With the bonus, it comes to $10,000 in stones." "I stopped by the guild before coming here," Bjorn said. "Is there any compensation for broken equipment?" Emer simply asked him to sign a document. "I've already cleared the matter with the authorities," she explained. "Your case was certainly a special one." Cupping his chin, the protagonist asked, "A special case, you say?" He mentally noted that they had nearly died. He remembered waking up in the sewers, luckily with all his equipment, but his headlamp, the one with the built-in flashlight and recording device, was smashed. Since the others couldn't remember anything, Bjorn figured Amelia's story was trustworthy, based on what he could piece together. His comrade's last memory was of descending into shelter number 5, but he couldn't make sense of it. How was it that his memories were still there? He recalled waking, staring down at his hands, while Misha frowned at Eliza's body lying next to him and Valky, cried out that she was dead. He couldn't grasp why they had zero recollection of the events, or how this woman had died. Misha immediately guessed that the monster they heard about was responsible. Rothmiller. However, stroked his chin and suggested Eliza herself was probably part of the problem, prompting a confused Hiko Kuro to ask what he was getting at. Rothmiller laid out a theory they must have caught up to Eliza, won the fight, and were trying to restrain her to bring her back to the city. But she must have woken up and used some ability on them. The wounds she had were clear evidence, by his logic. He pointed out it was obvious that Eliza had been struck by Bjorn's mace. Misha declared him a genius, and after a closer look, Valky realized he could see traces of his own mana on the body. The protagonist just listened quietly, but privately thought that, no matter the truth, Rothmiller's theory was entirely believable. Rothmiller acknowledged it made sense and figured, the evil god must possess some sort of memory-wiping power. Hiko Kuro just closed his eyes and smirked, figuring that as long as they were alive and Eliza was dead, they had sorted things out. As they climbed out of the sewers, they were greeted by EMR and Ragna, who immediately caught Bjorn's eye. EMR lit up with relief when she saw they were unharmed. The protagonist looked at her, puzzled, and asked why she was even there. She explained they were running late, which is why they chose to follow their trail. He rested his hand on his chin, wondering if an ordinary office worker in a library clerk were really the ones who came looking for them. Ragna glared at Bjorn, her eyes narrowed with disdain, while Amer frowned and demanded to know why he was giving them such a look. She insisted that Ragna was an exceptionally skilled mage, and Ragna quickly added that Bjorn should be thanking EMR, as she had been the one to drag her along. The protagonist had no idea about her skills, but he could tell she had plenty of cash. All he had to do was look at her high-end equipment. Suddenly, after stealing a glance at Ragna, Emer challenged her, asking if she was really claiming someone dragged her here. Did that mean she wasn't the one who had been incredibly anxious? Ragna sputtered indignantly, denying she was ever worried and flustered, demanded to know when that could have possibly happened. Emer just pressed, asking if she was absolutely sure. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Ragna just shrieked her name in frustration. Misha, placing a hand on Bjorn's arm, asked who these women were. He explained their identities, and Misha's face soured when she realized Ragna worked at the library Bjorn frequented. She announced that she understood everything now, dismissing Ragna as a mere bookworm. The protagonist watched in surprise, thinking to himself that Misha must have instantly disliked her because she was so obviously wealthy. Just then, a paladin with a massive two-handed sword strapped to his back approached them. Smiling, he declared that the blessing of the Twilight Star was upon them, confirming the kill on Eliza and promising that their deeds would not be forgotten. The protagonist asked for more details, and the paladin launched into an explanation that confirmed their mission was a success. Snapping out of his thoughts, the protagonist overheard a couple of girls whispering nearby, one asking if that was really the famous Bjorn. Another chimed in that she'd heard he once had to hide himself with a cloak, while her friend bashfully added that she heard the hero gets truly massive when he activates his skill. Utterly confused, the other girl asked what on earth she was talking about. Her friend just replied, asking what she thought she meant, while one of them prayed to the holy saints. Someone else hissed that Bjorn could overhear them. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Was he some kind of animal in a zoo to these people, seeing his foul mood and hearing the chatter? Emer slammed her palm on the table to get their attention and asked them if they were looking to get punished for harassment. She shot them a furious glare and vowed she wouldn't hesitate to file a complaint. The girls, covering their faces in shame, muttered apologies and quickly scurried away. Bjorn cracked a small smile, thinking that her intervention was pretty impressive. He decided Emer had earned his forgiveness for making him come to that cafe. With that settled, he figured it was time to leave and meet his partners. Emer agreed, but then suddenly cried out for him to wait, remembering something. She told Bjorn to visit the library when he had a spare moment, since she saw Ragna preparing something for him. She asked with a grin if she wasn't a nice person for telling him. The protagonist was taken aback by her words and asked if Ragna really made something just for him. He promised to drop by the library when he could, and Emer agreed, reminding him not to. Later, at a tavern, Hikokuro was roaring with laughter, insisting he was being completely serious. Misha told him to stop lying. Unable to believe anyone could be nicknamed Lena the Big-Headed, Hikokuro, laughing again, swore it was true. Dalki, already deep in his cups, slumped onto the andeo table, mumbling about being the greatest magician. As Bjorn approached, he surveyed his rowdy comrades and thought about what a total mess the scene was. Spotting him, Hikokuro held up his mug, calling him their lucky charm and declaring that the goddess herself was watching over the protagonist. He then immediately corrected himself, shouting that he himself was the goddess of luck. Bjorn clenched his jaw in fury, noticing his dark expression. Rothmiller shuddered nervously and told Hikokuro to tone it down a notch. Bjorn knew the source of his team's wild joy was simple. The reward for taking down Eliza was 10 tens, million stones. All of them stared in awe at the sacks overflowing with coin. It was an astronomical sum, even divided equally. They each walked away with 2 million. The main character thought bitterly that he'd had his arm ripped off and his head nearly taken, but his teammates remembered none of it. To them, it felt like they'd just won the lottery. Suddenly, Misha got his attention, saying she needed to discuss something with him. He closed his eyes and told her to go on. She asked to whisper it in his ear, and leaning in close, she quietly began to say that her dad wanted to meet him. Before she could finish, a loud voice suddenly cut through the noise, asking if that was really Bjorn. The protagonist turned to look at the man who approached, confused. He had no idea who this person was, but Hans Hodge just smiled and asked if the hero had forgotten him already. He stated his name again, and it clicked for Bjorn. He'd just forgotten which Hans this was. This was the second one. The protagonist now remembered. The one who had suggested he visit the guild after A left the party. Hodge asked if he could join them, but Bjorn flatly denied his request. He had no desire to speak with him and wondered where Hodge got the nerve. He chalked it up to his bad luck with people named Hans. Everyone he'd ever met was awful. And this one was giving him a seriously bad vibe. Bjorn warned him that they were leaving shortly and suggested Hodge do the same. The man claimed to understand, saying he was just pleased to see him again, then bowed his head dejectedly and stepped away. Bjorn felt a flash of pride, thinking he'd handled the Hans problem effectively. Suddenly, the tavern door burst open, and a hush fell over the patrons. The Muslins had entered, and no one could understand what they were doing there. The Muslins were among the most elite orders. They only admitted knights of noble blood into their ranks, and one customer whispered that to be captured by a Muslin was to face a bloody demise. Someone else hissed at the man to be silent. One of the knights guided his comrade, steering him directly toward the table where Bjorn and his party sat. The protagonist was baffled, his mind racing. What could this be about? He couldn't imagine what he might have done to draw their attention. But then he paused, a memory surfacing the shaman's warning to be wary of those who carried grudges in their hearts. She had foreseen that he was a magnet for such people. He figured she must have meant the Hanses, since every run-in had ended in trouble. Had Hodge sent these knights after them, they finally stopped at his table, and one of them made a formal announcement. Valky was under arrest for the crime of insulting a nobleman's dignity. Dalky, however, was completely passed out on the table, oblivious to the world. A chill ran down Bjorn's spine. They weren't here for me. They were here for Dalky. Grabbing Dalky by the shirt collar, one of the knights began to drag him away. The motion finally roused him. He cracked open an eye and slurred. "Who the hell do you think you are?" 3 hours later, near the Muslin office, they were ordered to wait there. The investigation was still underway. The protagonist leaned against the gate, watching his dejected comrades. Rothmiller was the calmest. He just stood silently with his head bowed, while Hakuro gripped the fence and Misha collapsed to the ground. Pressing her forehead to her knees, she wept, whispering Valky's name. Hakuro looked at his friends, his voice trembling. Is Dalky going to be okay?" Misha begged him to stop saying such terrifying things. Bjorn added that Erd was trying to find out what was going on. Sometime later, a figure emerged and started walking toward them. Misha gasped in delight. "Is that really you?" she cried. Rothmiller smiled, remarking that it certainly looked like him. Hakuro gasped, then rushed forward and grabbed Valky's shoulders. He peppered him with questions about how he was feeling and what had transpired. And as he spoke, the rest of the team crowded around them. Valky seemed at a loss for words. Half an hour later, back in the tavern, he looked down and announced grimly that he had to leave the party. Hakuro scowled in confusion. "Leave! What are you talking about? Explain yourself." Valky then revealed that his older brother was Baron Maruan. Bjorn stared, dumbfounded. Hakuro's jaw dropped. "You're an aristocrat." Valky clarified that he was a half-noble. He explained he was the son of the previous Baron Maruan and a maid. As a disgrace to the family, he was officially registered as the third son of Baroness Turva. That was just on paper. Of course, his mother was the one who actually raised him. Hearing about his childhood, Bjorn realized something. Even as an outcast, Dalky had still been raised in comfort while learning magic. Hakuro, still completely lost, sat up and asked, "What does any of that have to do with the team?" Dalky explained his father had died a year ago, and his second brother had inherited the title. Rothmiller interjected, "Shouldn't the firstborn have taken the post?" Sighing, Dalky confirmed that was the core of the problem. Misha admitted she was confused and asked what was wrong. Dalky explained that after the former Baron's death, his eldest son also died, as did everyone in the indirect line of succession. He figured his brother sent the Muslins as a warning, a message for him to keep his head down and stay in the shadows like before. He lowered his head, surmising the reason. His brother was likely provoked by his success as an explorer, especially now that a celebrity had joined their party. Bjorn frowned, wondering if Dalky was trying to shift the blame onto him. He questioned internally if he had misjudged the situation. He asked aloud if Valky was quitting just because he was afraid of his brother. Valky admitted that Bjorn wasn't entirely wrong. But, he explained, there was nothing he could do. In return for dropping the charges, he had been forbidden from ever entering the labyrinth again. Bjorn's mind reeled. This was terrible news. There were only 9 days left until the next descent. It felt like nothing ever went right for him. Ultimately, they decided to table the discussion until morning and said their goodbyes. The protagonist and Misha stood at a crossroads. Rothmiller went one way, calling out that he'd see them later. Hakuro and Dalky went the other, with Hakuro offering to buy Dalky another drink. After the others had left, Bjorn told Misha he was heading to the library. She gave him a questioning look. The library, at this hour? He confirmed it, explaining he had some business with Ragna. Misha's face lit up as she asked if he wanted company. The protagonist told her no. He urged her to get some rest instead, but she replied that she had nothing else to do anyway. Bjorn frowned. "What do you mean by that? If you have that much free time, you should be training," he snapped, pointing out she hadn't practiced at all. Misha looked down, her expression sinking. She pursed her lips, looking as if she might cry. Bjorn sighed inwardly, His plans for a relaxing evening and a hard day of training tomorrow had just been thrown into chaos. Soon, he arrived. He reached the library and stopped before the table where Ragna sat, struck by the sudden thought that they had never even properly introduced themselves. He stated his name, and she retorted that it was hardly a secret, adding that she already knew who he was. She then announced they were closing and questioned if Bjorn intended to spend the night. He replied that he wasn't, clarifying that his visit today wasn't for books. Ragna then asked for the real reason he had shown up. The protagonist said her name plainly, but she corrected his pronunciation, though she ultimately dismissed it as unimportant. Bjorn conceded that he had made an error. He finally captured her full attention by asking if she'd be interested in ditching her librarian duties to venture into the labyrinth with him. She shut her eyes and bluntly refused. The protagonist accepted her rejection, simply agreeing. Ragna's eyes snapped open to watch him. A smile crept onto Bjorn's face as he said that. If she was such a weak mage that she couldn't even handle the labyrinth, then he supposed there was nothing to be done. She demanded to know when she had ever claimed such a thing. Bjorn smirked, pressing her. Does that mean you're skilled enough? Ragna just scowled with irritation before asking if that was truly the reason for his visit. He yawned, declaring the discussion finished, certain he couldn't change Ragna's mind. And then he added that Emer had mentioned she had something for him. Ragna looked confused, repeating, Emer said that. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. Ragna clarified that Emer wanted to present Bjorn with a gift because his accomplishments had significantly elevated her status in the department. She then revealed that Emer had asked her to deliver it, as Ragna still owed him a favor. The gift wasn't from her, but from Emer. Closing her eyes, she asked if Bjorn understood. He confirmed that he understood completely, wondering to himself if all these excuses were truly needed. Finally, he asked what she had for him. She told him they were books and cast a new spell. Bjorn was astonished, recognizing it as an incantation used to locate high-security texts that were immune to standard book detection magic. Its use was restricted to nobles and a select few, prompting the protagonist to wonder if this was even allowed. Ragna assured him it was fine, so long as he didn't broadcast it to the world, explaining that she had only performed the spell on rare occasions. Besides, nobody really paid attention to what happened back here. Bjorn grew curious about Ragna's backstory. Soon, he was sitting at a table with one of the books in his hands, thinking that the high-security volumes were on a completely different level from ordinary ones. The information inside turned out to be immensely valuable, making him eager to read every essay she had gathered, even though he'd nearly lost the chance by arriving right as the library was closing. He remembered how, after casting the spell, Ragna had sighed, closed her eyes, and asked what had taken him so long. Bjorn had asked how he could have possibly known that all these books were waiting for him. In the end, Ragna permitted him to stay after hours. She warned him it was for one night only, and just while she was reorganizing everything, with Ragna's assistance, Bjorn absorbed a vast amount of useful knowledge. Among the collection was the organizational system of RIPD Donia, a catalog detailing the city's infrastructure, which included information on organizations the typical citizen had never heard of, such as the Hunters of Evil Spirits. Bjorn guessed that the power structures were likely consistent everywhere. After that, he picked up another book titled The World of Evil Spirits, a masterwork that explored their realm. It had been authored by an agent of the Hunters who recounted a journey into the spirit world from which he had barely escaped alive. If the security system was truly that formidable, the protagonist knew he would face significant challenges. He grabbed the next book, wondering what it could be, and was shocked to read the title, The Complete Book of Rifts. He knew this was a volume containing a full analysis of everything that could be discovered about rifts, and it only detailed 4 of them. Bjorn recognized it as a strategy guide that exposed all the secrets he had spent 9 sleepless years uncovering. Even he couldn't find a single flaw in it. For the inhabitants of this world, it was an unparalleled treasure. Suddenly, he frowned, asking himself who wrote this. He let out a shocked curse, slamming the book down on the table and demanding to know where this person's name had come from. He was fixated on the name Oral Javis. He recalled how the game's main loading page always displayed the credit created by Javis. Bjorn knew instantly that this was the developer's name. The developer of the game Dungeon and Stone. He realized there were 2 possibilities: either another player had written this book, or the developer had authored it himself. If it was the latter, then the situation became infinitely more complex, because it would imply that the reason the main character was here was somehow linked to the developer. Put another way, someone had deliberately sent him here, and from his experience, that was a far more terrifying prospect. In that case, it meant the developer wasn't a mere mortal, but some form of divine being. The main character decided that, regardless of the truth, knowing this gave him a huge advantage. This world constantly served as a reminder of how little he actually knew. Not even whether opening the gate to the abyss would guarantee his return home. If he could track down that name, he might finally discover a path back. He pressed his palm to his head, realizing that asking everyone he encountered about it was a questionable strategy, so he needed to proceed with caution. He resolved to read the book once more, hoping he might have overlooked something. He picked up the pages again, scanning the text. Sometime later, he was distracted, noticing with great surprise that it was already morning. He then stood and approached the table where Ragna was sitting, asleep. He got her attention, asking why she had kept quiet. He explained that he would have departed immediately. She began to wake up and told him not to misunderstand, claiming she had just decided to take a break because tidying up had taken longer than expected. The protagonist was surprised to hear her claim. He wondered to himself if it was all right, considering it was already time to open the library again. Finally, aware of his silence, Ragna said she was being serious and warned him not to imagine anything more. He agreed, then looked at Ragna thoughtfully. She asked him what the issue was, guessing that he was about to depart. Bjorn wondered if she was, in fact, genuinely kind. A few hours later, inside the magic tower, he called out to Raven and asked if she was around. Opening the door, she said his name in astonishment, confused about what he was doing there so early while she was still sleepy. Raven, still in her sleepwear and clutching a pill, demanded I spit it out when I told her we needed to talk. She snapped that she was trying to sleep, and as I started explaining we needed a mage for the team, she slammed the door in my face. I knew that meant no, but I pleaded for her to wait, saying I had one more request. Frowning, Raven cracked the door open and growled, "What now?" I held up a page I'd torn from the complete Book of Rifts, explaining I needed to know when the paper was made. Opening the door wider, she asked if I was aware her services weren't free. She gestured for me to come inside, and as I walked in, she hopped onto a table. "Tell me about the relic," she commanded. "The one you used to kill that vampire," she specified, crossing her arms. "How did you even know how to get the goddess's tears?" I reminded her I'd already explained. "I had no idea what it was," I repeated. "I just pulled it from the statue near the fountain." Raven's eyes lit up. "I knew it," she exclaimed, assuming I was playing dumb. She was convinced I knew all about it, but I told her. "I just broke the statue because I was bored." Scowling, she pressed, "Are you certain you haven't read about it somewhere?" "In what book?" I asked, genuinely confused. She declared, "In the complete Book of Rifts, of course." That title echoed in my mind. Suddenly, Raven told me to hold on, looking puzzled. "This is strange, you used the tears at the exact moment You needed them, even without knowing what they were." I explained that the bottle had a goddess symbol on it, so I figured it might help. "You're serious?" she asked, dumbfounded. "I swore on my warrior's honor." She sighed, admitting, "I was really hoping I'd finally found a proper copy." "Of the complete Book of Rifts," she finished. I wondered if I really had to keep it a secret that the book was in the library. I pictured Ragna holding a finger to his lips, warning me to stay quiet. Right, a secret. I brought Raven's attention back to my request, and she promised to do it. "But only if you help my supervisors with their research," she added, closing her eyes and crossing her arms with a calculating frown. I asked if it was just a one-time thing. She confirmed it was, promising I'd have the paper analysis by next week. Then she suddenly remembered something else, warning me not to show up so early without notice ever again. I agreed. A little later, I arrived at the Outcast team meeting. "Bjorn!" Misha yelled, her face turning red with frustration. "You weren't home. Where were you?" Tears started to well up in her eyes. "I just got stuck at the library," I explained. Her eyes narrowed. "All night, what could you possibly have been doing?" "What's wrong with you? I was just reading," I cut in. "Is that really true?" she asked, studying my face with a deep frown. "Why would I lie to you?" I asked, feeling uneasy under her intense gaze. I couldn't figure out why she was looking at me like that. And then it clicked. I remembered she'd wanted to tell me something yesterday. At the thought, she immediately calmed down and looked at the floor. But before she could speak, someone interrupted. "There you guys are." Misha's mood flipped instantly. "We were waiting for you," she chirped, turning to the others. I stared at her, totally bewildered. I had no clue what was going on with her. Soon we all sat down, and Hiro asked for everyone's thoughts on our situation. When nobody spoke up, he pointed to me. "Bjorn, you start," crossing my arms, I admitted. "I think it'd be easier to just find someone new. I've already asked 2 mages," I continued, "but they both turned me down." Hiro glared at me, annoyed. You already went and met with other mages. Dalki put a hand on his shoulder. Calm down, Hiro. He's right. I looked straight at Hiro. Do you have a better idea? I challenged. Hiro explained that he and Dalki had been thinking about it all last night and had a plan. What if we think about why Dalki was banned in the first place? Get to the point. I warned him. Finally, Hiro said. We think there's nothing stopping us from talking to Baron Maruan ourselves. I was stunned. How are we supposed to meet him? He lives in the capital, a place we can't even get into. Hiro let out a nervous laugh. Well, Baron Maruan frequently visits this tea house. In fact, he usually shows up right about now. My jaw clenched. Are you saying we're going to ambush him right now? Hiro and Dalki huddled together, giving me pleading looks. Tears welled up in Hiro's eyes. If we don't meet him today, we'll have to wait a whole month. Besides, he's the Baron. Don't you think it'll be less scary if we all go together? He begged. Plus, I'll give each of you 300,000 stones. No matter what happens, just please don't abandon us. As Dalki closed his eyes, I pressed a hand to my forehead. I wouldn't have set foot in here if it wasn't for the money. Moments later, the door opened and the Baron entered, flanked by several servants and knights. Dalki broke out in a sweat. That's my brother. The rest of us pushed him forward, telling him he could handle it. Approaching Maruan, Dalki called his name, then dropped to his knees. Please, just listen to me for a moment, he begged. Maruan? The Baron repeated, as if the name sounded familiar. His assistant spoke up. Sir, that family name belongs to the third wife of the previous Baron, a woman named Caroline. Recognition dawned on Maruan's face. Ah, I remember now. And what business do you have with me? Dalki started to speak, but just stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. This is painful, I thought with a sigh, as Dalki froze, staring at his brother in terror. Finally stepping in, I placed a hand on his head. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bjorn. Maruan looked me over. I haven't interacted with a barbarian in a long time, he remarked. At least it's something new. What do you want? I explained that Dalki had been banned from the labyrinth by Muslim, and we needed him to lift the restriction. How sad, he replied. But I have to ask, what does that have to do with me? I frowned, getting the strong feeling that Maruan had no idea what was going on. Model. The aide leaned in to whisper, and upon hearing about the scoundrel, he recalled that such a man did, in fact, exist. The assistant explained he'd found the matter entirely trivial and had omitted it from the previous report. Maruan conceded the point, certain that discussing anything of that nature with him would have been a pointless exercise. Dalki's expression twisted into one of even deeper horror as he repeated his question, while Bjorn kept a firm hand on the quivering Valky's head and asked if Maruan could lift the restriction. And why would I do that? He countered. Bjorn's anger flared. The fact that Maruan wasn't acting out of pure spite was somehow even more infuriating. He cursed them under his breath. The aide leaned toward Maruan once more, asking for permission to summon someone for a moment. After a brief exchange, Maruan's eyes widened. Are you telling me that man is really little Balan? The aide confirmed it. The protagonist pressed his lips into a thin line, watching Maruan's reaction. A slow smile spread across Maruan's face. He admitted he never expected to encounter the very researcher who had so captivated the Count in such a fashion. He decided that if this meeting was all thanks to the aide, he'd receive 200,000 stones as a bonus. Beaming, the man declared it an honor. What is happening? Bjorn wondered, leaning on his cane. Maruan finally asked, Did you say his name was Bjorn? He pledged to lift the ban or handle anything else required, but on one condition. You must do me a favor in return, Hiro cried out with excitement, while Rothmiller quietly murmured, I knew it. Amisha just observed the unfolding events with keen interest as the protagonist asked, What kind of favor? Maruan explained that the Count was hosting a grand banquet in 2 months and requested Bjorn to be his escort. Is that all, Balm? Bjorn asked. Maruan then questioned if the hero possessed a talent he could display for the guests, suggesting he could bend metal with his bear. Hands? Bjorn's jaw tightened in annoyance. Who do you take us barbarians for? Maruan then added he'd offer the protagonist 1,000,000 stones for the trouble. Think you can handle that? He asked. After a deep sigh, a grin finally broke across Bjorn's face, pointing to himself, he declared. Just give the signal, and I'll be there. He promised he would do anything for his friends, privately noting that he could never turn down such a massive sum. Besides, barbarians couldn't be faulted for insulting noble dignity, even if their behavior was improper or violated etiquette. It was a privilege they'd earned through their monumental achievements in ancient times. The next morning, Hiro and Misha rushed to the administration gate, where Dalki stood with his head hung low. They called out to him, eagerly asking how things had turned out. A smile spread across Dalki's face as he explained he was finally allowed back into the labyrinth. But to Bjorn, it all felt far too simple. He crossed his arms, wondering if it was wrong that having power felt so good. He resolved that he, too, should start scheming to attain a higher station, though for now, he was satisfied with his current fame and strength. While he was lost in thought, Misha glanced at Valky with a concerned look. Asking why he seemed so down, Valky just laughed it off, insisting she was imagining it. But he quickly turned away to hide the true emotion on his face. Following that, Hiro began distributing the promised payment, pulling out 3 small pouches, each containing 300,000 stones. He smiled and urged his companions to take their share, but the others waved it off, feeling too awkward to accept the reward by himself. Bjorn also refused. Bursting into tears, Hiro thanked them profusely, assuming Bjorn must have struggled to swallow his warrior's pride. The protagonist just frowned in confusion. Why would I turn down 1,000,000 stones? He couldn't comprehend how barbarians had survived until now. I have no use for that kind of pride. Suddenly, Hiro slammed a fist against his chest and vowed he would never forget this debt, promising to repay Bjorn one day. Bjorn tried to brush it off, but Valky, looking at Hiro, asked why he was the one taking on the debt. He then looked at the protagonist with fierce determination, swearing he would repay the favor tenfold. But Hiro wouldn't have it, insisting that as the team leader, the debt was his to settle. Finally cutting through their argument, Bjorn said he didn't care who paid him back. Smiling, Misha exclaimed that he was just embarrassed. Time flew by, and soon, the day the labyrinth opened arrived, when the South Chunsamin's portal materialized. A nearby barbarian roared, "The labyrinth! The perfect battleground!" Bjorn, standing before them, winced. They're so loud. The barbarians then started chanting his name, recognizing him as the one who discovered the labyrinth. The protagonist recalled that he had once again stumbled upon these bewildered young warriors. After laying down a few rules, guard your heart, be wary of other people he asked if they understood, he commanded them to follow his words exactly, for they held the true path of a warrior. The barbarians listened to him with rapt attention. One of them asked, "If we listen to you, will we become famous warriors like you, Bjorn?" He replied that it was possible, noting that each of them had the potential to achieve their own renown. The barbarian, ecstatic, shouted that he understood completely, promising they would follow his instructions to the letter, and other barbarian thanked him, calling him Little Bulan. They began to treat him with reverence, and as Bjorn turned to leave, he remarked that they would meet again, wishing them good fortune. The barbarians watched him go, noting that he not only led them to the labyrinth, but even offered guidance, and wished him luck in return. The protagonist walked over to Hiro, who asked if he genuinely cared about the rookies. Bjorn replied that he was just helping where he could, because it's incredibly difficult for people to learn only from their own failures. Hiro acknowledged the truth in that. The protagonist's expression suddenly darkened as he recalled something from a few days prior. He had run into Karak, who was sitting on a bench, and explained he was now working as a protector on the 2nd floor. Most of the other guys were dead. He remarked that Bjorn seemed to be thriving, and Bjorn commented that it would be better if someone trained them properly instead of clinging to archaic traditions. Now, Bjorn murmured to himself that if things were different, the other barbarians wouldn't have perished. They had only entered the labyrinth 3 times and had already suffered such devastating losses. His thoughts were abruptly cut short when he heard Misha ask Rothmiller, "Why don't you have a weapon?" He answered, "It was kept in the treasure vault," explaining he'd grown so accustomed to it that he only drew his weapon when absolutely necessary. Misha cried out in amazement, saying how incredibly useful that sounded. Spotting Bjorn's arrival, Valky asked if his business was concluded, and the hero confirmed it was. He motioned for them to follow him into the labyrinth, thinking to himself that his last 3 excursions had been unmitigated disasters. This was the 4th attempt, and he steeled himself for whatever awaited them. He was certain some fresh nonsense was bound to occur, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down, for even a second. He had to be ready for anything. They soon reached the crystal cave, where a system prompt appeared. His essence capacity was full. It advised him to hunt new types of monsters to continue leveling up. Before long, they were in the 2nd floor's rocky desert. He mused that thanks to a lucky spawn, they'd made it there in only 9 hours. With grim concentration, they immediately engaged the new monster varieties. They relentlessly hunted all sorts of beasts, amassing rewards, but it still took them 4 days to reach the portal to the next floor. His screen was a constant, Stream of notifications, Bjorn had slain a mutant dwarf, a cobalt shield bearer, a stone golem, a megalith soldier, and a sandman. For each creature, he received between 1 and 2 experience points. Sometime later, they found themselves on the pilgrim's path on the 3rd floor, and by the 8th day, they had navigated the witches' forest to reach the 4th floor portal. This gateway led them into the Tower of Heaven, where they were immediately set upon by monsters. Bjorn remembered this place every monster from the 3rd floor spawned here, including formidable rank 6 creatures and even some monsters completely unique to this location. In other words, it was a goldmine for grinding experience. The protagonist charged into the fray, swinging his mace and crushing one of the first monsters. So that's why they call it the Tower of Training, he thought, as a blur of notifications flashed across his screen, detailing his kills and the experience awarded. After an intense session of hunting, they had earned 3.9 million stones, which worked out to 780,000 for each of them. After tallying the loot, Rothmiller remarked that it wasn't a bad haul, but confessed he felt a bit underwhelmed, asking if he was the only one. Misha quickly agreed she was disappointed too, and Valky shared the sentiment. Huro suggested that maybe Bjorn's terrifying luck had finally run out. Bjorn, however, knew their earnings were inflated thanks to the passive skill of the mimic's greed, which boosted the magic crystal drop rate by 30%. Even so, it was a smaller take than his first ever trip, and he was starting to see why this place was swarming with looters. For most, this was a standard reward. He decided not to get worked up over it, and calmed himself, resolving to spend his time productively. He holed up in the library, studying, and also assisted Raven with her experiments, in return for learning the genesis date of the complete Book of Rifts. It was created 150 years ago, a date Bjorn immediately recognized. It was the day the game's events officially began, the day the first king of the dynasty died, and the day this book was written. All 3 events occurred at the exact same time. Bjorn desperately wanted to know what happened that day, but there was no way to find out yet. He was sure it couldn't be a mere coincidence. Suddenly, Misha's voice cut through his thoughts, asking if he was even listening. He assured her he was paying close attention, realizing another trip to the labyrinth was unavoidable. Time passed quickly, and the day of their 5th expedition arrived. By the end of that run, they'd earned 790,000 stones per person. Misha asked in a desperate tone if they were sure the count was right. Everyone was dejected by the reward. The main character figured nothing special had really happened. They'd only managed to grind a few levels. Later, lying in his room, he told himself to relax, that things were progressing smoothly. He closed his eyes, ready to continue that line of thought. But they snapped open again. He scowled and cursed. What kind of thoughts were these? Were things really going well? He shot up in bed, his hand flying to his face. He knew that kind of complacency meant danger was right around the corner. He was certain he couldn't afford to forget that something awful always happened the moment he relaxed. He knew he couldn't stop. He had to keep. Improving it was the only way he'd survive. Drawing back his arms, he slapped himself hard across the cheeks, a blow so sharp that dark bruises immediately formed. The hero figured anyone who saw him now would think he'd lost his mind, but he himself was resolved. He had to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. With a confident frown, he stared straight ahead, deciding that even if he seemed insane, he would at least stay alive. Meanwhile, the system logged the new points he had earned. The next day, while he was dishing food onto a plate, Misha caught his eye and asked if something had happened to him. He insisted everything was fine and asked her what gave her that idea. She mentioned he just had a very cruel look in his eyes. He looked away, feeling somewhat detached. His inability to sit still was his own problem, and he decided he had to get better, certain he shouldn't burden others. He was suddenly pulled from his thoughts when Misha awkwardly got his attention again. She moved closer and asked if he wanted to touch her ears. She gave them a little twitch, a blush rising on her cheeks. The protagonist coughed, looking at Misha in utter confusion. She explained that her brother used to say he felt better whenever he touched her ears, noting that they were very small. Then, she quickly added that she was talking about her older brother, the one who had always treated her well. Bjorn winced internally. What kind of creep was this? He noted that this was precisely why a person's upbringing was so critical. He made himself look into Misha's eyes, realizing that she was only trying to help. He studied her face as she watched him with an innocent smile, and Bjorn guessed she probably didn't even grasp what was so inappropriate about the situation. Leaning forward, he warned her. You shouldn't say things like that to strangers, because they might... A misunderstanding. Misha looked at him, completely baffled by what he meant. He figured that if he didn't already know her type was skinny guys, He might have gotten the wrong idea entirely, like she was trying to seduce him. Misha hesitated, then pointed out that he wasn't a total stranger. But he cut her off, telling her not to argue and to just say she understood. She finally caved and started to offer something else. "If you don't want to touch my ears," she began, but trailed off. He prodded her to continue. And finally, she asked, "How about some meat instead?" An excellent offer, he thought. Sometime later, he arrived at the library, where Ragna eyed him with surprise before noting that he seemed to be doing well. "You can tell, huh?" Bjorn replied. "Does that mean you're doing all right, too?" She confirmed she was, so he decided to press further. "If you have something on your mind, just say it." Ragna looked puzzled. "How do you always know?" he explained. "It's written all over your face." With a heavy sigh, she finally admitted, "I can't be certain, but I felt I had to warn you, especially since you're a researcher." Bjorn had no clue what she was talking about. "Warn me about what?" he pressed, telling her to stop beating around the bush. Finally, she revealed it. A dimensional collapse might happen soon, here in the labyrinth. The protagonist's mind raced. He knew this was a true disaster, something that made even floor bosses seem like a joke. He recalled from his time playing the game that a collapse like this only happened about once every 100 playthroughs. He'd been wondering why everything had been so quiet lately. He chuckled darkly to himself. "So this is why, huh?" Ragna noticed his silence and lack of response. "You don't believe me," she said. "Maybe it's better if you just forget about it." Bjorn paid no mind to her doubts and simply asked how she knew about the collapse. She told him she learned about it from a mage named Chernov Forgang from the School of Tan, explaining that they had been studying the phenomenon of dimensional collapse for many years. "I see," Bjorn said. "Thanks for the warning. I'll try to figure this out myself," Ragna asked. "You're really leaving already?" Turning his back to her, he gave a slight wave. "Yeah, I'm heading out." He recognized this as a new quest and decided to prioritize it. However, he couldn't find a single trace of the man and started to doubt if this mage even existed. After 10 days, rumors began to swirl, and Misha ran up to him with a frown. "Have you heard people are saying a dimensional collapse is about to happen?" A little later, while sitting in a tavern, Bjorn overheard people discussing it. Many of them had no idea where they'd heard it from, but mentioned that some claimed these collapses were a regular occurrence, and that one was due this very month. Bjorn found this bizarre, for rumors to spread so fast. There should have been some evidence or a source. But there was nothing. Taking a sip from his mug, he suspected someone was intentionally spreading these stories. It irritated him. He needed to know what was being said in more private circles. But as a barbarian, he wouldn't be able to get that kind of information. He knew he had one last resort. Returning home, he stared at the pill resting in the palm of his hand. He'd wanted to wait 3 months before taking it, but he wondered if 2 would be enough. He tossed the pill into his anus, mouth, and swallowed, his eyes fixed on the clock. All he could do now was wait. When the hands finally reached their mark, the system lit up with a notification. He had consumed GB-027, causing his soul to resonate and be pulled toward another world. Bjorn awoke, inhabiting the body from his past life, and saw. He was standing by a desk with a computer on it. He glanced around in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend where he was. Back in the real world, at a police station, an officer read from a file. "So, the victim's name is 29 years old," he continued. "The company filed a missing persons report after he was a no-show at work for over a month." He then asked, "What about his family?" His colleague replied that he had a mother, but when she was notified, she claimed it was none of her business. The man scowled. "Then why did this missing persons case land on our desk?" His assistant pointed to a CCTV recording. "Because of this, Bjorn enters his apartment, but he never leaves. And the windows were all locked from the inside. This whole thing stinks," the man commented, grabbing a folder and flipping through the documents. He could see that this was clearly no ordinary case. There were no signs of a break-in, and nothing was missing. Bjorn hadn't used his credit card in a month, and the clothes he'd been wearing were found in the room, lying in a pile as if he hadn't even taken them off. The body had vanished, leaving only his clothes behind. He had no idea who was behind it, but he was certain they were dealing with some kind of psychopath. "Are you sure your assistant didn't touch anything at the crime scene?" he asked. "Send a request to the federal medical examiner." The younger officer spoke up. "Sir, there's something else you need to know." Puzzled, the senior officer asked. "What is it?" the young man announced. "It's the monitor from the missing man's room." He then brought the monitor over, placing it on the table in front of his superior, who asked with confusion, "Why did you bring that here?" But before he could even finish the question, he gasped. "Hold on. Wait a minute. he said to his colleague. How is this monitor even working? The computer isn't even plugged into the wall. The young man admitted he couldn't make sense of it either. It was like this when I found it, he explained. The monitor is displaying messages. The man stared at it, completely amazed. What in the world is this? He asked in shock. His comrade explained he'd looked into it and discovered that it turned out similar cases had already occurred in other countries. Meanwhile, Bjorn reflected that 5 months had passed since he first opened his eyes in this new world. During that time, he had behaved in a completely barbaric manner. He had to wonder if he had any of his humanity left as a member of modern society. Naturally, the moment he sat down at his computer, he started typing, only to be surprised when it prompted him for a password. It hit him. That's what they meant by the signature on the letter. He immediately recalled it and typed it into the field. He entered the signature where the password should be and hit send. A jolt ran through him. Staring at his hands in disbelief, he asked himself what was any. Suddenly, the space around him warped and twisted. What had been a stark white void was now reshaping itself into a room, leaving the protagonist utterly stunned. He asked himself if this could truly be his old room. Every detail was just as he remembered, almost frighteningly realistic. Then he wondered. Hold on, he muttered. If that's the case, then... He stepped to the side, swung open the refrigerator door, and gasped in shock. The fridge was really there. He had no clue why it was stocked with cans of Coke, but he couldn't stop himself. He cracked open a can, tilted his head back, and took a long drink, closing his eyes in anticipation. But his face fell. Ugh, he cried out. It's tasteless. It wasn't even carbonated, like he was drinking flat water. All at once, a sound from the side made him whip his head toward the door in surprise. He heard someone ask if they could come in. After a moment, Bjorn stroked his chin and wondered if this whole place was a manifestation of the location where he felt the most secure. But because of his powerful defense stats, his visitor could only perceive it as smoke. He tried not to sound like a complete brute and commented that the initial password was a decoy, and his guest had come to confirm this. The Queen of Souls declared that was exactly right, explaining that a game character is incapable of manifesting clothes from planet Earth in this space. As he looked at her, he remembered her title, the Queen of Souls, and guessed she was some sort of guide for ghost hunters. He asked, bewildered. In that case, why did you need to ring the bell? He clarified his confusion. You just said you couldn't see anything. The Queen of Souls guessed that Bjorn had simply heard her call. He paused, noticing he was wearing a suit, a gift from an ex-girlfriend, and wondered if she was judging his clothes. But then he remembered she couldn't even see the room's outline. That was the one detail that caught his attention. The Soul Queen told him not to worry, clarifying that he was now an official member of their group. Bjorn figured there must be other verification methods, silently hoping the Soul Queen would fill him in. She, in the meantime, closed her eyes with a smile and explained that they had stopped using the old method of ripping the soul from the body, which they previously used on NPCs. She told Bjorn he had nothing to be concerned about. When she mentioned NPCs, he assumed she meant other people. Soon after, the Soul Queen showed him how to access the general forum, which, it turned out, worked just like any other. After her explanation, she exclaimed that now all he had to do was create a nickname. Bjorn tried one, but saw it was already taken on the player communication forum known as Stone Ivan. A system message confirmed the username was unavailable, and the Soul Queen commented that someone else must be using it. The protagonist asked, confused, why would anyone want a nickname like that? In the end, he just added another letter, noticing his choice. The Soul Queen asked with a puzzled look, are you a fan of that person? Bjorn didn't know what she was talking about. But without another word, the Soul Queen started to fade away, announcing that she needed to leave. She then advised the protagonist to just submit a request for a personal assistant if he had any issues. He agreed, thinking that he had finished the tutorial. Finding other people wasn't difficult. He scanned the list of active channels and jumped into a random chat room to see how everything worked. The moment he entered, he was teleported to a new space, where the occupants looked up, surprised to see a newcomer. They greeted him, and one of the men approached with a smile. Welcome, I'm the admin of this channel, he said, and asked where Bjorn was from. I'm from Korea, he replied. Shaking his hand, the man said it was great to meet him and asked if things seemed a bit unwelcoming here. He explained they didn't have enough points to buy proper decorations yet, then asked if Bjorn could introduce himself and make his nickname visible. Bjorn paused, confused, then realized the man was talking about the tags floating above their heads. There were, in fact, nameplates above, each of them. The man realized Bjorn was new to the channels and told him to simply focus his thoughts on it, and it would appear. And Bjorn understood. Figuring it was like using a skill, he did what the man instructed, and the tag popped into existence above his head. He then greeted everyone, saying, "The name's Elf in..." The entire room stared at him, stunned. "Is that really your name?" someone asked. Another piped up. "Are you the Bjorn who wrote that guide on how all the stats work?" Someone else thought a developer had authored it. The protagonist was frozen, utterly confused about what was going on. Meanwhile, the others erupted in conversation among themselves. One of them shouted, "I knew he was Korean," reminding the others that he had told them so. Looking at Bjorn, they all asked if it was really him. Finally, the man told them to settle down and calm themselves. And Bjorn realized he was missing crucial context. Elf Nuno, the name they were all buzzing about, was a nickname he'd used in a game he'd played for about 3 years. That's when he uploaded his stat analysis. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling that the post barely got more than 100 views. He couldn't figure out why they were treating him like some kind of celebrity. Then he remembered the Queen of Souls question. "Are you a fan?" Had he become famous without even knowing it? He finally decided he didn't care, since he had more immediate problems to handle. He ran a hand awkwardly through his hair and said, "You've got the wrong guy," explaining that he was just a fan of that person. He knew it was a bad idea to draw so much attention without understanding why. Pointing a finger up at his nickname, he asked the guys to look closer at the extra N. People actually squinted and realized their mistake. "So it's not him?" they asked. Many looked let down, as they were thrilled to. The leader of the group seemed to grasp the situation, and Bjorn, watching from a distance, saw the realization hit them almost immediately. Standing off to the side, he muttered, "Harsh." To these people, he was a complete nobody. He figured that was just the way things were, and debated just turning around and leaving. But before he could, one of the guys noticed him and ambled over, asking, "Hey man, how many years you been here?" Bjorn suspected the truth would only make him sound like a freak. "About a year?" He lied. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. "Damn, you got your invitation pretty late in the game. Then..." Seeing Bjorn's confused look, the guy clarified, "Most of us get the summons way earlier, as soon as it's obvious we're evil spirits. It's almost unheard of for someone to get the call after they've already become famous." In that moment, Bjorn knew lying had been a terrible idea. "You must be one hell of an actor," the guy concluded. "And you probably know how to get by in the real world, too." He guessed around 70 days must have passed back there, and Bjorn had to ask. "Time is screwy in here," the guy explained. 1 month on Earth is the same as 5 months here. It's about a 1-to-5 ratio. A sense of dread washed over the protagonist. An entire month had vanished on Earth. He thought to himself, "This is insane. Did anyone even notice I disappeared?" He kept the conversation going, managing to learn a few things. When he asked how to get home, the guy just shrugged. "No clue," he admitted. "There are a ton of theories, but nobody knows for sure." Figures. Bjorn thought. He then asked, "Who was the very first player?" "That guy." "He's been here for something like 20 years, he replied. "This whole community pretty much popped up around him." "I see," the protagonist said. The guy asked, "Pretty wild, right? I heard he cleared the game in only 5 years. Bjorn agreed. But privately, he was thinking something else. This is so damn annoying, he thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that this nerdy guy reminded him of his old self. But no matter how he felt, all of these people had reached the gates of the abyss before him. At first glance, they all seemed like morons, but each one of them was exceptional in some way. Suddenly, a question cut through his thoughts. "So, what difficulty did you clear the game on?" the guy asked. Bjorn stared back at him, utterly confused, not having a clue what he was talking about. "What?" he asked. The guy realized. "Oh, right, you obviously weren't playing the original. I'm talking about the remake. What difficulty setting did you play on?" Bjorn was still completely lost. The guy noted, "In Korea, we'd call that cheating." He was sure Bjorn knew about the file someone had uploaded to Stone Ivan about 5 years ago. "It lets you boost your chances of getting items that help you cheat, not to mention the rewards," he added. "Not to brag or anything, but I beat it on 50 times acceleration." Bjorn was frozen in shock. In that instant, he finally understood how every single one of these people had mastered the game. It's actually possible to increase experience gain and the drop rates for monster rewards. He wondered. It turned out the maximum level was 30. He had thought the level 11 was the absolute limit. Then a shocking realization hit him. Wait, does that mean you can absorb 30 essences? And you can open rifts whenever you want. The amount of gear you could get was unbelievable. When Bjorn didn't answer, the guy prodded him again. "So what difficulty did you clear it on?" Trembling with rage, the protagonist replied. "I cleared it on difficulty 50? The guy shouted in disbelief. "Are you serious? That's insane. Even difficulty 50 is a nightmare." Bjorn's scowl deepened as he shook with anger. The guy kept talking. I heard some people say the founder of this community beat the game on difficulty level 15, but most players, who clear it are playing on difficulties between 60 and 80. Isn't that awesome? Bjorn gave a bitter, ironic laugh. Yeah, awesome. Just then, in a different place, a man rested his palm on the table next to his glasses and asked, Did you retrieve the computer? The girl standing across from him confirmed it. Yes. We also wiped the memories of everyone involved and erased all traces, so nothing should hit the news. The man put on his glasses. And what about him? The girl replied. I've investigated everything. He's completely ordinary in every respect. Ordinary in every way except for this game, the man retorted as he booted up his laptop. The man has some talent in here, but that's the extent of it, she said, trailing off. The man cut in. Did he really clear Jace's legacy? The girl answered. The setting was brilliant, but the project was shut down for years because no one could ever beat it. But this guy, he did. So the game wasn't a failure after all, the man mused, leaning his chin on his hands. A new curiosity sparked in his eyes as he spoke Bjorn's real name. He's the only one who ever beat a game that was thought to be impossible, he said quietly. How far will he go? The conversation with the pink-haired guy turned out to be incredibly useful for Bjorn. After leaving the chat, he sat at a computer terminal and wondered what his next move should be. He remembered moving closer to the fire while they were talking, and the guy had admitted he was about to eat a whole pizza by himself. It's all I need, he'd said, before asking if Bjorn wanted anything. Of course I do, he'd replied. I want a cola and some hot soup with rice. The guy was bewildered. So Bjorn explained, It's the most effective food in the world. His new acquaintance had just stared at him, mouth slightly agape in amazement. Now, Bjorn realized that even a simple conversation like that had helped relieve his stress. Then he wondered, does this space just collapse on its own when the time runs out? He glanced at the countdown on the computer screen, which had started at 12. There were only 7 hours left. He finally decided he had to start learning about the dimensional collapse. He clicked on the information chat in the market section, which served as a forum for buying and selling goods or intel. The currency here was ghost points. Bjorn started scrolling through the information requests, which included posts asking for tips on how to reach the second floor easily, a floor guide costing 20 ghost points, a brutal training method for the lowest tier at 100 or 500 ghost points, and details on special events in the Tower of Heaven on the 4th floor for 7,000 ghost points. He even saw the exact requirements to get the passive skill Dragon Lord for 2,800 ghost points. At last, the protagonist grew tired of sifting through the listings and decided to sort them by cost. He then spotted the top ads, one for 70,000 ghost points, detailing how to beat the first floor's master, and another for 69,000 ghost points revealing secrets about Skull Island on the 6th floor. In Bjorn's view, this was far more efficient. His gaze fixated on the ad for the first floor's master, and he immediately requested a private chat with the seller. Once the deal went through, the protagonist's ghost points dropped to 70,000. Moments later, he zeroed in on the secret location, on the 6th floor, Skull Island, and initiated another private chat with the poster. After that deal was finalized, Bjorn's total reached 139,000 ghost points. He smirked, confident there was nothing about this game he didn't know. A moment later, he saw that one of the players had sent him a chat request. He noticed that out of all the nicknames, this person's was strikingly similar to his own. It seemed that the moment he posted an offer with his newly earned points, a seller had appeared. The hero was transported to a private space where a man sat across from him, smiling as he asked if he was the one seeking information on the Tudan school and the Mage 4 gang. Bjorn reflected that he had deliberately avoided mentioning the rumors about the dimensional collapse, knowing it would be too difficult to determine if his informant was telling the truth or just feeding him lies. He took a seat and clarified that, more accurately, he wanted to know about the man's recent activities. He theorized that if he focused his questions on the origin of the rumors, namely 4 gang, he would have a better chance of finding someone with reliable intel. The man guessed that this was all about the rumors of a dimensional collapse, and the protagonist asked if they were legitimate. The man confirmed that what the mage claimed about the dimensional collapse was accurate, but the event itself was not going to happen. Bjorn questioned if the man had any solid grounds for that claim, and he explained that the whole affair involved high-ranking officials and other political powers, implying that the protagonist should understand the implications. Bjorn cut him off, stating he would add an extra 20,000 on top of the agreed price. The man noted that if his client was that desperate for answers, he would oblige. He explained that the Tudan school was engaged in dimensional magic research, with a specific focus on studying the labyrinth, and asked if he knew that it was all foolishness. He declared that the master had chosen to proceed with an experiment. Bjorn pressed him for more, but his contact replied that it was too complex to describe in detail. He did, however, stress its danger, and said that, in short, they needed fewer people to venture into the labyrinth, which is why the Tudin school started the rumor, proclaiming from every rooftop that a dimensional collapse was imminent. By doing so, they successfully halted the stream of researchers heading into the labyrinth. Bjorn questioned if there would be any blowback for the man for revealing all of this. His contact simply replied that he hadn't just revealed it. He sold the intelligence for phantom points. Besides, he had no personal involvement. On top of that, the royal family was expected to intervene soon, to quell the rumors. At Bjorn's confused look, the man elaborated that with so few researchers active, the sources of magic stones were running dry. He asked if he understood now, certain that the royals would never allow that to continue. The protagonist saw his point and agreed they should conclude their business. He said he would send the promised 20,000 stones to the man right away, but the man said he didn't need them. Puzzling Bjorn, his contact then admitted he felt he had been overly harsh with his fellow player. The protagonist was shocked, wondering if the man was really prepared to so easily forfeit 400,000 stones. The whole exchange made him realize that the man was so established in this world that such an amount was basically pocket change. Right before ending their conversation, he grinned and asked if there was any truth to the rumor that Bjorn was a fan of a loon, too. Our hero didn't reply immediately, he just lowered his head in thought. He realized this must be how the man knew every little detail of what was going on, while Bjorn himself hadn't found a single shred of information after days of searching. It brought him back to his own start, and he knew it didn't matter what difficulty anyone else beat the game on. This place, then, wasn't a game. It was a harsh new reality, ruled by a single, barbaric principle only the strongest survive. As the protagonist slowly vanished, he watched the man wave him off, wondering if this was why others called him Little Bulan. He couldn't see the difference, since he was still a total rookie here. After shifting to the past space, he knew he had a long, long journey ahead. He had to ask himself why. This was also damn fun. A grin spread across his face as he thought about the man who'd bought the first floor boss guide, the girl who was desperate to learn about Skull Island, and the guy Bjorn had just met, things they had poured years of their lives into. Our hero didn't even consider the possibility he couldn't accomplish it alone. All the while, Bjorn was in the game. His progress was being monitored, reading the system announcements about what was happening to him. A man frowned, his face beaded with sweat from pure shock. "This guy," he breathed, "is completely and utterly insane." He turned to his assistant. "How many people have ever made it to the second floor on their first attempt?" As far as she could tell, there were 117. The man pressed on. And were any of them in this kind of pathetic state? The girl confirmed that no, they weren't, and the man, staring at Bjorn's stats, admitted he'd never believe it if he hadn't seen it himself. Is this really the status window of a player who's been at this for years? He wondered aloud. Did he really achieve all of this in just 2 months? The girl suddenly chimed in, saying that even for some washed-up loser who got lucky, it wasn't that amazing. But her boss cut her off, retorting that if luck was all it took to get, if a case like this had ever happened before, they would have known. The girl was left speechless as he explained that this was a complete anomaly, a total outlier with no precedent. That made it impossible for him to pinpoint the exact reason for such astounding success. He knew Bjorn was a statistical black swan. In statistics, the larger the sample size, the less luck should matter. But every so often, freak occurrences like this happen. He recalled that even at the very start of Bjorn's journey, the adventurers who found him realized that the distance from the second floor portal to the spot where they ran into him was about 15 kilometers. They branded him a monster for having crawled that far in absolute darkness. Nothing like that had ever happened before, and the protagonist had pulled off the impossible. The administrator then recalled the vampire fight, how Bjorn's health had completely depleted and a death countdown had begun. To put it plainly, he observed, a 0 had somehow become a 1. Clicking over to another tab on his monitor, he saw that the protagonist's growth rate was completely abnormal. That was the reason the administrator started monitoring him in the first place. The memory surfaced of a time when everyone was slamming the game, calling it a disaster. Then, another voice cut in, defending his own actions as perfectly logical. He insisted they should focus on a single individual, warning that if they could properly prepare and send him to the others, their chances of success would dramatically increase. At that very moment, Bjorn's eyes opened. He glanced around, asking himself, did I actually make it back? He looked at his watch, remembering what the others had said an hour over there was just a second here. All told, only 13 seconds had passed in the real world. But that realization only put him more on edge. In other words, he had just been completely defenseless for the last 13 seconds. Even so, the ghost hunters had surpassed all his expectations. Getting to his feet, he stretched, acknowledging they had been an incredible source of information, and tracking them down early on had been a smart move. He was utterly drained after 12 straight hours. Closing his eyes, he yawned so hard that they watered. Sleep was what he needed now. Tomorrow morning, he had an appointment with Baron Maruan. At noon the next day, in the first quarter of the imperial capital, Karnan. Bjorn was decked out in an outfit decorated with skull-like patterns. If this isn't a dimensional collapse, he thought, then what the hell is happening? He decided he had to figure out the situation fast. Once he had a handle on things, he would head to the heavenly auction house. Guards flanked him as he walked ahead of a grand carriage, and every person they passed turned their heads to gawk. It suddenly dawned on the protagonist that his legs were already aching. He had no idea what Maruan's goal was in making him wear this absurd carnival costume. Before he could dwell on it further, a sharp voice yelled for them to stop. Bjorn turned around, surprised. The Count's butler was glaring at him, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. The man reminded him to look straight ahead and maintain his posture. He was, after all, leading the procession, and the Baron's honor rested on his shoulders. Sighing out of sheer boredom, the protagonist casually scratched his ear and muttered, "Weren't you the one who insisted the Barbarian walk up front?" The man, oblivious to the fact that Bjorn wasn't listening, droned on, telling him to avoid any action that might disgrace Maruan. The protagonist, completely ignoring him, was busy calculating. He estimated they were about 6 kilometers from the Count's mansion, the site of the banquet. The butler, finally sensing he was being ignored, snapped, "Are you even listening to me?" The protagonist shot back. "Sorry, you're so tiny your voice doesn't carry all the way up here." He then added silently, "And to think, it's still summer." Soon enough, they arrived at the venue. Maruan greeted Bjorn with a wide smile, remarking how astonished he was by all the attention they were getting. "I've only just arrived, and I've never received this much attention," he exclaimed. He promised a handsome reward awaited Bjorn upon their return. Maruan then decided he would go and greet the Count, telling the protagonist to enjoy the banquet. Bjorn was surprised to hear that, and realized he'd just been left completely alone. Almost immediately, he heard the whispers from the crowd as people started pointing him out, wondering if it was dangerous to leave him unattended. Some kids were even asking their parents to buy them a barbarian just like him, while others stared in terror at the horns adorning his helmet. Someone else remarked that he resembled the devil himself. Bjorn frowned, disgusted. He couldn't believe he was being treated like some monkey in a cage. He felt like he was one step away from getting PTSD from all the staring. But then, his train of thought was broken by Arcalamore approaching him. "You did a fantastic job," he said. "Walking that whole distance in this costume without a single break." He then pointed off to the side. "How about we go sit down and take a load off until Maruan comes back?" Bjorn quickly agreed, wondering if the man was some kind of savior. They found a bench off to the side, and Arcalamore stretched with a relaxed smile. The protagonist asked if it was fine for him to be away from the main crowd. Arcalamore just noted that even if he joined them, he wouldn't be well received, explaining that he, too, was once an explorer like Bjorn. The protagonist remarked that it wasn't surprising, since Arcalamore obviously had the makings of one. He then stated his name and asked for Arcalamore's in return. After they exchanged names, Bjorn reflected that he'd had a good feeling about Arcalamore from the start, guessing it was because he was also a former explorer. He didn't have that typical knightly arrogance. Arcalamore then asked him what he thought of the imperial capital. As Bjorn took off his helmet, a sharp voice suddenly cut in. "What do you think you're doing?" It was the butler, looking right at him. "Who gave you permission to touch your hair?" he demanded indignantly. Arcalamore leaned around Bjorn to face the man. "That's enough," he said. "The protagonist is resting at my invitation." The butler, startled to see Arcalamore, immediately backed off but then leaned in to whisper to Bjorn. "If you're done resting, get up. What will people think, seeing a barbarian sprawled out like this?" "What else are they supposed to think?" Bjorn shot back. "It seems pretty obvious I'm just resting." The butler pointed a finger accusingly at him. "They will think you are weak, the butler declared. "Get on your feet today. You are a warrior of iron blood." Bjorn simply plugged his ears with his fingers, trying to block out the man's voice. He thought to himself, "I swear, if it weren't for the 1,000,000 stones, there's no way I would have put up with this far." But then he remembered the 1,000,000 stones, deciding he could put up with it for a single day. He shot to his feet with a scowl, and the butler's eyes flew open in alarm. The protagonist thought to himself, "If I've gotten into this mess, I might as well play the part he wants." He dramatically slammed on his helmet. "I am a warrior of iron blood, a barbarian who has rejected civilization. A complete savage. He tilted his head back and let out a tremendous roar. The terrified butler stumbled backward, unable to stay on his feet. Everyone nearby whipped their heads toward Bjorn. Some stared, in horror, while others, mostly children, gazed in awe. The butler, irritated, demanded to know what on earth he was doing. Bjorn just smiled. "Felt like it," he said, striding over to a table. He grabbed a roasted cut of meat by the bone and began tearing into it. The butler sputtered. "What are you doing now?" The onlookers watched Bjorn with renewed interest. "What else would you expect from a barbarian?" someone muttered. They remarked that he couldn't behave himself for even 1 minute. The butler began to shriek in disbelief, as the crowd noted that our hero was now gnawing on the bones, unable to control his own strength. This reaction was perfect. It was exactly what he was hoping for. Suddenly, Bjorn clapped a hand on the butler's shoulder to get his attention. "I see a shiny skull," he growled, a bone still clenched in his teeth. "And I want to smash it." The butler broke out in a cold sweat, staring in shock. "Have you taken your jokes a bit too far?" he stammered. Bjorn's expression turned menacing. "Jokes?" he asked, grinding the bone between his teeth. "Do I look like I'm joking?" The man trembled with fear, his mind flashing back to Bjorn's behavior at the guild. He'd already forgotten the sheer chaos he'd caused there. The butler stuttered that he had something to attend to and quickly excused himself, announcing that the protagonist could clattering onto the cavern floor. As Genta collapsed to her knees before him, he asked coolly, "What did you mean by misunderstood? You'd actually believe me?" she asked, surprised. The protagonist replied, "Give me a reasonable explanation, and I'll believe you." Genta started to tremble with fear, tears still streaming down her face, which was now a mask of terror. She said in a near whisper, "I don't know." "If you'll believe me." At that moment, he swung his mace again, striking Genta square in the face and knocking her out cold. Bjorn was surprised. Did she really fall for that? He let out a heavy sigh. How could she be so stupid? A few seconds later, the protagonist began stripping her of all her combat gear. Examining the pile, Bjorn noted it was all spec'd for PvP. He wondered if Misha could use some of it. He sat down next to Genta's unconscious form, thinking that the looting was done, so it was finally time for a chat. He raised his mace once more, crushing all of her limbs and forcing her to activate weapon change to remove her novice gear as well. Genta came to, trembling, with tears in her eyes, as she lay broken on the ground. "I'll do anything, I beg you," she pleaded. "Fine," he agreed. "Why did you attack us?" Genta's voice shook as she answered. "He's not Little Bulin," one sneered. "More like a little clown," Sylvania laughed, adding, "I heard the little part of his title comes from what he's lacking. Between his legs." They muttered about him sucking up to the nobles, claiming he'd abandoned all his honor as a warrior. The protagonist, overhearing this, turned his head. Why are these knight cadets gossiping behind my back? He wondered. He was certain they were cadets, because of the special insignia pinned to their uniforms. Before he could dwell on it, Maruan appeared, finally locating Bjorn and apologizing for. The good mood was shattered when he announced Bjorn had to come with him for introductions, which was met with a chorus of groans and disappointment. Later, the protagonist trailed Maruan into the banquet hall to meet the other nobles. A man hesitated before asking uncertainly who he was. Marin spoke up, explaining I was Balin, the up-and-coming explorer who'd been making a name for himself. The Viscount's eyes narrowed. He'd heard of me. "And what?" he asked. "Brings you here?" "Marin helped me when I was in a serious jam," I declared. "So I'm paying back the favor by protecting him." The Viscount looked completely stunned by my announcement. He couldn't believe Maruan had a powerful barbarian as a personal guardian, openly admitting his sincere jealousy. Smiling, Maruan insisted it was nothing. He'd told him many times that no debt was owed, and that this was far too much. But Bjorn, knowing it was time to play his part, stated clearly that a warrior never forgets a kindness shown to him. The Viscount was struck by this noble mindset, and repeating Bjorn's name, said he would remember it. 13 more nearly identical conversations followed, and with each one, Bjorn's fame grew. In truth, out of everyone there, less than 15 were worthy of being called aristocrats. The protagonist remembered that even in the game, true nobles were a rarity. As a result, he was introduced to every single noble, a feat that would have required an immense fame level in a normal playthrough. With the greetings done, he began to mingle. He entertained the guests who had come to see the Baron by bending steel pipes with his bare hands, much to the delight of the watching nobles. Someone exclaimed that he truly lived up to his nickname. At that moment, Kravik approached them, remarking that he was glad to finally meet Maruan. He offered a blessing from the Twilight Star. Maruan smiled, acknowledging Kravik's presence. Kravik confirmed it was him, but admitted he did not. Expect to see Bjorn there. The protagonist's mind raced, trying to recall Kravik's title. Hearing their exchange, Maruan asked in amazement. Do you actually know him, Bjorn? He addressed him as captain, which only confused Maruan more. You mean Kravik, captain of the 3rd Division of the Paladins? The Order of Ladas, the god of exploration and stars. Kravik humbly replied that he hardly felt suited for such a grand role, but someone pointed out he was already acting as the captain, with another shouting that everyone knew Kravik was far more skilled than a typical 8th rank explorer. He told him to stop playing humble. Bjorn couldn't figure out why a man like Kvik was stuck collecting corpses for a living. But Kvik suddenly grabbed his attention. He offered his help, saying if Bjorn ever needed anything, he should come to the Order, because they would never forget the debt they owed him. Marwan was stunned. Kvik realized he hadn't explained yet. After recounting the entire story, he stressed just how deeply they treasured their bond with Bjorn. Everyone listened with awe, but the protagonist just frowned. Marin, noticing his expression, grinned and asked if it was true. Was Bjorn really more impressive than he'd imagined? Marin's respect for him grew, and Bjorn's reputation soared. Half an hour later, Count Fariel approached. The surrounding nobles smiled admiringly at the sight of him. Maroon's demeanor shifted to serious as he told the protagonist to follow, explaining that Count Farrell was eager to meet him. A bad feeling crept over the protagonist as Farrell greeted him with a wide smile, claiming he'd dreamed of this meeting for a long time. Bjorn was surprised. The pleasure is mine, he replied, though his mind was racing. It was strange. While he'd become somewhat known recently, he was hardly famous enough for a count to seek him out personally. Nothing like this had ever happened in the game, not until much later. After looking him over, Farrell remarked that he was taller than expected, and joked that they should call him Big Biolan, not Little. The protagonist knew what this was. If Farrell was laying it on this thick, he wanted something. He cursed internally, feeling a growing sense of unease. Suddenly, Farrell's expression changed. He announced that seeing the protagonist had sparked an interesting idea. Bjorn watched him warily, and Marwan looked just as confused. The protagonist finally asked what this was all about. Farrell explained that a dueling competition for knight cadets was about to begin. He then looked at Bjorn and asked what he thought about participating. A sudden quest, out of nowhere. Despite the ominous feeling, he agreed. Later, as people gathered for the tournament, he could hear them buzzing with anticipation about the Barbarian's performance. Isn't he just some low-floor explorer? One asked. Another had heard he had less than a year of real experience. Bjorn tuned them out. Just showing up would net him 2 million stones. Winning, however, offered the ultimate prize, the Gara's necklace, number 7,777. If you placed a magic crystal inside it, the crystal would melt and transform into a new, random substance. It was a relic found only in the rifts of the 5th floor. Getting one was incredibly difficult. The necklace shared similarities with the Frost Spirit Ring. Both were low-numbered items with incredibly unique properties, but it wasn't seen as particularly valuable and was often dismissed as useless, despite its rarity. But it held a hidden secret. A smirk played on Bjorn's lips at the thought. Seeing his expression, the butler shuddered with fear while Marine just stared, looking completely puzzled. A strange feeling washed over the protagonist. Was this the perfect moment for everything to go wrong? It felt like a premonition, a warning to protect himself. But he quickly dismissed it. If he started ducking out of every challenge because of some uncertain future, the only outcome he could guarantee was his own destruction. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous, but he knew he had to face his fears and push forward. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Just how strong are you? It was Marwyn, hand on his chin. Honestly, I don't even need you to win, he admitted. But if you get knocked out too fast, my reputation takes a hit. Before he could finish, the protagonist cut him off. It'll be over in 10 seconds. Marwyn looked baffled. The protagonist clarified. I can cave in the skulls of most of these guys in 10 seconds flat. The butler's fear intensified. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Tears welled in his eyes, and he trembled, clutching his head. Marin promised. Win, and I'll throw in an extra 1,000,000 stones. So give it a real shot, Bjorn thought to himself. Is this guy for real? He couldn't believe the sudden financial incentive. A surge of motivation coursed through him. He clenched his fists and vowed to give it his all. A short while later, however, a group of knights surrounded him. We heard that insolent boast of yours, one of them sneered. The second the Baron was out of sight, a pack of rats, as the protagonist mentally labeled them, had swarmed him. One of the knights pointed a finger at him. 10 seconds, was it? Did you forget your place after all that clowning around? Bjorn recognized this one. This was the guy who'd called him a little clown. Korin. You better pray you don't face me, Korin threatened. I'll be the one slitting your throat in 10 seconds. Bjorn remembered him rambling on about his warrior pride. Then, Sylvania chimed in, starting to boast about what would happen if the protagonist fell to him, but Bjorn cut him off. Are you guys genuinely messed up in the head? The knight stared back, confused. He scowled. Did you seriously just gang up on me like a pack of cowardly rats? Even a child playing warrior wouldn't stoop so low. The knight sputtered indignantly, unable to believe what they were hearing. What's the problem? Bjorn shot back. You all suddenly grew a spine the moment the Baron left, huh? He scoffed at their supposed honor and dignity. Korin shouted in outrage, but Bjorn's voice boomed over his. Did a group of knights really mob another contestant to try and intimidate him with sheer numbers? There's clearly something wrong with all of you. His voice was so loud that the knights flinched, covering their ears and begging him to shut up. Drawn by the commotion, other nobles were starting to stare. The knight's intimidating aura vanished. The protagonist could see they were at least capable of feeling shame. The nobles began murmuring to each other, remarking that if what Bjorn said was true, then the knight's behavior was unacceptable. The cadets trembled under the scrutiny. They shot him a final glare, promising he would pay for this. Bjorn just smiled and agreed, promising that next time he'd settle all their problems for good. With his head, he could only hope they'd gotten the message. Moments later, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena, declaring the winners Sir Ariane of the House of Viscount Pennsylvania, Sir Sylvania from the House of Baron Hessen, and from the den of Baron Maruin, the Winter. Bjorn. A jolt went through him, so those knights actually understood. As the official called the fighters to their places, Sylvania stepped up to face him. A smirk spread across Sylvania's face. You look shocked, he sneered. Bjorn thought to himself. Great, my first match is against one of the three little stooges, and of course, it had to be the most annoying one. A predatory grin formed on Bjorn's lips. This was the same guy who dared to lecture him about a barbarian's dignity, despite having the backbone of a field mouse. Sylvania theatrically raised his blade. I am Sylvania, he proclaimed, and I swear upon my honor and my house that I will use only the fairest of means to cut down this foolish barbarian. Bjorn didn't let him finish. He threw his head back and let out a guttural war cry. The crowd erupted, thrusting their fists into the air in a wave of support. Sylvania's jaw tightened. How utterly uncivilized, he hissed. Bjorn sighed internally. Did he really think a barbarian would bow and curtsy? At last! The announcer swept his hand down, signaling the start of the match. Die! Sylvania screamed, charging forward as he activated a skill, causing two spectral blades to shimmer into existence alongside his own. Bjorn frowned, unable to tell which of the three swords was real. In that case, there was only one thing to do. Smash them all. He swung his massive axe in a wide arc, deflecting the entire assault. Sylvania shrieked. A smirk touched Bjorn's lips. This was what it meant to be a true barbarian. He couldn't get cocky. Though, Sylvania wasn't a total pushover. The knight leaped high for an overhead strike, but Bjorn easily sidestepped the blow. He thought, if our stats were even, this might have been a different fight. Sylvania's brow furrowed in confusion. Perfect. Bjorn unleashed Wild Splash. Instantly, his threat level tripled, and his physical abilities surged to match. A memory flashed in his mind. He had promised to end this in 10 seconds. Come on, he taunted Sylvania. We're still burning daylight. That 10-second clock is ticking. Pure terror filled Sylvania's eyes. Bjorn mused that while Wild Splash boosted his threat level, it didn't just magically frighten people. However, for those who were already scared of him, it amplified that fear into heart-stopping horror. He recalled how Dalki had begged him to stay back, while Nisha had urged him to press the attack. For the truly brave, it just fueled their fighting spirit. So, he wondered, which category did Sylvania fall into? The knight shakily adopted a defensive stance. Bjorn got his answer. It seemed his initial assumption was wrong. Sylvania wasn't part of the elite after all. Despite his fear, his opponent charged again. Die! He shrieked one more time. Bjorn registered the incoming attack, noting his own lack of a shield. In the next instant, Sylvania's sword came down, slicing into him. Blood arced through the air from the gash. Bjorn calmly thought, right, no shield. Feels like I'm missing a limb. Sylvania, on the other hand, frowned, completely bewildered. How could the barbarian just take a direct hit like that when he'd blocked with his arm before? It was just a minor cut. a wound that was already closing. Haven't you figured it out yet? Bjorn asked. You're the weak one here. He casually swatted Sylvania's sword away, ignoring the fact that another cut opened on his palm. Suddenly, the droplets of Bjorn's blood that had spattered Sylvania's face began to sizzle and burn. The knight recoiled, crying out, "What is this foul sorcery?"
What sorcery? Bjorn asked with mock innocence. I'm just standing here, he declared. You've definitely got something wrong up in that head of yours. In a flash, he grabbed Sylvania, who let out a terrified scream. Sheathing his axe, Bjorn leaned in close. Do you remember my promise, what I said I'd do the next time?
We meant that I'd fix that little problem in your head. He hoisted the knight clean off the ground. If someone's got rocks in their head, he thought, the simplest solution is to shake them loose. He drew back his free hand, balled it into a fist, and swung. Any true barbarian, he mused with certainty, would completely agree with his methods. Sylvania's eyes bulged with terror in his final moment of consciousness. And even if they didn't agree, Bjorn thought, who cares? Some time later, he stepped into the makeshift infirmary tent. Is he dead? A follower asked. The priestess attending to the knight replied, He'll live, but Bjorn, you really need to learn a gentler touch. As she continued to mend Sylvania's injuries with her healing magic, Bjorn scoffed. How was I supposed to know he'd be so fragile? He's a knight. I hit him with my bare fist, not my axe. What, did he expect a pillow fight? The priestess shot him a look of pure exasperation. Gentler, Bjorn. You hit him so hard his brains almost leaked out of his ears. Well, he's still alive, so I'm calling that a successful knockout. He decided. The healer just stared at him, dumbfounded. He figured she was probably experiencing the concentrated foolishness of 3 barbarians all at once. Finally, she just sighed and closed her eyes in defeat. At that exact moment, Sylvania's eyelids fluttered open. Ugh, where am I? He groaned, trying to sit up. I remember. I was headed for the tournament. The priestess gently pushed him back down. You've likely lost your memory from the head injury you sustained in the duel, she explained calmly. I've just finished healing you, so it should all come back shortly. Sylvania seemed to accept this. Oh, thank you for your help, he said. Then he flinched, noticing Bjorn looming over him. Bjorn leaned in. So, you really don't remember a thing? A bead of sweat trickled down Sylvania's temple. No, nothing at all, he stammered. Please, could you not stand so close? It's unsettling. Bjorn observed him for a moment. Doesn't look like he's lying. All right, Bjorn said. Do me one little favor, and I'll get right out of your hair. Sylvania looked wary. What is it?
You need me to do. Oh, nothing much, Bjorn said with a grin. You said something to me before our match. I just want you to repeat it for me, word for word.
Sylvania blinked. That's all. That's it. Now, get to it, Bjorn ordered. The knight cleared his throat and began to speak. But before he could finish the sentence, he froze. A look of dawning horror crossed his face as he clutched his head, trembling. Ah, Bjorn noted cheerfully. Looks like your memory's back. Don't stop now. Keep going. He leaned in even closer, a wide, menacing grin on his face. That was all it took. Sylvania scrambled off the cot and fell to his knees, begging, I'm sorry, I apologize, I was wrong. So wrong. Well, look at that, Bjorn remarked to no one in particular. His head problems seemed to be all cleared up. Terrified, Sylvania scrambled under the bed, screaming, I don't want to die, somebody. Please save me, model, get out, the priestess ordered irritably. But Bjorn simply turned away, thinking to himself that he'd just managed to heal an injury that not even the trap could fix. As he left the tent, he ran into Manhwa, who immediately shouted, There you are. I was looking for you everywhere. Where have you been? I went to check on how Sylvania was doing, the protagonist explained. Manhwa looked stunned. Seriously? Right after you beat him mercilessly? If we were in the labyrinth, he would have tasted my axe, Bjorn retorted. Frankly, I never expected Sylvania to be so fragile. He might not be fast, but he's tough, he considered. Manhwa shook his head. It's not your fault, Bjorn. The cadets are to blame for not training hard enough. Are you sure they may be training to become knights? But they're all from noble houses, the protagonist pointed out. Don't you worry about that, Manhwa said dismissively. Why do you think we're holding these games in the first place? No one will care even if somebody dies. And if a problem does come up, I'll take care of it. Just focus on winning. Understand? The more you act like a barbarian, the more the Count will love it, he added. The protagonist agreed completely. If that's the case, I'll crack the skull of every opponent I face. Shortly after, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Next up, Korin from the house of Baron Sarus and his opponent, Bjorn from the house of Baron Maruan. Bjorn smirked. Am I really this lucky today? Another one of the so-called Three Musketeers was standing right in front of him. Begin, the announcer declared. Korin immediately adopted a fighting stance, sneering. You've got some nerve showing up after what you did. You have no shame left, do you? Don't think for a second this fight will be as easy as your last one. I hate to admit it, but Sylvania was the weakest of us. But he suddenly froze, his words dying in his throat as he stared in horror. Bjorn lunged forward, landing a single, powerful blow. A spray of blood erupted into the air. The victor is Bjorn Yandel, the announcer roared. Bjorn just grinned, thinking, it's all over. 3 seconds, he mused, straightening up and letting out a victory cry. The nobles erupted in cheers, chanting. The Night Crusher, Bjorn wondered. Do these people really get this excited watching someone's head get bashed in? His reputation was soaring, but he had to ask himself who the real savages were here. He tossed another knight aside in the semifinals, demonstrating for the roaring crowd exactly how a spine breaks. How barbaric, he thought wryly. Bjorn Yandel wins, the announcer declared. He felt a pang of disappointment. Though he hadn't gotten to face the last of the Three Musketeers. Guess I couldn't perform his physical therapy after all, he thought. Well, there's always another day. At that very moment, in the medical tent, the priestess was asking in complete shock. You truly wish to join the faith? The cadet sitting across from her nodded vigorously. Yes. Is it possible to do it right now? He pleaded, nearly crying. The priestess sighed. You're the third one today. A little while later, Maruan rushed up to Bjorn, his eyes wide with excitement. That was absolutely incredible. The last match gave me goosebumps. Where on earth did you learn a technique like that?
From a cartoon? Bjorn thought. But what he said was, I'd like to rest a little before the next fight. Maruan nodded eagerly. Of course I'll leave you to it. As Maruan left, Bjorn closed his eyes. Only one opponent remained. He realized that meant his final challenger would be Albatross from the house of Count Fariel. Just then, the host called out, Bjorn Yandel and Albatross, please take your positions. So, this is the cadet who swore his loyalty to Count Farrell. Bjorn mused as he faced his opponent. Albatross spoke first. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The pleasure is all mine, Bjorn replied, his mind already racing. I've watched his fights. He has the essences of an orc warrior, a giant golem, and a cyclops. A typical combination focused entirely on boosting strength, he smirked. This gives me a pretty good idea of what kind of person Farrell is. He loves to show off. Albatross suddenly broke his thoughts, asking, Where is your equipment? Bjorn shrugged. It felt a bit uncomfortable. Having a hard time fighting with all that weight? Are you? Albatross suggested with a smug tone. I was worried this would be too easy. I'm glad you're taking our match seriously. The match began. Albatross pointed his weapon forward and declared, Come at me. His intentions couldn't have been more obvious to the protagonist. He's letting his guard down completely, Bjorn noted. It's a good thing I kept my best cards hidden until the very end. He activated his skills. Albatross just watched him at first, but his jaw dropped when the protagonist used gigantification and wild surge. He grabbed his head in disbelief, seeing what was happening. As Bjorn's skills took hold, Albatross broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening in terror. The threat level and his physical presence were increasing exponentially. As his size grew, Bjorn became vastly more intimidating. Thanks to Wild Surge, his threat level had temporarily tripled, and his physical abilities skyrocketed to match that value. He cracked a predatory smirk. Albatross could only tremble, unable to speak. This combination of skills sends my threat level through the roof, the protagonist thought. As he planted his foot, the ground began to crack beneath him. He also noted that these skills had dramatically boosted his physical stats. Finally, unable to take it anymore. Albatross dropped his sword and ran. Somebody save me, he screamed, scrambling away through the crowd of nobles, crying in sheer horror. That was easier than I thought. Bjorn reflected. He canceled gigantification just as the host announced. Albatross has fled the battlefield. Bjorn flinched and then said, Wait, I didn't do that on purpose. Can I give him one more chance? But before he could finish, a cold voice ordered, Stop. It was Farrell, his face twisted in displeasure. How much longer are you going to disgrace my name, Albatross? He demanded. Damn it! Bjorn cursed inwardly. Maybe using gigantification wasn't such a good idea. There was no longer any light in Era's room, a stark contrast to the other glowing windows in the mansion. In the silence of the night, only her quiet whispers could be heard. I need to become stronger,
she muttered. That single thought swirled in the air around her, literally eating away at her mind as she sat on the floor, hunched over, clutching her knees. Her hair seemed to lift and dance with the swirling elemental energies that enveloped her. Owen was consumed by a single thought: she had to get stronger. Her exhausted eyes were pried so wide it looked like the blood vessels might just rupture. Like a woman possessed. Rowan muttered that this was the only way to protect the people she loved, the only way to get everything she ever wanted. This desperate, heartbreaking chant was broken by her sister. Trisha. The door creaked open, and Trisha peered into the room, calling out Owen's name as her gaze swept uncertainly across the space. Her eyes landed on her sister. The moment Owen looked up, her expression brightened into a relieved smile as she asked if Trisha was really here. Trisha's face was a mask of pure worry. She stepped closer, tentatively asking if Owen was all right. With a hint of confusion, Owen asked what she meant, prompting Trisha to try, and explained that she'd heard her sister whispering to herself. At that, Owen's face lit up with a confident grin, and she told Trisha that she was simply communing with the spirits. She explained she was in the middle of training and asked if Trisha could come back later, and her sister quickly agreed. After shutting the door, Trisha sagged against the cool wood, her expression still clouded with doubt. A question echoed in her mind: would it be better to tell her right now? Shaking her head, Trisha pushed off the door and started walking away, her thoughts spiraling. Everyone was gossiping about little Bulan, and it felt fundamentally wrong not to tell Owen about it. But just as quickly, another thought cut through her anxiety. When else would her sister get a chance to develop her skills as a researcher this rapidly? An image of an utterly drained but determined Owen flashed through her mind. At this rate, Rowan had already formed pacts with all 4 spirits, and had even managed to grant free will to 3 of them. Trisha admitted to herself that she was bewildered by how her sister was achieving so much, so fast. But her concerns didn't stop there. Owen was also displaying unbelievable talent in combat, mastering both the bow and daggers. She could now single-handedly face off against rank 7 monsters. Trisha's mind was made up. She convinced herself it was better not to tell her sister the full story just yet. This could be the push she needed to become even more powerful. Opening the library door, Trisha thought that while her sister's obsession had gotten worse, it might be worth it if this was the result. Her eyes suddenly shot wide as she scanned the room, asking aloud, did this really happen so recently? Her mind started racing. Could it all be traced back to that one essence? She grabbed a book from the isekai shelf, one titled The Book of Basic Essences, which detailed every essence from the 9th to the 7th rank. It was about Kabaro. Finally found it, she whispered, her relief palpable in the dim room, where only a magical flame cut through the darkness. The text described Kabaro, a rank 7, with mediocre agility, poor resistance, weak concentration, decent accuracy, a poor 6th sense, and average hearing. But its possession ability was strong. Kabaro enhances agility and awareness during movement, and grants the mana trap skills Red Hound and Blue and Green Pursuit Arrow. Seeing the note about possession, Trisha gasped. She quickly flipped through the page, comparing it to the entries for the 8th ranked Steel Valley Defender and the 9th ranked Goblin Archer. The Steel Valley Defender had an average possession stat, while the Goblin Archer's was strong. Is this stat listed for them, too? She wondered, biting her fingertip. A chilling realization dawned on her. I see now. This characteristic was the root cause of her sister's obsession with power. Trisha knew this was bad, but she couldn't just forcibly remove the essence from her sister. With a heavy sigh, she snapped the book shut, resolving that once they found a suitable replacement, she would convince her sister to get rid of this one. At least now that she understood the cause, things should be more manageable. She extinguished the fire magic and left the library. Later, lying in bed, she shuddered and cursed inwardly, a terrifying thought taking hold if he turns out to be alive. Before we can remove these essences, where will my sister's obsession drive her? Meanwhile, in the 7th district, the carriage came to a halt. The coachman announced their arrival. From inside, the protagonist's voice offered a word of thanks as he stepped out. It was 2 o'clock, in the morning, and Bjorn was finally home. Right, where should I begin? He thought, staring at the numerous bags of gold coins laid out before him. He mused that his client must have been a very wealthy nobleman. Baron Marwin's request came with a hefty payout. The promise fee was 1,000,000 stones. Participation in the tournament netted 2,000,000 stones. Winning it added another 1,000,000 stones. And delivering the champion's trophy to the Baron was worth 300,000 stones. All told, the Baron had paid out nearly 4.5 million stones. The protagonist couldn't help but marvel at how he'd made such an insane amount of money from a single day's work. Bjorn recalled Baron Marwin's cheerful declaration that high society would be buzzing about the two of them for months. The Baron had told him to stop by if any trouble came up. Recalling all he'd done, Bjorn figured the Baron must be more than satisfied. On the other hand, he remembered the furious expression on Count Farrell's face. He could still hear the Count congratulating him on the win, promising to issue a formal challenge once the protagonist was a bit more established. As they shook hands, Bjorn had asked him what that was all about. Count Farrell had simply told him he didn't need the details, just to ignore any requests from other nobles until it was settled. The Count had then asked if that would be a problem. The protagonist knew it felt like something awful would happen if he said no. At that moment, he simply nodded. He wasn't an idiot. The look in the Count's eyes had been truly unsettling. Well, I don't care anymore, the protagonist thought, dismissing the memory. He never expected to obtain it so soon. In his hand, he held the Necklace of Haras, item number 7,777. It was a legendary item, impossible to find without an incredible stroke of luck. He wondered just how high his luck stat actually was. Bjorn set the hand holding the necklace down on the table and stared at the ceiling. From now on, he realized he'd have to be careful with every breath he took. The next morning, his table had vanished beneath a mountain of letters. There were so many envelopes. Bjorn finally understood exactly what the Count had been warning him about. He broke the seals on a couple of letters, his eyes scanning the invitations inside. They were for a banquet, offered in exchange for a small reward. He scoffed. What these nobles considered a trifle could sustain a family. Yet it was the memory of something else that truly bothered him. It was the Count's piercing gaze. It felt less like an observation and more like a warning. Bjorn sat at his desk to compose his replies. If he actually accepted, the Count would undoubtedly lose his mind, but he couldn't just throw them away. Scorned nobles had a nasty habit of seeking revenge. In the end, the protagonist drafted a polite but firm refusal for each and every one. As he began to dress, his mind kept returning to the Count. Men like him were the ones who unsettled him the most. They project an aura of complete calm, but the instant you cross their invisible line, they snap. Bjorn felt the situation was already a powder keg, primarily because he couldn't grasp the man's real intentions. He kept asking himself what possible reason the Count could have for being so fixated on a mere barbarian researcher. Bjorn knew he had to learn more about him. As soon as the community hall opened, he left his quarters and made his way down the corridor. He realized that this was also the final month he was scheduled to assist Raven with her research. He stopped at her door and knocked. The door swung open to reveal Raven herself, who offered a nervous smile and avoided his gaze. "Oh, Bjorn, you're here," he asked her directly. "Who am I helping today?" Raven visibly tensed, seeming completely at a loss for how to answer. At that moment, another figure emerged. It was Timian, smiling broadly at the protagonist. He greeted Bjorn with a cheerful wave, exclaiming how long it had been. The old man's face was a picture of pure friendliness. The same could not be said for Bjorn, who shot a cold look at Raven. "You told me I'd be helping your elders. You failed to mention it was a literal old man." Raven stammered an apology, pleading for him to understand. "My teacher, he really insisted—" She wilted under the protagonist's displeased glare, turning to Timian, who simply chuckled and said, "There's no need to be so worked up. It's nothing to worry about." Bjorn's eyebrows knitted together. So he forced her hand. He thought. Timian continued, "I simply wish to test whether my magical device can detect the soul of a golden spirit." With a confident smile, Timian crossed his arms over his chest. Bjorn eyed him with deep distrust. "What magical device are you talking about?" He knew he had to keep his composure and prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. He was fully aware that this old man saw him as some kind of evil spirit. That meant he had to ignore the bait about the evil spirit and focus entirely on the magical device. Bjorn leaned in closer to Timian, scrutinizing his face. "And is it truly safe?" Timian let out a booming laugh, which Bjorn found to be the most logical reaction. Considering all the stunts Raven had pulled on him, it was only natural. But then, Timian's expression turned serious. "Are you saying you don't trust me, the master of the alien school?" Timian ground his teeth. "Who exactly do you take me for? You have nothing to worry about," he assured him. "Because Aru will prove the device's safety." He then called out to his student, Raven, who pointed at herself in shock, asking, "You mean me?" Timian smiled back at her. "There's nothing difficult about it." Raven reluctantly agreed, saying, "Well, if my only job is to check the formulas..." The protagonist continued his analysis. "She'll obviously side with her master." Bjorn knew that trusting either of them was a fool's errand, but if he's acting this theatrical,
It means he isn't certain of the results himself. The truth dawned on him. In other words, a device like that doesn't exist. It never had in the first place. Bjorn considered that one might have been invented recently. But in that case, Timian would have tried to trick him into the test somehow. This felt like a primitive polygraph a lie detector. If he tried to make an excuse to get out of it now, he'd spring the trap on himself. Realizing he was cornered, he decided to play along. Fine, let's get this over with. Still smiling, Timian asked. So, what will it be? He added. The experiment is safe and won't take much time, Bjorn asked him. How much time? How long will it really last? Timian replied. It will take about 5 minutes, Bjorn stated flatly. In that case, I agree to it. At that, Timian flinched and awkwardly asked, are you sure about that? Bjorn shot back. What do you mean? Timian spread his arms wide and added sheepishly, well, Bjorn, you were worried just a moment ago that all this could be dangerous, the protagonist reminded him. You said earlier that Raven would check everything? Yes, that's true, Timian said. He looked like he wanted to add something else, but Bjorn cut him off. He put his hand on his neck in a show of impatience. Let's move faster. I want to finish this and go to bed. In his mind, the protagonist scoffed at the old man. Did you really think I'd fall for your bait? He thought, calling him an ancient fossil. And so, the strange experiment began. A few moments later, the protagonist left the room. Raven, surprised that he was already gone, turned to her teacher. What was that? She demanded, putting her hands on her hips, her gaze full of bewilderment. Timian let out an awkward laugh. Raven then pointed to the chair used in the experiment, saying, It looked strange, but it was just a very ordinary chair I played along like you asked, she continued. And now you're not going to tell me anything. When her teacher didn't answer, her eyes widened. Is this really what I think it is? Did you believe that the protagonist was an evil spirit? She leaned her body forward. Is that why you were interrogating him about what happened in the labyrinth? Timian raised, his hands in a gesture of surrender, asking the girl to calm down. She pressed him again. Does this mean your suspicions are gone? Timian sighed, heavily. Yes, I was indeed wrong, Raven then said. I can understand where your suspicions came from. Bjorn is certainly a unique person. She then crossed her arms, her face set in a displeased expression. But you still need to answer something for me, Timian asked her. What she wanted to know. Raven asked, Why did you need all this? She began to think aloud. If you already considered the protagonist suspicious, all he had to do was turn him over to the secret police. But Timian revealed that if he had, Jorn would have been executed on the spot. A shadow crossed his face. A grim look appeared as he recalled the countless people who'd been beheaded for the same reason. What are you talking about? Raven demanded. Timian just turned from her and said, Don't concern yourself with it. He clasped his hands behind his back and started to leave. I'm exhausted. I'm heading out. Raven tried to stop him. Wait, she called out, her mind racing. He really would have died. The horrifying realization struck her, and she slapped a hand over her mouth. That meant the evil spirit needed her master alive. What is it planning? She wondered desperately. Meanwhile, back in his room, the protagonist finally got a moment to collapse. God, I'm drained. He sighed, sprawled across his bed like a starfish. That was one hell of a shock. Bjorn thought. He had been on edge lately, a constant anxiety thrumming just beneath his skin. Still, he knew he wasn't a complete failure. In fact, he thought he'd handled the situation remarkably well. Bjorn rested a hand on his forehead, replaying the events in his mind. So why did old man Timian look so disappointed? He wondered, before shrugging it off. Whatever, I don't care. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through his thoughts, calling his name. Are you asleep? The question shattered his focus. It was Misha, hovering over him as if suspended in midair. How the hell did she get in here? Bjorn wondered, startled. Then it dawned on him he'd given her a key. He shot up in bed, calling her name. Mm-hmm, she hummed in reply, a smile playing on her lips as she waited for him to speak. Bjorn looked her dead in the eye, took her hand, and said, I need you. Misha's face immediately flushed crimson. She stared at him, utterly stunned. You need me right now, she stammered. But it's still so bright out. You should wait. I haven't even gotten ready, she insisted, her tail wagging furiously with anticipation. But her hopes were about to be dashed. Bjorn pulled her over to the desk and planted her in the chair. Start writing, he commanded. We need to answer every single one of these nobles.
Misha's face fell. You just want me to write letters. The two sat at the table, drafting responses. After a few minutes, Misha looked up, confused. Are you absolutely positive we can send replies like this to nobles? This could end very badly for you. She stared down at her own handwriting, her eyebrow arched in total disbelief. Of course we can, he retorted. I think it turned out pretty well. Bjorn poured so much effort into composing the letters that he eventually passed out cold. He was slumped over the desk with his tongue sticking out, leaving behind a note scrawled in massive letters. What he'd written was anything but polite. It was just a few short words about being too busy and how the nobleman should go find some other barbarian. He'd even signed his full name at the bottom. Misha could only sigh in resignation. Fine, she muttered, before asking. So, tell me what went down yesterday, as she continued to help him with the replies. A little while later, the group was gathered. They sat around a table loaded with food and ale, when one of his comrades piped up. Bjorn, why so quiet? He brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Hold on, I'm thinking... It was just another team meeting for the outcasts. Hero nodded, studying Bjorn's face. They had 10 days until the labyrinth's opening. I'm not going, the dwarf announced, closing his eyes. If this dimensional collapse is the real deal, then we're all toast anyway. And he wasn't the only one who felt that way. There's no smoke without fire, Dalkey muttered nervously, his hand covering his mouth. Rod Miller nodded with a confident expression. I think the right call this time is to lay low. Misha then turned to the protagonist and asked, What are you planning? Bjorn figured he could use the intel he'd gathered from the community to persuade them. But then he chuckled. You know what? This might not be necessary. This might actually be better, he reasoned. It had been 3 months since his last trip to the Bloody Citadel. Anyone who had played the game knew that in the early stages, you had to clear the first floor rift the second it reset. But he couldn't just tell them that outright. He decided he'd just take Misha. Bjorn turned his gaze toward his companion. Looks like it'll just be the two of us. Then, he declared. Misha immediately squirmed in her seat. Wait, you really want me to come along? He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Thinking of bailing on me? No, that's not it at all, she replied instantly. But her reluctance was written all over her face. It was obvious she didn't want to go. Look, if you're that worried, I can just go alone. He told her. She immediately cut him off with a sharp huff. You really are a savage, Bjorn, Misha snapped. Did it ever cross your mind to maybe ask me first? She folded her arms across her chest, a mixture of embarrassment and hurt on her face. You could have at least tried to be a little more polite. The protagonist flinched. Politely? What the hell does that even mean? He wondered. Frowning, he took a deep breath and then bellowed. Would you please accompany me? Misha playfully turned away, hiding a smile. Well, of course, I wasn't going to let you march into the labyrinth. All by yourself. Wait, did that actually work? He thought, bewildered. All right, then it's settled. Dalkey looked surprised, while Hero watched. Them, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. This time, we're conquering that rift. Bjorn resolved. The next morning, the city was in an uproar. A paperboy stood in the market, shouting at the top of his lungs for everyone to hear. Extra, extra special edition right here. He was shoving newspapers into everyone's hands, yelling that the royal family had officially declared the rumors of a dimensional collapse to be completely false. It was all just vicious gossip spread by the Tudan school at the Mage Tower, he hollered. Rod Miller and Hero snatched up a copy. They read the contents in disbelief as the surrounding crowd of people stopped dead in their tracks to do the same. Shortly after, the surgeon came barging into the protagonist's room. Did you hear the great news? He asked cheerfully. We can all go to the labyrinth together now. But the protagonist immediately cut him off. Can't, he stated flatly. I've already accepted a quest. With that, Bjorn was already focused on his next move. He slammed his door right in the dwarf's face, leaving the man standing there with his hands on his hips, laughing awkwardly. Misha, meanwhile, looked up at the protagonist. Since when are you a bodyguard? She asked. He told her not to worry about it, because it was just a cover story. Misha stared, completely baffled. The truth is, Bjorn admitted, I'm going into the rift this time. Into the rift? Misha gasped. But how did you discover a way in at the library? She shoved her chair back from the table, and he followed suit, pointedly avoiding her eyes. Her suggestion was actually the perfect excuse for how he knew, so he decided to roll with it. He nodded in agreement. Then why didn't you tell Hakuro? Misha pressed. Wouldn't it be better if we all went together? The protagonist began polishing his sword. Did you tell anyone you used the Frost Spirit Ring to make a contract with your spirit beast? No, I didn't, Misha replied. He stared at her intently. Are you sure? You asked me to keep it a secret? She insisted. So I did,
Exactly, Bjorn said. Now, imagine Hakuro was in your shoes. Do you think he could keep quiet?
Misha vigorously shook her head. No way. He'd spill the beans after a single good drink. Bjorn pressed on. What about Valky and Rothmiller? Misha tapped her chin in thought. Valky would definitely let it slip by accident, but I'm not so sure about Rothmiller. Her words almost perfectly matched his own thoughts. With one exception, her assessment of Rothmiller was off. He figured the guy was the most predictable one on the team. He would keep their secret, but at the same time, he would start asking suspicious questions. Things like, how could Bjorn possibly know this? Misha nodded. Okay, now I see why you didn't tell them anything. She then pointed at herself. So what about me? Why did you tell me everything? As she stood up, her tail rose with curiosity. Bjorn hesitated, unsure how to respond. He knew there were several reasons. For one, Misha was surprisingly good at keeping things to herself. On top of that, she was a terrible liar, so he would know immediately if she ever blabbed. He mulled this over while looking at her, realizing all of it could be summed up in one simple sentence. He voiced the thought out loud. Because I trust you. Her tail shot straight up as her face flushed crimson, and she let out an embarrassed yelp. Looking away, she started laughing nervously while fanning her face with her hand. Wow, it suddenly got really hot in here, don't you think? Just drink some water, Bjorn suggested. Misha laughed sheepishly again and agreed. Only 8 days remained until the labyrinth opened. The protagonist smiled, knowing the preparations would take a long time. As he and Misha walked down the street, she asked if he was going to upgrade his gear again. I'm planning to enchant it, he replied. Imbuing it with lightning energy will grant my equipment the lightning element for a time. But that's the most expensive enchantment of all, Misha said, her voice trembling. Are you really going to do it? On the table in front of them lay a lightning scroll, some thundergrass, and an advanced potion. Bjorn remained perfectly calm. I've wanted to try this for a while, he said. So it's not money down the drain. He did add, however, that the 2 million stones spent on the materials came from the joint account he and Misha had recently opened. Time continued its relentless march forward. Only 7 days remained. When the protagonist visited the shaman, the man greeted him with a grin. You seem to be doing quite well. Did you really bring in 4 million in just 2 months? After he spoke, the entire house started to shake as if from an earthquake. Bjorn activated the 4th stage of his immortality imprint. His willpower and spirit shot up by 40 points. Another day passed in a blur. Now, only 6 days were left. Misha approached the giant version of Bjorn, telling him to wash up and eat. In her hands, she held out a basket. Thanks to his increased spirit, he could now maintain his giant form 1.5 times longer than before. When Misha found out he was going to the library, she asked if she could tag along. Bjorn eyed her with suspicion. You really want to? Do you even read? Misha glared at him, hissing like a cat.
What's with that look? She snapped. I read books sometimes, you know. Later, Ragna chanted the Parisian spell aloud, making Bjorn and Misha stare at her. Why that spell today? The protagonist asked. Surprised. Ragna explained that she was using it specifically for them and couldn't cast it in front of others.
She glanced away in embarrassment. You probably should have told me that sooner, Bjorn remarked. Ragna closed her eyes. Misha, did you say your last name was Karlstein? She then added quickly, please forget everything I just said. Bjorn wondered what that was about, but decided not to dwell on it. He simply chose to forget. Another day passed. Now, only 5 days remained. Raven, perched on her desk, announced to the protagonist that they were finished and thanked him for putting up with her. As Bjorn pulled his clothes back on, he commented, That was some tough work. You could have just kept that to yourself, Raven said with irritation, but then added, Just don't die wherever it is you're going. Aren't you going to take this pass to the tower? He asked, holding out the token. Raven held up a hand to stop him. You keep it, and stop by if you need anything. I'm curious to see how things turn out for you, she admitted. After all, you're a real magnet for trouble. In that case, the protagonist said, I'll do just that. And so, the fateful day arrived. As Bjorn prepared to head to that very place, the people he was with thanked him for all his advice. They also warned him to be careful of others and to guard his heart, promising they wouldn't forget him. As everyone wished him luck. Bjorn stood off to the side, sheepishly touching his nose. They're even thanking me, he thought. These people are really too kind. Misha watched his expression intently, keeping his cards close to his chest. Bjorn stayed silent until a comrade finally spoke up, saying it must be amazing to have such a reliable mentor. Bjorn's response was dead serious. He claimed he was merely pointing them in the right direction. Hakuro immediately told him not to sell himself short, but Bjorn just shifted his gaze toward him. warning that they also needed to. Be cautious and not take apparent friendships at face value. Hakuro just chuckled and asked, "Did you really think I was just some other clueless young barbarian internally?" The protagonist admitted that was exactly what he'd thought. Bjorn then glanced at Rothmiller, acknowledging that he was entrusting the man with everything. Rothmiller then announced they were heading out, asking if Bjorn's group was coming too. Misha awkwardly mumbled that they were still waiting for their client. "In that case, we'll head in first," Rothmiller replied. Dalki smiled as he walked to the portal, calling out, "See you tomorrow," but then corrected himself, adding it would probably be later. After they vanished into the portal, nearly half an hour went by, yet Bjorn and Misha hadn't budged. She finally asked him hesitantly, "Are we going to go in?" Bjorn folded his arms and simply told her to wait, prompting Misha to ask in. "Surprise. How much longer are we going to do this?" The protagonist sighed. "This is why nobody likes noobs. If I tell you to wait, you just wait." Bjorn knew this move would double their experience gain. A small smirk appeared on his face as he said, "All right, let's head in now." A system notification popped up, announcing their entry into the crystal cave on the first floor. As they ventured deeper, Bjorn touched one of the altars, and a system window declared they were the first to open a portal, granting them a bonus of +2 to their experience. Misha asked in total shock. "What is this? Is this a portal to the second floor?" She then demanded to know how he knew about it. Holding a torch, Bjorn began his explanation, leaving Misha's head spinning. Overwhelmed by the information, she asked, "Can we really exploit the phenomenon of dimensional instability?" Bjorn admitted he couldn't properly explain it himself. He just uses the exploit now that he knows about it. Misha then commented that she felt sorry for Rothmiller, making the protagonist look at her in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. She looked down, explaining that if he ever discovered such a loophole, he would feel like all his hard work was for nothing. "It reminds me of how I used the ring," she added. The protagonist realized she was right. If Rothmiller found out about this bug, he would probably start to feel completely useless. Bjorn remembered a time when Rothmiller, over drinks, had boasted that he was certain he could open the portal with his own 2 hands if he just kept at it, as it was his ultimate dream as a scout. Bjorn mused that Rothmiller took his class way too seriously. After that, the moment they stepped through the new portal, a notification flashed. They had entered the rocky desert on the second floor. Bjorn lit a torch to illuminate their path, grumbling that ending up in the rocky desert was just bad luck. The protagonist knew they needed to find the eastern portal to reach the Slayer, which was where his needed magic crystals were located. This meant they had to backtrack. They turned around and went back, through the portal, returning to the crystal cave on the first floor. Bjorn checked his compass, noting they had a 2-day journey to the east. After 3 hours, they were already clashing with the creatures lurking in this world. Their battle was against monsters known as gnomes, rank 9 creatures resembling dolls made of clay. They all possessed an integration skill, rendering them invisible beyond a distance of 3 liers. Misha sighed heavily, commenting that killing them wasn't hard, but hauling all the magic crystals was utterly exhausting. As she picked up another one, Bjorn thought that they wouldn't be stuck with this manual labor if Dalki were with them. Just then, Misha's gaze darted to the side as she listened. "Bjorn," she said, "I hear people running this way." She asked him what they should do. The protagonist admitted he wasn't sure, because if that group made it here in only 3 hours, then they must have blazed through the previous levels. A large crowd suddenly appeared ahead of them. It was one of the other teams that had entered the portal, all of them running frantically to follow their leader's command. Bjorn thought to himself how these guys were the fastest. Completely unaware the portal was already open, Misha remarked that their equipment looked incredible and asked if you needed to be that well geared just to open portals. The protagonist started walking, closing his eyes and asking why she was so surprised. "After all, we'll be just like them one day," he told her. Misha asked with keen interest if that was really true. Bjorn realized she'd already gotten used to everyone treating them like outcasts. She skipped slightly ahead of him and, with a cheerful voice, asked if he knew he was very ambitious. "Is that because you're a barbarian?" she added. Bjorn wondered if she was trying to insult him. Misha nudged the protagonist, calling him an idiot. Then, with a sweet smile, she clarified that she meant it as a compliment that he was cool. She then moved ahead, glancing back over her shoulder at the protagonist, which caused him to cough into his hand in embarrassment. The protagonist thought that sometimes she was just too blunt. He stopped for a moment, watching the girl run happily beside him. Bjorn wondered if she also thought of herself as a barbarian. Currently, the protagonist's level was 4, and his strength was 386. His agility was 333. Skills were 3,424. Item level was 967, and his total combat level was 1,285. The essences he'd absorbed were the rank 7 corpse golem, rank 5 vampire defender, and rank 5 ogre. Time flew by remarkably fast. It had already been 19 hours since the labyrinth opened. When they finally encountered other people who were also exploring the area, a murmur immediately spread through the group. They began asking each other if anyone had seen the newcomers approach. One of them was completely stunned by the massive size of the protagonist's mace, whispering that even his backpack seemed to have an expansion enchantment. They grumbled indignantly. Why are people like that still messing around down here? Bjorn scanned the area, realizing he hadn't accounted for this. He understood that their presence must look incredibly strange. The other explorers standing around them had equipment and physical builds that were on a much lower tier than the protagonist and his companion. Bjorn knew they looked like players who should be on the upper floors. Yet here they were, just wandering around the starting location. A quiet chuckle escaped Bjorn. Misha looked over, surprised, and asked what he found so amusing. He just told her he was thinking about old times. His mind flashed back to the horrors he'd endured before meeting Hearn, and a flicker of concern crossed his thoughts. He found himself wondering how she was getting on. With a wealthy sister, she was probably fine. But he couldn't shake his curiosity. She was his very first ally. After all, maybe he should try to find her later. But his train of thought was broken when his eyes landed on someone nearby. One of the researchers was staring at him. What's with that look, Bjorn wondered? Confused and slightly annoyed. He shot the man a sharp glance but held his tongue. Bjorn could practically see the envy and greed swirling in the man's eyes. Does this guy even realize that I'm more dangerous than any goblin? What he couldn't figure out was the unsettling feeling the man's gaze gave him. Bjorn stopped dead in his tracks. He locked eyes with the researcher. You! The man flinched, startled. With an icy tone, Bjorn asked, Got something to say? The researcher stammered a no, but Bjorn wasn't having it. He folded his arms, his expression hardening. Then why are you staring at me? A wave of fear washed over the man, and he immediately started apologizing. Misha tugged on Bjorn's sleeve, whispering his name. What are you doing? She urged. He hasn't done anything to you. Bjorn instantly realized how the whole scene must look. It was a classic tough guy act, some dude with a girl, trying to look big by picking on someone who looked at him funny. But no, Bjorn thought, reassuring himself. This guy was definitely staring at me for a while. He felt like he needed to confirm something. With a threatening look, Bjorn demanded, What's your name? The terrified man replied that his name was Hivan. His voice trembled with fear. Bjorn's eyes widened. Are you sure it's Hivan? Not Hans? Don't lie to me. Is your name really Hivan? The man, now even more frightened, insisted it was. A flicker of embarrassment hit Bjorn. Maybe he'd made a mistake. Still, he thought, serves him right. But then the researcher looked at the ground and mumbled. It used to be Hans. I changed it. It was too common, he added. What? Bjorn exclaimed, clenching his fist. So that's it. Now I get it. That's why I had such a bad feeling about him. Bjorn crossed his arms again. Listen to me. Don't you dare change it back. You live as Hyven from now on. You understand? The man nodded frantically, clearly not understanding the reason, but agreeing all the same. Their strange standoff was shattered by a deafening roar, and the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Bjorn, look, Misha yelled, pointing. Damn it, he cursed internally. He grabbed Misha's hand. We have to run, now. They bolted, leaving the bewildered and terrified researcher behind. In the labyrinth? A tremor like that could only mean one thing. A rift was about to tear open. Changing his name didn't do him any good, Bjorn thought grimly. Picking up the pace? Nobody else knows this. But the rifts naturally appear once every 3 days. And since we're on the first floor, that means someone forced it open using my method. The realization hit him hard. I sank a fortune into that preparation. Who could it be, a former player? Or just someone dangerously clever he and Misha kept running? Obstacle ahead, she yelled from just behind him. I see it, he called back, his mind racing. We'll get our answers once we're inside. With the rift looming, Bjorn suddenly spun. Hooking one arm under her shoulders and the other beneath her knees, he scooped her up into his arms. Hold on tight, he roared, launching them directly into the shimmering portal as she stared at him, shocked and indignant. A system window flashed. Character has entered the first floor rift. The moment they arrived, a bitter cold hit them. Snow blanketed everything. The trees were ghost white, and a thick layer covered the ground. A handful of other explorers stood just ahead of them. It was a few of the people who'd entered the portal with them. Well, look at that, one of them remarked, eyeing Bjorn and Misha. A barbarian and a beast woman. That's a promising start. The speaker, a man with a friendly grin, called out. Good to meet you. The name's Carlson. Then, a much larger man behind him spoke up. This mountain of a man. arms crossed over his massive chest, grunted. At least they don't look like dead weight. I'm Adol Uckfried. After him, the final member of their group. A young woman gave a small bow. My name is Gia Nefrite, she quickly added. I'll do my best not to be a burden. Bjorn stepped forward. I'm Jorn, he said, son of Thor. He gestured to his companion. This is Michelle. We're together. Misha's eyes went wide with surprise. She let out a confused squeak. Seriously, Bjorn thought. Annoyed. He shot her a look, trying to telepathically tell her to play along.
Catching on, Misha quickly added, Yes, what he said is correct. She then attempted a calm expression, which failed spectacularly. Is that really her idea of a poker face, Bjorn thought with an inward groan. He closed his eyes for a moment, then announced, My specialty is defense. What roles do you all play? Gia smiled brightly. I was trained as a scout from a young age, she replied. I've also absorbed the essence of a goblin archer. Carlson puffed out his chest. I'm a sword and shield man, myself, usually on the front lines.
Okay, so she's first floor level at best. Bjorn analyzed internally, and he's maybe second floor material. He touched his lip, processing the information. So, I'm looking at 2 rookies. But this situation was completely different. Unlike the Bloody Citadel, rifts only appeared in 1 out of every 5 or 6 labyrinths, typically every 5 to 6 months. That is, unless someone forced one open, which could cut the time down to 4. In other words, since 5 months hadn't passed, there was no reason for any mid- or high-level explorers to be here. Anyone who entered the beast's lair to open a rift just 3 days after the labyrinth opened had to be a newcomer. It was logical to assume they were all newbies who'd never even laid eyes on the second floor. Bjorn felt like he was watching a pen of chickens, completely unaware of the horrors that awaited them. He tried to console himself with the fact that at least a day had already passed inside, which meant their time was limited. But then his gaze fell on the 3rd member of their little group, the one he had to survive with now, and his suspicions flared up again. When Bjorn turned to Admin and asked, What about you? The man simply looked up and replied, Me? He gestured over his shoulder at the weapon on his back. You can see what I'm working with. Bjorn's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that a giant crossbow? He couldn't even tell if the thing was functional. Bjorn wanted to ask more, but Admin cut him off. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves first? Bjorn sighed. Fine, I'm a rank 6 explorer, and Nell is rank 7. We typically stick to the 4th floor. Admin nodded slowly. I see. I'm rank 5. A rank 5. Bjorn shot back. Then what are you doing down here? Misha just stood there with a vacant expression, while the protagonist grilled the other explorer with a stern look on his face. After Bjorn's question, Admin simply replied, I could ask you the same thing. He always answered a question with a question. The protagonist thought, We usually run with a full team, he explained. But we ran into a problem. This time, we ended up stuck on the 1st floor. Our scout is missing, he added. And that's when we saw the rift open. After hearing him out, Admin replied, We're in the same situation. Then, what a coincidence, he said with a straight face. I left my team behind a long time ago. The protagonist cursed internally. Was this guy serious? He had never heard of a marksman build powerful enough for solo play, but judging by the man's demeanor, it was starting to sound like the truth. Indeed, the guy's appearance was incredibly severe. Bjorn considered the facts. He didn't believe for a second that a group of rookies could farm rank 8 magic crystals from the 2nd floor this quickly. It was impossible for them to have opened the rift. Bjorn's eyes drifted to the other 2 members of the squad. He figured they were also hiding their true identities. So, who was it? Bjorn asked pointedly. It's important I know who actually opened the rift. Misha said nothing. Carlson just answered thoughtfully. It seems like we all got here at about the same time. I don't know, Jensa added. We all just came in together. Admin, however, glared at him with suspicion. And what does it matter to you? Bjorn was baffled. Were they really going to play dumb? Fine, he declared. In that case, the shares are decided. The protagonist announced that Misha, Admin, and himself would each get a full share of the loot. The other 2 would have to split a single share. Don't worry, he added. You won't lose out. We'll give you all the necessary essences. He had already decided that Misha would absorb the Keeper's essence. As for the Riftstone or any numbered items, they would have to roll dice for them. Even though he knew he couldn't rely on his own luck, after their talk, Admin turned to leave. It's time to move out. Battle formation. The main character took the lead. Carlson and Jensa walked behind him, flanking Admin, while Misha brought up the rear of the squad. After walking for some time, Bjorn found himself marveling at the strange place. He was so used to the dark, oppressive halls of the labyrinth. Now, a strange sun was blinding him, peeking from behind snow-white mountains and giving the place an air of mystery. The group walked without any real coordination, As they headed in the right direction, Bjorn kept glancing back at the squad, thinking about how this rift, opened by someone else, led to the exact place he had been trying to reach. Misha, at the back of the line, waved her hand cheerfully to get his attention. But Bjorn was lost in his own thoughts, concluding that, at the very least, they could finally use the items they had purchased. Half an hour later, they reached their destination and were met by a terrifying Yeti. It was a rank 7 monster, an elite gatekeeper that lived exclusively in glacial caves. The monster roared onto its hind legs, baring its fangs. Jensa, seeing the Yeti, asked in a shaky voice, "We really have to fight that thing." She clenched her fist, shocked that they had run into such a powerful enemy. Admin replied coolly, "The paths in rifts that you need to follow are usually guarded by monsters." That's a very gamer-like response, the protagonist thought. Admin was becoming more and more suspicious. Bjorn turned to Carlson. "You two should stay out of this fight." Carlson hesitated. "Are you sure you can handle it?" "We'll be fine," Bjorn replied, just as Admin announced. "I'll go first." He swung a massive crossbow from his back, loaded an arrow, and adjusted his aim for a perfect shot. As soon as the mechanism was ready, he took aim with a confident expression and fired at the monster. The arrow shot through the air, so fast it looked like a meteor. The creature didn't anticipate such a powerful strike, but still managed to cover its face with its paws. Admin lowered his crossbow, displeased. "Tsh! The monster blocked it!" The beast was thrashing from side to side. The arrow had pierced both of its hands, pinning them together so it couldn't break free, as if it were handcuffed. Bjorn was stunned. The Yeti really couldn't pull the arrow out. That must be the hook arrow skill, he realized. After a moment, Admin declared, "It's up to the main character and Misha to handle. The rest, this guy is certainly clear about dividing up the work," Bjorn thought. The moment Admin spoke, Bjorn launched himself forward with swift, powerful strides, heading straight for her. The Yeti roared, still pinned by arrows but thrashing furiously as it sensed the approaching danger. Bjorn thought the beast's rage was actually to their advantage. He raised his shield, getting as close as possible to prepare his attack. Seeing this, Carlson was stunned and yelled, "Is he really going straight for it?" Jensa clapped her hands over her mouth in horror. Even with its front paws shackled, the monster deftly dodged and blocked the blows. The main character was strong, but the creature's massive fists still packed a wallop. After taking another hit, Bjorn let out a furious roar. Misha, responding instantly to the command, Misha sprang into action to provide support. She seemed to leap into the air, appearing directly over the monster with her twin blades raised high, before plummeting straight into the monster's face. Her blades gouged out its eyes, causing the creature to bleed out and finally collapse. A system window appeared. Yeti defeated. You have received +3 experience. After landing the final blow, Misha touched down gracefully. Bjorn turned to the research team, his gaze asking a silent question. "Did you see that this is what we're capable of?" With her cat-like eyes, Misha gave the research team a sweet smile, bearing a single fang. If they were smart enough, they would pray they never ended up on her bad side. The shocked expressions on the researchers' faces made it clear they understood. They never expected to be paired with such powerful allies. The Mafia game had begun. After witnessing the takedown, Admin smirked and asked, "You two really worked that well together?" Following that, the battles against the creatures in the area continued. After a short while, the protagonist defeated a frost wolf. He received +1 to experience. The protagonist mused that since entering the ice cave, they had cut down countless swarms of frost wolves. This was all to be expected, since these were the only type of monsters in this area. The protagonist and his newly met team members mercilessly slaughtered the creatures that shamelessly attacked them. Misha more than kept up with the protagonist, carving up the monsters with her blades. She made them seem like they were made of ordinary snow, not frost wolves. Her weapons were truly impressive. Bjorn and Misha did most of the work, while Mr. Bear, that is, Admin, also handled several wolves, using his enormous crossbow, though not for its intended purpose. The protagonist glanced back at him. Admin's crossbow seemed effective for hitting a single target properly, he thought, but the weapon lacked any area of effect attacks. As a result, no one volunteered to lead the party. Bjorn knew that at the first pillar, you had to turn left. At the next ones, it was left, right, right, left, then 7 times, straight, and left again. With that knowledge, they could clear the rift in just an hour, and it wasn't a hard pattern to remember. Therefore, they soon found themselves at a structure that looked like a cross between an altar and an ice palace. Watching his newly acquired teammates, Bjorn concluded that he had 2 possibilities. Either the Mafia was not a former player, or they were pretending to be clueless. They reached a set of stairs leading down into darkness, and Jensa said that the descent was very creepy, pressing a hand to her face. The protagonist stated plainly that they needed to go down and that Jensa shouldn't lag behind. They stepped carefully down the stairs to avoid tripping, while Bjorn continued to rack his brain, trying to figure out the Mafia. He wondered with surprise. Would the Mafia really miss the cash in the pillar? The protagonist walked in the middle of their squad. Jensa and Carlson were in front, and Misha and Admin followed behind. However, the protagonist also thought that taking it would be too easy of a way to expose himself. He convinced himself he would just return for the cash later.
Carlson said in surprise that they were going deeper and deeper underground, yet it was getting lighter and lighter. Jensa also looked around in admiration. When they arrived at their destination, she said that it was very beautiful. Misha agreed with her, exclaiming enthusiastically, and then noted that Jensa had hit the nail on the head.
Sparks glittered everywhere as a massive altar materialized before them, prompting Jensa to ask in astonishment, "What in the world is this?" It was a huge, pillar-like structure. She gently placed a hand on it, and as she touched the column, it started to hum with a soft light. "It glows when you touch it," she murmured.
Admin just smiled. "What's so surprising? It's obviously some kind of key." Gensi pulled her hand back from the enormous crystal. "A key, really?" she asked, puzzled.
"Of course," Admin stated confidently. "The classic setup. A few monsters will spawn, and then the path will open." The protagonist eyed Admin with suspicion. That was some serious gamer logic right there. He watched Admin's every move, thinking that even if his reasoning was sound, it wouldn't be just a few monsters. It would be a horde of mobs and a boss. A system window materialized above them. The long-sealed tyrant is awakening. The very walls of the chamber began to tremble. The violent shaking sent chunks of ice raining down from the ceiling, shattering on the floor beneath their feet. Of course, the protagonist thought with a sigh. We have to clear the minions first. Just as he expected, the familiar forms of frost wolves began to materialize all around them. Another system window popped up. Sensing the tyrant's reawakening, ancient monsters stir from their long slumber. Jensa staggered back, gripping her sword tightly. "What do we do?" she cried out. "I didn't expect this." Abman admitted, also retreating, but Bjorn's voice cut through the panic. "Fall back to the stairs. It's our most defensible position." He knew exactly what was coming. The first wave would be about 20 frost wolves. Everything was going according to the script. The wolves surged forward, a blur of white fur and snapping jaws, closing the distance as the party scrambled to form a defensive line. The second wave would bring several rank 8 monsters, massive saber-toothed tigers with colossal fangs. They had deadly claws, too, but they posed little threat to the protagonist and Misha, who dispatched them with relative ease. More monsters were in this wave, including an ice golem that charged the protagonist the second he was distracted from killing the saber-toothed tiger. Misha yelled anxiously for him to dodge in time. Ice golems inflict a stacking slow debuff, so it was critical to eliminate them the moment they appeared on the battlefield. To do this, the protagonist gathered power in his hand, raised a bloody mace, let out a fierce scream, and slammed the weapon directly onto the ice golem, causing the creature to shatter into countless small ice shards that scattered across the ground. A system window immediately materialized, informing the protagonist that he had defeated the ice golem and received a bonus of 2 experience points. After the protagonist and his crew wiped out most of the lesser mobs, the real enemy finally revealed itself. It was a colossal, hairy beast with rows of sharp fangs, and it stood before the protagonist, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This was the Lord of the Snowfield, Katumba, a named monster, and the intermediate boss, a high-ranking Yeti mutant. It could unleash a variety of skills, and as soon as it appeared, a system window flashed, "The Lord of the Snowfield, Katumba, has used suppression." The monster's mouth gaped open, and it began to roar and scream furiously, spraying saliva everywhere. The protagonist remembered this skill all too well from his encounters with the Marauders. A character under suppression has their actions severely limited. Jensa, feeling its power, asked in shock, "What's happening?" Carlson, fighting beside her, choked out while squeezing his eyes shut. "I can't move." The protagonist knew that breaking this skill was quite simple. You just had to take damage. A quick self-inflicted wound, like biting your lip until it bled as Misha was doing, would break the hold. Misha immediately bit down, crying out from the sharp pain of the cut on her lip. Alternatively, there was another way you just needed to boost your magic. Resistance stat, which is what the main character had already done. Bjorn tightened his grip on his mace as new system windows materialized beside him, stating that his magic resistance stat was higher than the required level, rendering the effect useless against him. Unfettered, Bjorn didn't waste a second. With a powerful roar, he charged forward towards the beast, raising his shield to defend his body. He activated the Wild Splash skill, the name flashing in a system window beside him. Immediately, Misha started to chase after him, yelling in frustration, "I told you not to rush into the thick of it alone!" She gripped her blades tightly, re-entering the fight with renewed determination as they were still being swarmed from all sides by saber-toothed tigers and frost wolves. After Katoomba, the Lord of the Snowfield, saw that its first attack had failed. The monster instantly used the Cold Burst skill, which was announced in the system window. A massive torrent of freezing energy erupted from the monster's mouth, heading straight for the protagonist as he closed in. Bjorn merely frowned. He felt a slight tingling sensation from the attack, but nothing more. He pushed forward, getting right into the monster's face, and swiftly brought his heavy mace down on its head, injuring the creature. But this was hardly enough to stop it. The beast immediately balled its fist and swung at the protagonist, its mouth wide open in a deafening roar. Bjorn instantly dodged Katoomba's powerful fist, expertly sidestepping or blocking with his shield before effortlessly launching another counterattack. However, fighting so close to his opponent was still incredibly dangerous. He had to evade one of the monster's attacks at the very last second, forcing Bjorn to grit his teeth and lean his body back sharply. Just then, Bjorn heard a clear voice. It was Abman, shouting, "Get back if you don't want to die." The protagonist glanced around and immediately understood why Abman had warned him. His massive crossbow was aimed directly at the monster, loaded and ready to fire straight at Katoomba. A system notification appeared. Abman Uckfried has used the enhancement skill. This meant the effects of all his active skills would be amplified in proportion to his soul power. Following that, a new system window popped up announcing that Abman Uckfried had used dangerous materials. Abman frowned, refining his aim as he prepared the shot. From the arrow loaded, into the crossbow. A terrible dark energy pulsed. The moment the main character leaped aside, that very arrow shot forth, streaking across the battlefield like a comet aimed directly at Katoomba. Misha followed the arrow's path, her mouth agape in astonishment. The arrow even startled its target. The monster's eyes widened, but it had no time to process the situation. In the next instant, the monster was obliterated, and all its minions were sent flying in every direction, thrown back several meters by a massive blast wave that engulfed the entire chamber. After that, a system window announced a bonus for defeating a high-ranking mutant, an experience bonus of +1. Indeed, the monsters caught near the epicenter of the blast were also seriously wounded as the energy ripped through their bodies, leaving them all in agony. Bjorn thought in amazement. Did all the nearby monsters take damage too? Misha turned to Abman and asked, "What kind of arrow was that?" Bjorn had always assumed Abman was specialized for powerful, single-target damage. He stared in disbelief at how the other monsters were dying from an attack not even aimed at them. The protagonist was shocked that Sasha had possessed such a terrifying wide-area skill this whole time. With his job done, Abman lowered his crossbow, covering one eye. The battle was over. All the monsters in the area began to gradually dissolve, their bodies fading from the battlefield. Bjorn thought, "Honestly, I'm not sure if you could call that an area attack, but with the help of Mr. Bear," as he called Abman, "we cleared the 9th wave in no time." He stood, towering over the slain monsters, figuring out what to do next, and with that, it was finished. To get what they came for, they immediately started to harvest the monsters for essence and began dividing up the loot. Things kicked off sooner than Bjorn expected. He shut his eyes for a moment. Scoring 2 essences at once was definitely a pleasant surprise. He announced that he didn't need one, telling Jensa and Carlson they could have it. Their celebration was cut short. However, when Bjorn interrupted them, "Hold on," he said, pointing to one of the essences. "You can take this one." The protagonist knew exactly what it was. It was the Frostwolf essence, or whatever Trash had dropped. He couldn't care less. The other one, however, was far more useful. He crouched down, saying they would be taking the second essence. Carlson's eyes widened in shock. "Is that really a Yeti essence?" Bjorn simply confirmed that it was. "Any objections?" he asked, his voice firm. Carlson immediately threw his hands up, stammering that he had no complaints whatsoever. Jensa glanced at the protagonist and nervously bit her tongue after hearing Carlson's quick surrender. Bjorn, with a confident look, said that settled things, thinking to himself, "Well, even if this guy has a problem with it, he'll need to get a hell of a lot stronger before he can voice it." Misha approached Bjorn's side to congratulate him. "Now you'll be even more powerful," she said. Bjorn looked at her, surprised, and asked what she was talking about. "It's for you," he stated. Misha flinched, staring at him. "You're giving it to me?" she asked in disbelief. The protagonist affirmed it was, asking her what the holdup was. Misha looked uncertain. She hesitated, wringing her hands with an awkward smile, and explained that it wasn't that she didn't want it, in fact. She was desperate for it. She just wanted to ask something first, so he wouldn't get the wrong idea. Will you hear me out? She asked. Bjorn agreed, so Misha continued. So, if I absorb this, how much will I owe you? The question blindsided Bjorn so completely, he was left speechless. Owe me? What are you talking about? He finally asked. Misha started to explain that he must know essences are incredibly valuable and pricey, but it was no use. The protagonist was already lost in his own world, his face a mask of confusion and disappointment. Seeing this, Misha decided to ask, Are you listening? An irritated thought flared in his mind. Who the hell does she take me for? A Yeti was a rank 7 monster, and the essence from one offered some pretty decent stats. Strength was plus 10, agility plus 10, bone strength plus 15, cold resistance plus 25, and cold sensitivity plus 15. The boosts to bone strength and cold resistance were excellent characteristics, and the added cold sensitivity would prove invaluable for a long time. He knew the sensitivity stat was a game changer for elemental damage dealers, as it directly amplified the damage they dealt with that element. Misha really lucked out, Bjorn thought, especially since this essence is blue-grade. He sat down on a rock, deep in thought, while Misha was like a timid little kitten, still asking him how much she owed. The protagonist continued his analysis. The color grade was one thing, but the passive skills were the real prize. The passive was Chills, which meant all her attacks would deal additional cold damage and lower the target's resistance to cold. But the active skill was Cold Condensation, which temporarily gave a massive boost to cold sensitivity. Now that's what I'm talking about, the protagonist thought. It was exactly what he'd hoped for. Its potential was off the charts, and it was the kind of skill that only became more devastating the further you progressed. In the end, Bjorn concluded that his only complaint was that the stat bonuses could have been higher. He sighed, annoyed at the thought. It would have been better if the Yeti was rank 5. Misha, misinterpreting his heavy sigh, continued to ask how much she needed to pay him back. Bjorn was still mentally grumbling about the game's balancing system in these zones when Misha finally reached out with a trembling hand, barely touching his armored gauntlet. He glanced at her in surprise. What is it? Misha looked up at him with a pitiful expression, her whole body shaking. Her cat ears drooped as she asked, You've been thinking for so long. How much do I owe you? Bjorn was so immersed in his analysis, he didn't even notice. Her anxious pleas right next to him. Is she seriously still asking about that? He finally realized. Just forget it, he told her. You only worry about trifles like that with temporary comrades. Misha's tail and ears shot up as she understood what the protagonist meant. At the very least, it's an investment in my own safety. Bjorn thought pragmatically. Misha let out a huge sigh of relief. Then, can I really... Why are you hesitating? The protagonist asked, getting to his feet. All I need from you is to stick with me. That's enough. Misha blushed and touched her cheek. I'm happy to hear that, she said. But you always say such things. Shaking her head as if to clear it, she said, Never mind, and began to absorb the essence, stretching her hands towards it. She watched, amazed, as the essence flowed into her body. A system notification declared that the Yeti essence had entered Misha Carlin's soul. Misha slowly rose to her feet, placing her hands on her knees for support. That felt really strange, she said. Maybe it's because it has been 2 years since I last absorbed one. You'll get used to it, Bjorn assured her, then turned to his other teammates. Carlson, Jensa, why are you two just standing there? They both flinched at his tone. Neither of us really needs this essence, one of them answered hesitantly, both offering weak, awkward smiles. Bjorn frowned. Are they really going to waste a precious essence? And they call themselves newbies? Carlson began to make excuses, saying, Well, Jensa saw that the essence dropped from a frost wolf, and since that's the case, it doesn't really suit me. Bjorn's interest was piqued. Oh, and what do you know about frost wolves? They're not exactly famous creatures, he added. Carlson quickly replied, I don't know anything specific. It's just that the essence is rank 9, so I figured something better might drop later. I see, Bjorn said, though he found the answer a little suspicious. But it was impossible to be certain from that alone, after all. In a rift like this, the chances of an essence dropping were very high. The protagonist turned his gaze to Jensa. And what's your excuse? He asked. Jensa answered sheepishly. Removing an essence is really expensive. So I decided to pass. Bjorn recalled how Misha had used her sword after absorbing the Goblin Archer's essence, trying not to repeat her previous mistakes. He briefly considered that anyone who had absorbed an essence should be off his mafia suspect list. but none of them had admitted to taking one, and their excuses were nearly flawless. He let out a heavy sigh, which made Misha glance at him curiously. Are those two working together? Bjorn wondered, cursing internally. Jensa then turned to Carlson. Is it over? She asked. Before he could reply, the cave started to quake violently once more as ice rained down from the ceiling. Misha planted her feet, looking up. It's coming from above, she yelled. At that moment, cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. A huge hole blew open, and a giant white-furred paw smashed through. A colossal wolf, wielding an ice weapon, crashed down among them. The monster's sudden appearance left Misha wide-eyed. Is that a lycanthrope? No, Admin corrected her. It's far too large, and it's armed. Of course, Bjorn thought. It's the final boss, Tyrant Embus, but we're not supposed to fight him until later. The beast had awakened, furious at the intruders. The moment the massive wolf landed, it unleashed a skill. Ice Crush. It slammed its enormous ice mace into the ground, sending shockwaves and jagged shards of ice flying in every direction as the very floor cracked beneath them. The entire team stared down in shock as the ground began to crumble. Misha screamed, seeing the floor give way. Bjorn! She cried out as they plunged into the darkness below. The solid ground they stood on only a moment ago now, gone. And so, Chapter 3 begins. Bjorn thought grimly. System windows instantly flooded his vision as he entered a special zone. Field effect. Glacial cave is now active. Abnormal status hypothermia. Agility has been drastically reduced. Damage taken from cold is now doubled. They all plunged into the freezing water below, fighting desperately to surface. Bjorn finally broke through the water. He struggled toward the shore, dropping his weapon to make it easier to swim, cursing under his breath. He blamed the game's infuriating realism patch for this. In the original game, you'd just watch a loading screen, and Chapter 3 would begin on solid land, albeit with reduced health. But in this reality, the current thrashed him about relentlessly until he was violently spat out by a waterfall. For a few terrifying moments, he honestly thought he was going to die. So that's why this chapter starts with less health, Bjorn muttered bitterly. He slumped onto a rock, clutching the back of his head and staring at his discarded weapon. He was soaked to the bone, and a deep chill had set in. On top of that, his body was covered in bruises from being slammed against the rocks in the current like a rag doll. Maybe I can just rest for a second, he thought. His thoughts were shattered by Misha's frantic voice calling his name. She ran toward him, shouting, Are you okay? Her clothes and hair were completely soaked, and tears welled up in her eyes. The protagonist knew instantly that there was no time to rest. I'm fine, Bjorn managed, pushing himself up. What about you? Misha nodded, wiping her eyes. I'm okay. The others are getting their bearings, too. Just then, Admin called out. Over here, since you're all awake. Come on over. He had somehow already started a campfire. You always carry firewood with you, Misha asked in amazement as she sat down on a mat near the flames. You have to when you travel solo, he replied. As Bjorn drew closer, he thought, so the lone wolf story checks out after all. Everyone stripped off their wet outer layers to dry them by the fire, but the bitter cold was inescapable. Carlson and Jensa were huddled under blankets, shivering uncontrollably. It's so cold here, Jensa said, her teeth chattering. Carlson, who was practically sitting in the fire, nodded grimly. You're right, even this close. I can't get warm. It's getting warmer, Admin observed. We must be in a special region. Misha's interest flared. What does that mean? Is it like the witch's forest? Exactly, Admin replied. That would explain the bitter cold. Though it's still a mystery why it felt like my limbs were being stitched together, Misha asked. Was it really that bad? I barely felt a thing, she said. Bjorn glanced at her, with a cold resistance of about 40. He realized she wouldn't even notice a simple chill.
It wouldn't feel like true cold to her until the temperature plummeted. Misha then turned to the protagonist, asking, Are you cold, too? Bjorn admitted he was, but it was bearable. It's chilly, but not painful, he explained. Misha looked at him, completely baffled. I don't understand what you're talking about. My body is shivering, but nothing hurts, Bjorn clarified. Misha let out a heavy sigh. You stupid barbarian, she muttered, then gestured for him to come closer. You'll feel better in here, she offered, opening her blanket slightly as an invitation. The protagonist only pulled his own blanket tighter around himself. Cursing inwardly, he maintained a confused expression. He thought, there's no way to misinterpret this one. Even Mr. Admin is whistling. Still, they agreed the area felt secure enough to make camp for the night. We'll sleep here, Bjorn declared. Gripping the strap of his shield, he thought,
I can't let my guard down until I figure out which one of them is the Mafia, Admin asked worriedly. Won't we freeze? Misha just smiled. We have our own firewood, even if it's just a little. Soon, a fire was crackling, and Misha told Bjorn he should get some rest. We need to talk first, the protagonist insisted. About what? Misha asked, surprised. What do you mean? He pressed on. Do you think any of the three of us are acting suspiciously? Misha touched a finger to her face. Now that you mention it, there is something, she began, as she detailed her observations, raising a finger for each point. Bjorn smiled and nodded. I see, he said. You've done a great job. The protagonist then turned his attention to their teammates, a realization dawning on him. So it's really him, he wondered. 6 hours passed. The expedition resumed. Back on his feet, he journeyed onward with the rest of the group. That was a good rest, Admin commented. It was clear there was only one way to go. Bjorn noted that even though the path twisted and turned, they just had to stick to the main route. Their primary mission was to eliminate the monsters emerging from the walls, a task that Bjorn, Misha, and the others handled with relative ease. He also observed that the creatures here were mostly rank 8, making this a more challenging area than the Bloody Citadel. That place was filled with rank 7 knights. At that moment, Misha and Carlson were busy fending off ferocious, bear-like monsters that swarmed them. A system window then materialized, displaying an abnormal status hypothermia. It stated that the agility of anyone without cold resistance would be cut by 30%. Furthermore, any damage they took from the ice element would be doubled. Carlson roared at Jensa to be more cautious. He shouted that the debuff made the impact from every blow feel much worse, to which Jensa yelled back that she finally understood what made a special region so dangerous. They stood back to back, fighting for their lives. Bjorn glanced over, cursing inwardly and wondering why they complained so much. He figured it made no difference whether they were part of the team or not. All the while, Bjorn never stopped swinging his mace, crushing everything in his path.
4 hours later, they arrived in a new chamber. Adman pointed out their pale skin, guessing they had to be ice orcs. In front of them stood towering figures. The orcs were frozen solid in ice, each one locked in a combat stance, gripping their weapons. Are those actually orcs? Carlson asked, his voice filled with disbelief.
Adman told him not to worry, since they were all only rank 7, Jensa asked in terror. Don't tell me we have to fight them, too. Adman just smiled. I doubt they were put here for decoration, he replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, one of the ice-encased orcs snapped its eyes open, which flared with a crimson light.
All 3 creatures, who had been trapped in the ice for ages, shattered their prison and aimed their weapons toward Bjorn and his party members. Their freedom was announced with deafening roars and screeches. Adman let out a sigh. Can't they even let me get a good look at them?
Bjorn shouted for everyone to stay calm and hold the formation, knowing a solid line would make it easier for Misha to support them all. Jensa and Carlson yelled their confirmation and fell into line. Bjorn raised his shield, bracing for the inevitable charge. They're moving in, he roared, preparing to take the hit. I still have no idea what the Mafia is planning. Bjorn thought to himself, maybe their only goal is to clear this rift. Without a second's delay, the orcs charged, and Bjorn surged forward to meet them head-on. Either way, I need to be ready for anything, he resolved, letting out a savage war cry as his shield met the hammer of a giant orc. The two collided with a deafening crash. This is the perfect chance to make a move, the protagonist thought. But I'll keep a few tricks up my sleeve just in case. The orc with the axe swung it down towards Carson and Jensa, shattering the ground between them and forcing them to split up. Misha, why are you still back there and not helping your lover? Adman asked. You never know what might ambush us from behind, she replied coolly. And Bjorn is not my lover. Adman simply began readying his crossbow, saying, Still too early for that, huh? At that moment, Carlson was knocked flat on his back by the powerful shockwave from the axe's impact. It was precisely for moments like this that Bjorn had instructed Misha to hang back. The battlefield was a mess, with Jensa and Carlson unable to put up any real fight against the massive orcs. Looks like these two are completely useless, Adman stated with conviction. I guess it's my turn to get to work. A system window then appeared before him. It read that Adman Uford was summoning the Iron Hero. Aridin, high above them, near the cave ceiling, a gigantic bear materialized, its head adorned with a special headdress. It resembled a helmet. The beast immediately charged the enemies that threatened its master. I never knew Adman was a summoner, thought a surprised Bjorn. The bear reared up on its hind legs, swiping at the orc that had been attacking Jensa and Carlson. The orc let out a grunt of surprise right before the bear's heavy paw slammed into its cheek, knocking tusks clean out of the monster's mouth. Now Bjorn understood how Adman, a rifleman, could explore dungeons solo. The orc and the bear were locked in a fierce struggle, each trying to overpower the other. The protagonist watched in shock. So Adman was planning to handle everything himself before the Mafia even made an appearance. In that case, Bjorn thought, it's time for Plan B. Another orc was already closing in, and because he was momentarily distracted, the protagonist fumbled a block, taking a heavy hit to his shield that sent him stumbling to the ground. Seeing this, Misha immediately rushed to his aid. Then, to his own surprise, he took another hit directly to the face, a brutal hammer blow that sent a spray of blood gushing from his mouth. The pain was so intense, his eyes rolled back as capillaries burst. "Bjorn!" Misha screamed, but he was already flying backward from the impact. He was on the verge of losing consciousness, but this was all part of his plan. The second Bjorn hit the ground, Misha began searching for the item he'd instructed her to find. They had to get to the objective. The combination of his helmet, a thick skull, and natural regeneration had protected his head. He was left with nothing more than severe dizziness. Bjorn lay there, faking immense pain and despair, before cracking open an eye. It's all up to Misha now, just as we planned, he thought. Carlson rushed to his side, his face filled with worry. Bjorn, are you okay? The orc standing over him with the hammer paused, shifting its attention to Carson, who was screaming to draw the monster's aggro. But suddenly, a streak of light flashed in the distance. It was one of Adman's arrows, and it flew with perfect accuracy straight through the orc's head. It pierced clean through, killing the beast instantly. Carlson's jaw hung open in shock as a system window appeared above the dead orc. Ice Orc Warrior has been defeated. 3. Experience gained. At that moment, another orc, this one holding a staff shrouded in a dark aura, turned its attention to them. Just then, a dark energy sorcerer roared as it entered the fray, pointing its staff directly at Misha and Adman. Misha instantly started to scramble. "Adman, watch out!" she yelled. But Adman was already in motion, somersaulting to evade the sinister energy before snapping back into a combat stance. He raised his crossbow, taking aim. A system notification popped up. Adman has used dangerous materials. The next moment, an arrow shot toward the orc sorcerer. The creature tried to summon an ice wall, but the powerful bolt shattered the defense and flew straight for the monster's head. The enemy was instantly defeated, confirmed by a system window that also awarded Adman +3 experience. Carlson stared in shock. Adman sat on the ground, lowering his crossbow. Bjorn remained on the ground, thinking to himself, could Adman really kill every monster with just a crossbow? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Is he truly a 5th-rank marksman? The protagonist's plan to create a challenging scenario was losing its purpose. Suddenly, a voice declared, "The essence has finally fallen. Now we can proceed." Bjorn was stunned. What does that mean? He wondered. Just then, Jency activated weapon change. A cunning smile spread across her face as she used the Beast Tread skill. It was an advanced invisibility state that massively boosted her movement speed for 3 seconds. Jensa blurred into motion, closing in on Adman, who was calmly reloading his crossbow. Another system window appeared. A character has used the skill Revenge. The first strike gains a significant increase in piercing and cutting power. The skill also inflicts an abnormal bleeding status. With that, Jensa drove her sword straight through Adman's chest, her sinister smile never faltering. "Thanks for the 30 million stones," she sneered. Adman coughed, his hand trembling as he tried to grip the blade, his eyes squeezed shut in agony. Finally, the protagonist thought, the Mafia has shown their hand. The orc that had been fighting Adman's bear watched as the creature simply vanished. The Iron Hero, Idon, had been recalled, but Jensa's victory was short-lived. A flask of dark liquid suddenly smashed against her head. "Ah!" she cried out in surprise. It was Misha. "What did you just throw at me?" Jensa shrieked. Misha then yelled at the protagonist. "Now do it now!" At her words, a system notification appeared. Character has used the skill Wild Splash. The protagonist was already right behind Jensa. He swung his massive mace back for a devastating blow. Jensa's mouth fell open as she sensed the danger behind her. Bjorn slammed the mace onto the ground where Jensa had been standing a split second before. She barely managed to leap aside, ripping her sword from Adman's back as she moved. Did he know my plan? Jensa wondered frantically. I need to use stealth again. A system window popped up. Character has used Beast Walk. However, as Jensa knelt, trying to steady herself, she realized the skill wouldn't activate. She stared at her hands in disbelief. A status window hovered above her. Invisibility state canceled by Witch's lamp potion. The protagonist smirked. You fool! You should have kept your mouth shut if you wanted to hide your identity. He mused. Honestly, I never would have suspected you had a stealth skill. Not until you told me about absorbing the essence of that goblin archer. Bjorn continued his reasoning. There were so many clues pointing to you being the Mafia. You acted like you already knew the way to this location. Flashes of memory appeared in the protagonist's mind. He recalled moments when Jensa had said things that suggested she knew the whole script. It was incredibly suspicious how she mentioned key objectives, as if she didn't realize their significance. But I was finally sure you were the Mafia after what Misha told me, he said. Misha had told Bjorn that, when they emerged from the water, Jensa's scent had suddenly changed. At first, Misha had explained, she smelled like a beast slayer. That dirt on Jensa's boots could only have come from the beast slayer's territory. To open the ice cave, she would have had to clear the beast slayer first. He was certain now Jensa Nephrin was with the Mafia. Misha let out a furious curse, turning on Jensa as her blades became a whirlwind of steel. But Jensa was ready. She expertly evaded the attacks, even though she was caught by surprise. Misha saw an opening and lunged, her blade a silver streak aimed directly at Jensa's eyes. Before the strike could land, she kicked off the ground, putting several meters between herself and Misha. That's when my smirk caught her eye. Jensa sensed my presence right behind her. She tried to scream for me to stop, but I was unyielding. With a sickening crunch, I slammed my mace into the traitor's back. An agonizing scream tore from Jensa's lips, her face twisting in pain as blood erupted from her mouth. Even so, she refused to go down. Shoving off the floor with her hands, she managed to roll out of my attack range, landing on her feet a few meters away from me. I watched in shock. How did she survive that? I realized she must have invested heavily in her defensive stats. Jensa spat a curse, calling us all stupid NPCs. I gritted my teeth. So, she was a player. That changed nothing. My expression remained like stone. I raised my shield, preparing for the fight to continue. She had tried to eliminate me. Whether she was a player or not was completely irrelevant now. It didn't matter. Suddenly, Misha's sharp scream cut through the air. "Bjorn, look out!" she yelled. "Behind you!" I spun just in time to see an orc swinging its massive axe down at me. I scoffed internally, thanks to my wild splash skill. These weaklings couldn't even scratch me. The orc's axe crashed against my head, and it did absolutely nothing. I stood my ground, completely unfazed. It felt like a tap from a child, a minor irritation, nothing more. But if I kill this one, the final boss will appear. As Jensa witnessed, how easily I shrugged off the blow. A chill of pure horror ran down her spine. "How is that possible?" she cursed, finally grasping the gravity of her mistake. She had made a critical error. Jensa knew it was time to flee and immediately started running, while the orc continued its futile assault against my armor. "It's a dead end, you fool!" Bjorn roared as Jensa slammed into the solid rock face. She spun around, her eyes wide with terror. "There's no way out!" she shrieked. Looking at the rubble sealing the crevice, Bjorn wondered. Seriously, didn't she know this would happen the moment the ice orcs awaken? The ceiling caves in and seals the passage. Then again, a cornered rat will bite back. With that in mind, Bjorn decided he had to be careful. But just as he did, an ice orc appeared right behind him, a twisted grin on its face, and started bashing him on the head. He cursed internally. "Damn it!" He fumed. Seeing his plight, Misha flinched and yelled. "I'll handle him," Bjorn shot back. "Just don't kill it," which made Misha pause. "Why not?" she asked, but shrugged and charged the orc anyway. With that distraction handled, the protagonist's full attention snapped back to Genta. He watched her in silence, and Genta, her brow furrowed, glared back. He began to close the distance, one slow, deliberate step at a time. "Stop, let's just talk," she pleaded, fear creeping into her voice. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." Genta held a hand out, trying desperately to halt his advance, but he was relentless. Is she really trying to stall for time? He mused. He had a perfect memory of her using that skill. The one that skewered admin clean through. He knew perfectly well its cooldown was around 3 minutes. In other words, he understood she couldn't possibly penetrate his shield for at least 2 more minutes. Genta lunged forward anyway, her sword clanging harmlessly against it. She was determined to shatter his defense. No matter how futile it was, the protagonist simply hefted his mace, and in the next moment swung it hard at Genta's hand, smashing it against the wall behind her. A raw scream of agony tore from her throat as she gritted her teeth, tears flooding her eyes. The sword flew from her grasp, clattering onto the cavern floor. As Genta collapsed to her knees before him, he asked coolly, "What did you mean by misunderstood? You'd actually believe me?" she asked, surprised. The protagonist replied, "Give me a reasonable explanation, and I'll believe you." Genta started to tremble with fear, tears still streaming down her face, which was now a mask of terror. She said in a near whisper, "I don't know." "If you'll believe me." At that moment, he swung his mace again, striking Genta square in the face and knocking her out cold. Bjorn was surprised. Did she really fall for that? He let out a heavy sigh. How could she be so stupid? A few seconds later, the protagonist began stripping her of all her combat gear. Examining the pile, Bjorn noted it was all spec'd for PvP. He wondered if Misha could use some of it. He sat down next to Genta's unconscious form, thinking that the looting was done, so it was finally time for a chat. He raised his mace once more, crushing all of her limbs and forcing her to activate weapon change to remove her novice gear as well. Genta came to, trembling, with tears in her eyes, as she lay broken on the ground. "I'll do anything, I beg you," she pleaded. "Fine," he agreed. "Why did you attack us?" Genta's voice shook as she answered. "Rumors of my activities were spreading through the Explorers Guild, so I had to make sure that no one could talk," Bjorn then asked her. "So you'd kill anyone who entered this rift. Why did you open it in the first place?" Genta admitted that she heard it was the only place to find the Snowfield Heart. "That's logical enough," Bjorn thought, as Genta continued stuttering in fear. I didn't think there'd be a problem if someone else came in, since they all had to be rank 8 at most." But after hearing Bjorn's words, Genta froze for a second. "Wait," she stammered, hesitantly asking, "how did you know I was the one who opened the rift?"
A miscalculation, Bjorn thought as he rose to his feet. Genta looked utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about?" A look of dawning horror crossed her face. Are you also a player?" He feigned ignorance. "What does that mean? Are you some kind of evil spirit?" Genta began to sob, even
"Harder, breaking down completely. Please, spare me," she wailed, her body beginning to rise off the ground, her voice laced with terror. "I just want to go home," she cried. "I've had to endure so much horror just to survive in this stupid world." She continued to beg him, starting to
apologize over and over. "I thought you were an NPC. I would have apologized right away if I'd known you were a player. I swear." She started rambling about how they were real people. "You can't just kill a living person, right?" But the protagonist gave no answer, and Genta's desperation turned to rage. "Say something, you bastard!" she shrieked, hurling insults at him. Bjorn watched her, his face a mask of indifference. He was surprised at how calm he felt, without a single drop of sadness or pity for her. The protagonist simply said, "You're an evil spirit." Then he raised his mace and brought it down on Genta's body. In her final moment, she only had time to cry out for her mother before she was sent to the next world. A system window popped up above her. It read that Bjorn had earned a new achievement for killing his first player. The reward was +1 to his spirit stat. After it was done, Bjorn reflected that it was his first time killing another player. He began to walk toward Misha, wondering, was it easy or hard? Did he feel excitement or fear from spilling blood? None of it mattered to him. Bjorn approached Misha, who turned to him with a happy smile, her cheeks flushed. The protagonist concluded that this murder was simply something that had to be done. Bjorn emerged from the shadows of the cave, and Misha rushed to him. "Where did you disappear to?" she asked, excitement in her voice. "I was starting to think something had happened, but their brief reunion, Jace was cut short by a piercing scream from Carlson, who was still fighting for his life against an orc, swinging a massive axe as if it were a toy. Another powerful blow from the huge monster sent Carlson flying backward, causing him to lose his footing and fall hard. The orc was already preparing to crush poor Carlson with its foot, but Bjorn told Misha, "You can deal with it now." Misha whipped around in surprise, looking at the hopeless situation. "Really?" she asked the orc. Bjorn confirmed it. "Yes, besides, this is a great opportunity to try out a new skill, so the orc won't be a threat. Ready to accept his fate?" Misha, acknowledging the command, activated her enhancement skill as a system window materialized above her head. She crossed her twin blades, channeling the condensation of cold skill. Another notification confirmed a massive spike in her cold sensitivity stat. Meanwhile, the orc loomed over Carlson, hoisting its colossal axe. As the blade caught the light, Carlson shuddered in pure terror. He tried to scream for help, yelling that he was at his breaking point. In the split second before the axe found its mark, with Carlson about to pass out from fright, Misha unleashed a current of energy from her blade, aiming straight for the orc's hands gripping the axe. The icy blast flash froze the orc's hands solid.
The monster let out a pained shriek, bewildered by the sudden attack. Bjorn observed grimly. He recognized it as frostbite damage. Sensitivity to cold not only stops bleeding, but halts regeneration an incredible advantage depending on the enemy. But its greatest benefit was restricting movement. Since ice orcs have a natural resistance to cold, the frostbite only spread to its wrists. Bjorn watched from a distance as the orc howled, clutching its frozen hands. He knew that against a normal foe, the ice would have reached the elbow. He shot Misha a stern glance and commanded, "This time, go for the neck." Misha acknowledged the command and circled behind the distracted orc. She leaped, her twin blades already glowing with channeled power. Then, in a single, fluid motion, she drove both daggers deep into her opponent's neck. With a curious tone, she asked Bjorn,
"Was that good enough?" Bjorn replied calmly. "Perfect." He figured the frost must have reached the orc's brain as it suddenly stopped moving and froze solid. Now that he'd seen what he needed, it was time for the next phase. Misha gracefully leaped off the frozen orc.
Bjorn walked toward her. "You ready?" "Of course," Misha replied. Turning to assume a combat stance, he hefted his mace. "Good. Time to finish this." With that, he brought his weapon down on the ice orc's head, shattering it. All three monsters were now defeated. Immediately, the cave began to tremble violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls and ceiling. Just like on the last floor, a deafening roar echoed through the cavern, the agonizing cry of this floor's boss. Tyrant Tumbus had awakened from its ancient slumber. A system alert confirmed it had recovered its full power. In an instant, a colossal wolf materialized before Bjorn and Misha. Bjorn instantly recalled the beast's name, along with its unique abilities. As he and Misha stood their ground, Carlson began to scramble away in terror. He knew the battlefield was about to erupt into chaos. The creature before them was 1.5 times larger than a typical lycanthrope, and its stats were easily double. It brandished a massive ice club that dealt maximum damage, and could inflict hypothermia. The beast tightened its grip on the club, its massive fingers wrapping around the handle. A predatory grin seemed to cross its face, radiating a terrifying pressure. The creature's red eyes blazed with malice, but Bjorn knew he could end this in 10 seconds. Frowning, he let out a defiant war cry and braced himself. Tumbus made the first move, swinging its immense club straight at Bjorn's shield. The impact was so forceful that Bjorn had to dig his feet deep into the cave floor just to hold his ground. So, how could he possibly defeat such a monstrous foe in only 10 seconds? Suddenly, Bjorn dropped his mace and reached into his pack for a specific item. Just then, the local frost wolves, servants to the great beast, lunged at him, but Bjorn wasn't about to be stopped. A system notification popped up directly above him. It announced that his character had consumed Thundergrass, granting a massive boost to lightning damage for 10 seconds. He began chewing the herb, which had been encased in a special scroll. Bjorn savagely tore the scroll of lightning and consumed it along with the grass. He cursed the cave boss internally, knowing its critical weakness was the lightning element. After consuming the items, his body began to crackle and glow, discharging arcs of electricity that filled the chamber. Immediately, a new system window appeared. Over the boss, indicating Tyrant Tumbus was now paralyzed. The colossal wolf gaped its maw, baring its fangs. But Bjorn knew better. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. This beast had a skill that could purge any movement-restricting debuffs. The very next second, as if on cue, the giant wolf activated its indomitability skill. Its entire form was instantly cloaked in a crimson aura. But things weren't so simple. Because Bjorn had a loyal partner, Misha was already holding a little surprise they'd prepared just for this occasion. Since the boss had only cleansed the effect, not boosted its resistance, they could just paralyze it all over again. Misha started launching special lightning bombs at the beast, illuminating the cave with a blinding flash. Hitting their mark, the bombs known in-game as storm explosions detonated. As the effects took hold, another system window announced that Tyrant Tumbus had been knocked unconscious. With a heavy thud, the colossal wolf collapsed onto the cave floor, its tongue lolling out. Bjorn smirked to himself. Has it really only been 3 seconds? The rest was going to be easy. All they had to do now was wail on it with lightning-enchanted weapons until it was finished. This brought back fond memories of the times he used to thrash death fiends with Anar. A short while later, a system window confirmed that Tyrant Tumbus, the cave boss, was defeated, rewarding them with +3 experience points. Carlson watched in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what he'd just witnessed. As an extra bonus, they also got +3 experience points for slaying the Keeper. An essence began to form, and Misha, following Bjorn's lead. You really want me to take this essence too? She asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bjorn simply slung his mace over his shoulder, replying, We already agreed. It's yours, he confirmed. He couldn't understand her hesitation. Did she actually believe he would go back on his word and take it for himself? What kind of person did she think he was? With that thought, the hero nudged Misha closer to the glowing core. "Eat," he ordered in a low, threatening tone. Before it vanishes, a moment later, a system notification flashed. Essence of the lycanthrope keeper has permeated Misha Carlin's soul. The protagonist nodded. "All right, we're done here." His gaze then shifted to the wounded admin, and he turned to face the man. Misha gasped in astonishment. "Is he really alive? This is incredible," she exclaimed, shaking uncontrollably. Admin rasped, "The potion! Get it from the bag." Misha stared, confused. "But I swear he wasn't breathing a second ago," she said, completely bewildered. They scrambled to find the right potion in the bag, huddling over the profusely bleeding admin. "It has to be the best one," Carlson insisted. "Fine," Les replied. "I'll use it, but don't you dare complain later that we wasted it." Sasha's face twisted in agony. "Stop talking," he wheezed. "Just pour it."
"Okay, I'm doing it," Misha said, tipping the vial onto Admin's wound. She paused, confused. "Hey, why isn't it healing?" She'd only just started pouring. "Keep pouring," Admin grunted through the pain. As Bjorn watched, a thought struck him. Jen's blade must have been
coated with something. Misha desperately continued to apply the potion, but Bjorn figured it out. It's a poison that prevents healing and regeneration. When the potion clearly wasn't working, Admin gasped, "Get the antidote." Carlson and Misha immediately complied, helping Admin drink it. But Bjorn knew better. An antidote might counteract the poison, but it would be useless against a curse that aggravated wounds. The protagonist stood beside the pool of blood, which was steadily growing larger from Admin's injury. His thoughts felt muddled, drowned out by Misha and Carlson's frantic shouts that nothing was getting better and the bleeding wouldn't stop. By then, Admin had already passed out. Misha tried to wake him, but when she failed, she turned to the protagonist. "Give me the advanced potion." "We have to use it now," she demanded. Bjorn went still for a heartbeat, then tossed the precious potion over to save Admin. After 5 high-ranking potions and 1 advanced vial, the bear's wound had finally started to close. Admin was now resting on a blanket, with another one covering him. Misha and Carlson stood watch nearby. That must have been a powerful poison. Bjorn mused. An advanced potion should regenerate severed limbs, but it barely provided first aid. Carlson approached the protagonist hesitantly. "Well, we handled that pretty well," he said. Bjorn opened his pack and started rummaging through it. "We haven't split the loot yet," he stated, pulling out a small pouch. "Here, hold this," he told Carlson. Carlson stared at it, shocked. "This is my share. This is way too much." "Just take it," Bjorn said flatly. "You didn't even get the essence." After that, the main character shouldered his pack, thinking to himself that he'd already pegged Carlson as a bit of a pest, but there was no need for pleasantries right now. "I'm giving him more, so he should just take it," Bjorn thought, and keep his mouth shut about what happened. He then told Carlson, "If you really think you don't deserve it, then just don't tell anyone about today." Without a moment's hesitation, Carlson agreed. "Deal. In that case, I'm heading out." After he left, the main character felt Misha's stare on the back of his neck, which sent a shiver down his spine. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked as Carlson disappeared. Mr. Bear finally came to. He managed to push himself into a sitting position and looked at his hand in awe. "I'm incredibly lucky," he said. At least he gets it, the protagonist thought. He knew that if Admin had died, they could have gotten much more out of the situation. "I'll pay for the advanced potion," Admin offered. "How much was it?" Bjorn stated calmly. 5 million stones? That should cover it." Admin's eyes widened. "What don't they usually sell for 1 million? "Is that so?" Bjorn replied with a cool demeanor. "I guess I was scammed, then..." Admin smirked. "Well, the value of an item can certainly change depending on the situation." He started getting to his feet, crossbow in hand. "I don't have the cash on me now." "I'll pay you later. I'll leave one of my numbered items as collateral." In the protagonist's palm lay item number 7611, called Gravedigger's Deceit. The system window described it. Upon receiving fatal damage, the wearer enters a state of pseudo-death and gains temporary immunity to all damage. This item loses its properties after 3 uses, 2 charges remaining. So that's how he survived. The protagonist realized, maybe I should just keep this instead of the money. He mused. Misha was also eyeing the item with keen interest, but Admin quickly shut them down. "Don't even think about it, Bjorn," he warned. this time using the protagonist's real name. Misha immediately let out a shriek. "How do you know his name?" she yelled. Bjorn shot her a deadpan look. "How, indeed," he thought sarcastically. With that, Admin turned toward the rift portal.
"I won't forget what you did for me," he said as a parting shot. "This guy is pretty impressive," the protagonist thought as Admin vanished. "We need to go the other way," Bjorn told Misha. She pointed at the portal, confused. "Aren't we supposed to go through there?" Bjorn shook his head. "Follow me. There's something else we need to grab." Misha looked at him, puzzled but obediently followed. "Hey, wait up," she called out. Once the protagonist had retrieved what he was after, he handed Misha the item she'd acquired. "You seriously got this from that block of ice?" she asked, amazed. "It's a pretty nice find," Bjorn said. "And I got something for myself, too." A notification then appeared. Misha has absorbed an ice crystal. Cold sensitivity has increased by an additional +3. The next system window appeared. Character has absorbed an enchanted ice shard, as her cold resistance ticked up by +3 points. Misha watched the protagonist with a puzzled look and asked, "Bjorn, why are you spreading out a blanket?" "We haven't gotten any real sleep on this watch," he answered. "We should get some rest before moving out." Bjorn knew full well that there was no place safer than a freshly cleared rift. Misha agreed, and a comfortable silence settled between them as the protagonist's thoughts began to wander. What if he'd been alone? How would this have all played out? To be honest, ever since he'd killed that player, all sorts of ideas had been creeping into his head. He still clung to a sliver of hope that she might open her eyes. But the girl's broken and bloodied body was clearly beyond saving. The thought that her dream might have actually been a premonition made Bjorn grit his teeth. A wave of self-loathing washed over him. Even after everything, when he'd pulled out that potion for Sasha, he'd been completely overwhelmed by greed. The idea that he could push his spiritual seal to the 6th level was intoxicating. All he had to do was nothing. And yet, he still poured the potion on his wound. He decided that dying like this in front of Misha, his partner for the foreseeable future, just wasn't the right move, even with his corrupted morals. If it hadn't been for her, everything would have ended differently. When the protagonist turned back toward the fire, he was met by Misha's charming face. She was smiling, a faint blush on her cheeks. "What are you thinking about?" she asked softly. Bjorn just told her, "Come closer. It's cold in this cave." Misha looked surprised. "Are you serious?" As a frosty wind tickled his nose, the heat from the fire embraced both of them. A comforting warmth spread between them as they huddled together, warding off the chill. Misha glanced up at his face. "Are you sleeping?" she whispered. Hearing no reply, she smiled. He really is asleep. Their gear blades, backpack, and armor were scattered nearby after they managed to get some rest. On the third day inside the first floor's crystal cave, a single swing of the sword they'd taken from Yensa was all it took for Misha to cleave her opponent in two. Staring at the result, Misha gasped in shock. "What kind of sword is this?" "This thing is incredible," Bjorn told her. "We'll have to get it appraised. It's almost certainly a numbered item." Hearing this, Misha's ears immediately perked up. "Really? Does that mean this sword is super expensive?" Once she grasped its value, Misha knelt before the protagonist and offered the sword back to him, catching him completely by surprise. Bjorn was speechless for a second before he said, "I wasn't thinking of selling it," Misha simply replied. "Then you should be the one to use it." The protagonist knew perfectly well. He wasn't about to take it from her. He couldn't figure out what strange ideas Misha had about barbarians. Just then, the next monster charged, letting out a furious growl, but in an instant, it too was run through by the very same blade, Misha asked with interest. "Does this mean we'll be heading to the 2nd floor soon?" She held the wolf on her sword as if it were a kebab, her expression completely calm as the protagonist answered her, looking at the compass. "That's right. You need to get used to your new sword in essence." Misha nodded. And several hours later, while she was looting, another crystal dropped by a monster. She turned to him and said, "I think I've pretty much gotten the hang of it." The ground around her was littered with the dissolving bodies of dead monsters. Bjorn crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "Are you sure about that?" Misha mumbled, uncertainly before telling him to forget it, eager to keep fighting. Still, she decided to press him, just in case. She gave Bjorn a sharp look. "You aren't just making me fight everyone yourself because you're lazy, are you?" A stern voice came from directly, behind her. "Do you think I'm lying to you?" Misha flinched at his tone and quickly replied, "Absolutely not. Of course I don't think that." Bjorn had to admit that Misha's confidence wasn't entirely misplaced. He was proud of her. Her power had skyrocketed,
and she now resembled a beautiful warrior wielding a formidable weapon. Bjorn never expected they'd pull the essence of the Guardian. The lycanthrope essence was just as good as the Yeti's. Its stats included an agility increase of 10 points, cutting power boosted by 12 points, sensitivity to cold up by 15 points, cold resistance by 10 points, and physical resistance also up by 7 points, with fighting spirit increased by 10. He knew that cutting power was essential for a sword wielder, and the passive skill was just completely overpowered. The ability was called Snowblood, and it increased cold sensitivity by 1.5 times. The longer they survived, the more potent it would become. Plus, it had incredible synergy with the Yeti's cold condensation. Another skill she gained was Ice Crush, which slightly increases damage dealt to frostbitten enemies and massively boosts damage against frozen targets. This was devastatingly effective for someone who attacks many times in a row. The final skill was Indomitability, which removes all enemy effects that hinder mobility. And though this ability drained a lot of energy and hits, helped patch up the defensive weaknesses of damage dealers, who are usually susceptible to crowd control. The protagonist turned to Misha, telling her, "Try using the Ice Crush skill right after cold condensation," Misha pointed out. "But that combo will instantly kill everything." And then Bjorn told her to just punch it. Misha was about to agree, but after trying it, she asked in surprise, "Wait, what?" Her opponent still dropped in a single hit, and another wolf was already frozen solid in front of her. Bjorn bit his tongue, annoyed, thinking it couldn't be helped. He started walking in another direction, saying, "We can try that skill combo on the second floor." Misha got to her feet and asked, "You mean I really have to do it there, too?" The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Does she honestly believe I'm going to give her a break?" He was about to say something, sarcastic with a grimace, but Misha interrupted. "I know what you want to say. You're going to say that the easy road is the long road, aren't you?" She raised a finger, her blade glinting as she gave him a sly wink. He froze, completely caught off guard by how well she'd read his mind. He reluctantly admitted she was right. Misha, looking smug, breezed past him with her nose in the air, announcing that they should get going. Bjorn watched her, puzzled. Why the attitude, he wondered. Is she really that thrilled about stealing the words right out of my mouth? She strolled ahead, her tail swaying rhythmically as she hummed a little tune. That's when it clicked for Bjorn. If he messed up, she'd probably let it go. All he had to do was act like he'd lost this round. It was rule number 13 in his personal guide to handling Misha. Bjorn and Misha pressed on through the cavern, surrounded by the soft glow of crystals. The dark zone must be close, he thought. But before he could even complete the thought, every blue crystal in the cave flared a menacing red, a clear sign of danger. Bjorn halted in his tracks. Misha jumped back, yelling that something was off with the crystals. "Looks like someone summoned the Floor Lord." Bjorn answered calmly. He assured her it was no big deal, and that they should just keep moving. Misha nodded with a smile, agreeing, until the full weight of his words sank in. Her eyes went wide. "Wait, the Floor Lord!" she shrieked in shock. Bjorn gritted his teeth, annoyed. Her scream was so piercing it nearly blew out his eardrums. Is she having a PTSD flashback from the Rivas incident, Bjorn wondered, placing a reassuring hand on Misha's shoulder. "Hey, calm down," he said, launching into a stream of complex jargon designed to distract her anxious mind. He gave her a gentle shake. "Look," he explained, "unlike the Lord of the third floor, the one on the first floor is pretty manageable. And this monster can only be summoned after 3 days have passed, and only if there are more than 5 people gathered here. Even then, it's not a guarantee. Plus, the portals don't seal up after the summoning, and the other monsters on the floor don't get any stronger. The big difference is that the Rivas locks down the entire floor, whereas this guy just pieces out if the raid wipes." Misha's voice was shaky. "So, you're saying everything's fine," he confirmed with a nod. "Yeah, let's get moving." As they resumed their trek through the cave, Misha started firing off questions. Who would do this? Isn't avoiding groups larger than 5 on this floor just common sense? She asked, her voice echoing off the crystals as they walked. "Who knows?" Bjorn replied. "Maybe they did it on purpose." Misha stared at him, bewildered. "On purpose, why? A clan might be trying to take down the Floor Lord." He explained. The thought triggered a memory from his past life. He recalled sitting in front of his monitor, scrolling through quests posted by other players. He remembered the guy who'd bought the guide for the first floor boss. That player only had 2 weeks to get ready. He must have been incredibly impatient. I should probably look into that later, Bjorn mused. Sometime later, a system notification materialized above them. "You have entered the land of the dead. Second floor." They passed through the portal into a lifeless forest of bare earth and scattered stones. Damn,
Bjorn thought. I didn't expect the journey to take nearly a full day. He could really feel Rothmiller's absence. A faint smile crossed his face. It's been a while, he said.
So much had happened since they were last here. Misha gave him a confused look as he got lost in memories of him and Anna smashing skeletons, of beating the death fiend into a pulp. Back then, they had charged through the whole dungeon with pure excitement. But then he remembered the crazed woman they'd encountered here, the one who'd nearly gotten them both killed. He cursed under his breath. The memory of that terrifying woman soured his mood instantly. You really hate this place, don't you? Misha asked, surprised. I don't like it either, she admitted. Their boots squelched in the mud as they trudged onward. The rocky desert was better, Misha added. This place is just a bit unsettling. Bjorn knew what he was doing, though this route was a shortcut to the 3rd floor. They pressed on, their path through the gloomy forest leading them north. Since it's just the two of us, Bjorn considered, we could probably take on the Death Knight raid. Misha smiled, walking beside him, completely oblivious to his new plan. The creature they were about to hunt, Bjorn calculated, was a rank 6 monster. It would be the perfect test to see just how much stronger Misha had become, and they'd rake in some good experience points while they were at it. Before long, they encountered their targets. Hulking monsters with gaping maws charged straight for Bjorn and Misha. These things were huge. I'll hold them off, Bjorn said confidently. You focus on chain attacks. Misha's eyes lit up. You mean that thing we wanted to try on the 1st floor? She grinned. I'm on it. Instantly, their expressions hardened, their faces set with the thrill of the fight. With a fierce battle cry, they surged forward. Their movements were a blur of speed as they closed the distance to their enemies in a heartbeat. Bjorn crashed into the first beast, absorbing its attack with his shield. The second monster lunged for Misha, but she deftly weaved between the two behemoths, unleashing her new power on it. Caught completely off guard, the creature could only watch in shock as frost began to crawl across its body. Misha had activated the skill Cold Condensation and Ice Crush. She swung her sword with conviction, channeling even more icy energy at her foe, but the beast wasn't about to go down without a fight. Suddenly, a system window flashed above the monster. The Death Fiend has used the skill, Call of the Dead. In an instant, grotesque creatures clawed their way out of the ground. They looked like zombified soldiers, and the entire horde swarmed towards Bjorn and Misha. Misha loudly shouted to Bjorn to be careful. At that moment, he was already trapped between his main opponent and these zombies. One of the undead sank its teeth into his leg, while another latched onto his shoulder. The bite was vicious, and blood spewed from the wound. But then, suddenly, it stopped. His hand, already beginning to heal, started glowing with a reddish energy. The zombie stared in utter shock before the protagonist shoved it away effortlessly. He was completely unharmed. This stunned not only the undead, but also their summoner, who let out a sharp cry of disbelief. Not understanding the situation, Misha screamed Bjork's name again, her blades a silver blur as she cut down more zombies. Are you okay? She called out. She started to move toward him, but froze when she saw that the wound on his hand had all but vanished, leaving only faint teeth marks. Misha stammered in shock. It's healed already. What are you, some kind of monster? Bjork actually took it as a compliment, blushing slightly as he closed his eyes. Stop staring and go fight, he said, embarrassed. He figured that once he was fully leveled up, she might truly stop seeing him as human. They continued their journey north, steadily improving their stats. Any monsters left in their wake had been slaughtered without a shred of mercy. He was finally getting a feel for his frostbite skill, learning the precise amount of cold needed to trigger the effect without freezing his targets solid. After they encountered a chimera wolf with a control-type skill, Misha even managed to learn indomitability. With a serious look, the protagonist warned her. That skill burns through a ton of energy. Only use it when you have no other choice. Misha seemed to just smirk confidently. Do I really look that fragile to you? Not long after, Misha was completely wiped out, and he had to carry her by the collar. I knew this was going to happen, he thought. Misha mumbled weakly. This is so weird. I feel completely empty. She told him to put her down, insisting she could walk. But Bjork cut her off. Don't even think about it. Just rest. And next time, be smarter about using your strength, he said, still hauling her like a naughty kitten while she sputtered excuses about thinking she had it under control. More time passed before Bjork and Misha finally stopped to make a fire. Misha was fast asleep on a blanket inside some ruins while he stood guard. Suddenly, Bjork heard unfamiliar voices that were getting closer. He listened intently and picked up a conversation about a recent battle. The protagonist peered out from behind the crumbling wall, realizing another group had set up camp, totally unaware of their presence. He began to stand, thinking it was time to wake Misha anyway. But then, Bjork froze as he caught the rest of their conversation. One of the explorers was saying, "That little barbarian is out cold. He has no idea we're here." The second man agreed. "Yeah, sleeping like a rock. He probably wouldn't even feel it if we carved his heart out." The first one smirked. "Let the boy sleep. You know mages prefer their ingredients fresh." That one word was a trigger. Cold fury instantly flooded the protagonist's vision. He had heard something he absolutely could not ignore. He rose to his full height, stepping out from behind the rubble and staring in the direction of the voices. He knew exactly who they meant a young barbarian. Bjork gritted his teeth, squeezing a piece of the wall in his hand until it began to crack. The child was sleeping among a pack of hyenas. He remembered that of all the barbarians who had gone through the initiation ceremony with him, less than a third were still alive. When he had asked what became of the others, his former comrades told him that most of them had been killed. And was it all the monster's fault rage boiled inside him? Because he knew damn well it wasn't. The dialogue from the other camp continued. One of the men told the other he was heading to sleep and that the watch was his. The second man asked, "My turn already?" When the first confirmed, they swapped places. Hearing this, Bjork figured they weren't planning to do anything tonight. He weighed his options. A simple idea surfaced: just kill them all. His blood-soaked shield, which had seen its share of carnage, seemed to agree with the sentiment, but he quickly dismissed the thought. While it was a simple and effective solution, it wasn't the best one, the ideal option, especially considering the young barbarian's future would be something different. The protagonist called Misha's name, and she woke instantly, looking up at Bjorn with groggy eyes. He told her to get up. They needed to get their gear on, over at the other camp, the one whose conversation Bjorn had overheard. Everything was still. That same young barbarian was sleeping soundly, sprawled on the ground, while his companions slept on bedrolls near the fire. The guy on watch duty yawned, sitting on a stone by the flames. The protagonist took a deep breath and then let out a horrifying scream, a sound that was more monster than man. All the men in the camp, except for the barbarian, jolted awake, yelling. "Who's there?" Misha, walking beside the protagonist, asked him why on earth he'd suddenly screamed. Bjork answered her with complete confidence. "Because I felt like it." As they neared the researchers' camp, Bjork shouted cheerily, "Hey, I see people." The researchers instantly tensed, confused by the situation. Bjorn, still grinning, yelled again, "There are people over there," until one of them held up a hand, stopping him. "Don't come any closer." The lead investigator then turned to another man named Roy. "Wake that fool up," he ordered, nodding at the barbarian. Roy immediately walked over and kicked the kid's foot, which made the barbarian snap awake. He opened his eyes wide and asked with surprise, "What do you want from me? Did monsters show up?" The barbarian sat up on the ground as Roy, holding a bow, replied, "Not monsters, explorers." The barbarian asked in surprise, "They're really explorers?" "Then why'd you wake me up? I was having such a good dream." Royce shot him an irritated look, saying with annoyance, "I've told you 100 times, explorers are just as dangerous as monsters." The barbarian finally seemed to remember, but then smiled brightly and asked, "Isn't that one of your people?" The protagonist smiled back when he saw the young barbarian. Roy just stared at the protagonist, stunned, and asked, "What do?" With a huge grin, the barbarian named Sharon began sprinting towards the protagonist, shouting a greeting, while Bjorn, with the same crazed look of joy, did the exact same, booming another welcome. The barbarian introduced himself as Sharon, son of Terran, and seized the protagonist's hand. He shook it fiercely before they slammed their shoulders together, and Bjorn yelled, "Nice to meet you," once again using his fake name. "I'm Bion, son of Thor." A bizarre wave of giddy, childish excitement passed between the two of them, an energy completely lost on everyone else, including Misha, who muttered in confusion, "What are these two idiots doing now?" Although Misha knew Bjorn was only acting, the strange display made her want to back away slowly. Sharon spun around with a cheerful smile and called out to his fellow explorers. "See this? You can lower your weapons. Bjorn, son of Thor, is a good explorer." Bjorn, matching his smile, replied, "That's right, I'm not a bad explorer at all." One of the men in Sharon's squad sighed heavily and addressed Bjorn as Barbarian. At that, the protagonist's eyes lit up with a joyful smile and he corrected the man. "He's Bjorn, son of Thor." His new little friend nodded firmly. "The name is very important," he declared. One of the explorers gave in, saying, "All right, Thor," but Bjorn's happy shout cut him off. "Thor is my father." The explorer coughed and tried again, addressing him by name, but Bjorn interrupted him yet again. "We don't know each other that well yet," he advised, his radiant energy clearly annoying them. "You should use my full name." His attitude just made the explorers angrier, and one of them bit his lip. He glared at him, his face a mask of displeasure, and Bjorn asked, "Is something wrong?" The explorer's body began to shake with pure rage and hatred. "In that case," he hissed, "I'll call you by your full name, and then it'd be great if you'd just go on your way. As you can see," the explorer continued, "we're at a rest stop." The protagonist gasped in mock surprise at the fire, and the man was about to kick them out of the camp. Just then, Bjorn clapped his hands together joyfully. "This is even better. We were also looking for a place to stop for the night." He spread his arms wide, beaming at the group of explorers, which left the man in front of him utterly speechless. Bjorn happily continued, "We can be friends for the night, right?" Roy and the second explorer stared at them in shock, unsure how to react. At that moment, the protagonist thought, "It's written all over their faces that I'm boring them to death, but this is only the beginning of my plan." The explorer tightened his grip on his weapon. "What are you talking about? You don't just look for friends for the night on the second floor," he added. "It's smart to travel with people you trust." Bjorn crossed his arms over his chest. "So, you're saying we can't be friends for the night?" The explorer agreed. "Exactly. Now that you get it, you should go." However, the protagonist cut him off. With a loud roar, he yelled, "You guys are complete morons!" He slammed his fist into his other hand furiously. "Are your heads just for decoration?" The explorer stared back, bewildered. "What does that mean?" Bjorn answered him. "There are 4 of you, and Misha and I make 2. The protagonist continued to shout at the stunned explorer. "If we split the night shift between 7 of us, it will be better. That way, we'll all get more sleep." Sharon's jaw dropped in astonishment as he looked up to the heavens. "By the gods!" he cried. "I didn't even know." Such a brilliant solution existed. Why didn't you explorers think of this before? By now, the lead explorer was visibly shaking with pure rage. The 3 of them realized there was no use arguing with them. The lead researcher tried to intervene again, saying, "We can take care of ourselves."
But Bjorn and Sharon were already fast friends. "That's a clever idea," Sharon was saying. "You're a great warrior." The protagonist laughed in reply and thanked Sharon for the compliment. At that moment, the researcher's gaze fell on Misha, and his eyes widened. He looked her up and down as she twirled a strand of hair around her finger, smiling at the protagonist. He thought to himself, "She's a real beauty." The researcher's gaze wandered over her lips and the curves of her figure. He then cracked a tight smile. Swallowing nervously, he turned to Misha and asked, "What do you think about all this?" Misha looked away. "I don't know what to say to that," she replied. "But," she added, "since they're traveling with a barbarian, they can't be bad people." Inwardly, Misha was boiling with rage. She clenched her fists behind her back, hiding her true feelings. Misha then pointed a finger at the protagonist. He lost his weapon. "So I can't trust him to stand watch." She sighed heavily, like a mother scolding a naughty child. The researcher smiled. "Did he really lose his weapon?" he asked with feigned sadness. Bjorn announced loudly, "I stuck my weapon into a monster, and the monster escaped with it." Sharon tried to cheer the protagonist up. "It's all right," he said. "After all, you still have your fists." Misha sighed again, placing her hands on her hips. Hearing this, the researcher smiled nervously. "That happens," he said. The protagonist thought, "I made that excuse up completely on the spot." But it still worked. Sometimes, it's convenient to be a barbarian. Then Bjorn asked again, "So, will we be friends for the night? I'm getting sleepy, so we need to decide quickly." The researchers exchanged sly smiles, and their leader said, "Of course, this is strange. But if you want, you can spend the night here. You 2 can rest, because you'll have the last shift." After that, both Bjorn and Misha lay down on the ground, pretending to fall asleep. Misha called the protagonist's name. "Keep it down," he told her. She asked, "Do I really have to do this?" He asked her to hold on a little longer. "I promise. I'll grant you any wish," Misha whispered back. "Is that true? You promised?" After some time, when the researchers thought Bjorn and Misha were sound asleep, they got up, ready to set their real plan in motion. The protagonist immediately knew they had started to act. He pulled Misha closer as the shadows of the explorers crept over them. He sized them up instantly. 2 were moving toward them, and 1 was heading for Sharon. They were planning to strike simultaneously, but just as they moved in for the kill, the protagonist shot up with a massive yawn, shattering their plan. Getting to his feet, he casually asked, "You guys wake up from the hunger, too?" The 2 explorers hastily shoved their weapons behind their backs, agreeing that they had and mentioned they had some jerky left. Misha got up from the ground as Bjorn asked in mock surprise, "You really have jerky?" The moment he turned his back, one of the explorers cursed him silently.
So long, fool. Swinging his hammer with all his might, he brought it down on the protagonist's head, aiming for a single, fatal blow, but the weapon connected with a dull thud, doing no damage whatsoever. The explorer stared in shock at Bjorn's head, completely baffled. The protagonist slowly began to turn, his voice low. What was that all about? In his mind, the explorer panicked. He should have kept attacking. Bjorn glanced at him, over his shoulder. I assume that was an accident, right? He added. It's impossible to miss by that much, even if you're starving. The researcher, terrified, forced a nervous smile. It was an accident. I swear I'm so sorry. But it was far too late. Bjorn mercilessly drove his fist straight into the man's face. Crack! Teeth scattered across the ground. Bjorn sneered. Did you really think I'd believe that? The second researcher watched in utter horror, realizing just how screwed they were. The protagonist's voice was ice. I did it too, so it was an accident. Bjorn thought to himself. Do they really think all barbarians are this stupid? Just then, hearing the commotion, Sharon stirred. Pushing himself up, he asked what was happening. Roy stood behind him, arrow knocked. The researcher next to Bjorn screamed, Roy, shoot him, now! Sharon's eyes darted to his axe, and in the reflection, he saw the arrow aimed at his head. He flinched, and at the very last second, threw his hand up to protect himself. The arrow punched clean through his palm, but it was better. Then losing his head, Sharon gritted his teeth, staring at the arrowhead just a few centimeters from his eye. He began to get to his feet, growling. Roy! What are you doing? The other man stumbled back in horror, trying to speak, but only incoherent noises came out. Sharon's face was a mask of fury and betrayal. He lunged forward, his hands wrapping around Roy's throat, and began to squeeze. Talk, why did you shoot me? Roy began to foam at the mouth, a sight the last explorer saw with terror. Roy tried to plead for his life, to make Sharon let go, but he was unyielding. You're not going to answer me. Just then, Misha struck the last explorer, who crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Misha stood over him and said, I was hesitant at first, but you were right. Bjorn, these people are nothing but marauders. She looked at them with pure disappointment. Why did you let that barbarian stay? Asked one researcher to another. Did you really want to kill him too? It was a recording, playing from a device Roy held in his shaking hands. He read the vile dialogue, stumbling over the words. The transcript continued with one of them saying that the barbarian was practically begging to be killed, so there was no point in letting him live. The other researcher replied that something felt suspicious, arguing that even if he was a barbarian, he couldn't possibly be that idiotic. Sharon stared at his former ally in disbelief as Bjorn stood beside him.
Arms crossed. Roy kept reading the horrific script, where one of the researchers insisted it wasn't suspicious at all. Don't you get it yet? After all the barbarians we've killed, he'd said. They're just walking idiots at this point.
Roy finished that part, trembling even more violently as Bjorn, Misha, and Sharon loomed over him. He looked up at the three of them with terror in his eyes, and the protagonist asked, Why did you stop? Bjorn added. It seems he thought I was joking. The protagonist grabbed Roy's hand, his grip
tightening on his fingers. Roy tried to pull away, but he was relentless. Snap! A piercing scream tore from Roy's throat as, in the next instant, his finger was completely broken. Roy trembled, tears now streaming down his face, as the protagonist ordered. Keep reading. The finger was twisted.
At an unnatural angle? He stuttered. These fools are basically walking monsters. His face was a mess of sweat and tears as he continued. The barbarians are about that smart, especially with their attitude toward battles. Sharon was filled with a mix of despair and rage. He asked, his voice shaking with anger. Who exactly said that? The hand holding his axe trembled. He had once trusted these men. Not far from them, Victor and Brielle lay beaten on the ground. Roy answered meekly. It was Victor. Sharon nodded grimly. I see. Continue, the protagonist commanded. Roy resumed reading. The next lines revealed that even without the barbarian, there was plenty to gain from the expedition. The transcript went on until Roy got to the part where they mentioned the beast woman. They said that she was as dumb as the barbarian, but at least she had a pretty face. These words immediately caught Misha's attention, and Roy read on, his voice trembling. His other comrade asked if he was really going to sleep with a girl who was sleeping with a barbarian. At that, Misha let out a horrified scream, shaking with disgust and blushing furiously. After hearing that, she snatched the device from his hands and began to frantically flip through the text. Her blush deepening as she read. She screamed again in outrage. Who said that, Misha? Was fuming. The protagonist calmly rose to his feet. Misha's brows furrowed as she looked at him. "Bjorn," she said, her voice tight with rage. "I can handle this scum myself." Seeing her resolve, Bjorn simply said, "Do as you wish." After that, they scanned past more of the disgusting words, and then the text detailed who was supposed to kill whom. It was Roy's voice on the recording. He said that Sharon would deal with him personally, because he'd gotten on his nerves. Even though Roy was terrified, his condescending attitude persisted just because the man was an archer. He was still trembling as Karen's axe hovered before him, completely oblivious to the fate that was about to befall him. Hearing this, Sharon's face filled with horror. "I don't understand," he stammered. Did I really do something wrong?" He lowered his sorrowful eyes to his hand, which was pinned by an arrow, and looked to the protagonist. Hesitantly, he asked by the man's full, fake name, "What should I do?" The answer came from Sharon himself. With a swift motion, he lopped off Roy's head, yanking the arrow free from his own wounded palm. The archer's head tumbled from his shoulders. As for the leader, Misha first crushed his jewels and then ran him through with her blade. The last man, sobbing and begging for his life, swearing he would be a good person from now on, fared no better. The protagonist crouched before him. "Does that mean you'll be a good marauder from now on?" he asked. The man scrambled back as far as he could, insisting he didn't know what he was talking about. But the moment Bjorn cupped his head in his massive hands, the guy started babbling, promising he would do anything Bjorn commanded. But the protagonist had other ideas. Bjorn figured the man didn't even comprehend his own words. How, exactly, can one be a good marauder a final? Deathly scream pierced the air, and the last member of the explorer party was dead, his lifeless body lying before the protagonist, who sat beside the corpse with a grim expression. There was only one thing left to do: rest. He took Karen's hand and uncorked a potion, pouring it over the fresh wound. Bjorn suspected he'd left the scar intentionally, as Sharon had only used a tiny drop of the healing liquid. Sharon held up his hand, inspecting the spot where blood had just been flowing. Barbarians view scars as medals, keeping them as reminders of their mistakes so they can grow stronger from them. Pointing to the armor he'd scavenged from the dead marauders, Bjorn told Sharon to take whatever he wanted. Sharon answered bluntly. "I don't deserve it," Bjorn countered, however, saying, "You killed one of them." With that, Sharon relented. He thanked the protagonist, declaring that if he couldn't kill someone with an axe, he would use this instead. From the pile of gear on the ground, Sharon picked up the young leader's very own mace, gripping it tightly. Having a weapon in each hand really suited a barbarian. The protagonist thought. "Is that all?" Bjorn asked. Misha pulled a piece of armor from her pack, urging Sharon to take something else. But he shook his head, saying the rest was too small for his frame. Bjorn just shrugged. "In that case, you can just sell it." The protagonist smiled. "Come on, follow us. After all, we're taking you back to the first floor." Misha flashed him a smile, too, and before long, they arrived at the southern portal on the crystal cave floor. At that moment, Sharon
Called out to the protagonist using his fake name. Bjorn stopped. "I should properly reintroduce myself," he said. "Forgive me for the deception." The protagonist stated his real name. Hearing it, Sharon's eyes widened. You're incredibly famous." Misha proudly put her hands on her hips, adding, "That's right.
He's known as the Little Bull." A sense of duty washed over Sharon as he shouted, "It is a tremendous honor to meet you," addressing him by his well-known nickname. Sharon grinned. "In that case, I won't refuse the spoils. I'll take all of this, sell it, and buy myself some proper equipment." He clutched the bag of items, his spirit renewed with inspiration and hope. "That's the right way to think," Bjorn told him. "And don't forget, the stronger you get, the easier life becomes for the young warriors." Sharon roared with pride. "I understand," and then yelled even louder, praising his people. Currently, the barbarians were among the weakest of the races. Many of them did little more than laze around all day, squandering their potential. There was so much raw power there, considering their massive musculature and towering height. But that very nature made them easy targets for those with ill intentions, lacking proper training and support. Many barbarians died, young, falling prey to wicked men and monsters. But what if they could slowly increase the number of skilled barbarians? That would mean more young warriors would survive to adulthood, becoming seasoned explorers themselves. The cycle would then begin anew. Bjorn knew that the barbarians' influence would skyrocket in that scenario. Like it or not, he was a barbarian now, and if his people rose in power, his own standing would improve. The Mages Guild was the perfect example. If it weren't for their tower, Could they ever behave with such arrogance, Bjorn mused, that perhaps this could even spark a barbarian renaissance? And while he knew his own contribution was small, he was pleased with the thought that he could improve their odds by helping promising youths like Sharon. The protagonist turned to him. Listen closely. Sharon immediately stood at attention, hanging on his every word. Bjorn advised him that whenever he searched for a party, he should find one with at least one non-human member, and offered him several other pieces of advice that would serve him well. Sharon then looked at Bjorn, a slow, cunning smile spreading across his face. Thank you, hiding an axe behind a kind smirk. That's a brilliant tactic.
Both Bjorn and Misha flinched, feeling a sinister aura suddenly radiate from Sharon. From now on, Sharon continued, I will only consider humans my friends for the night. He smiled with pure malice. And if any of them show their true colors, I'll simply crack their skulls open. He gripped the bag, in his hand even tighter, his gaze locked with the protagonist's, a mad glint in his eyes. It was then that Bjorn understood. Meeting his gaze, Sharon went on. When I meet another young warrior, I will tell him my story and offer him sound advice, just as you did for me, all for the sake of our people. Misha's tail went rigid with alarm. Standing straight up, the protagonist simply nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that anyone who dared to cross this guy was in for a world of pain. Sharon let out a wild, booming laugh, his white teeth bared like a lunatic. With that, he departed. 2 days later, in the land of the dead, Bjorn and Misha were still on their quest. Bjorn was beginning to think they should just give up on the Death Knight. After all, they couldn't seem to find the monster anywhere. Misha turned to him with a smile. Don't look so down, she said. Besides, what's this whole story about a giant tombstone in the land of the dead, where a Death Knight crawls out on the 7th day? I've never heard anything like it, Misha added playfully. Books don't always tell the truth. You know, you've spent more than enough time cooped up in a library. I think we should at least go for a walk. As they walked, he glanced over, a question nagging at him. Why would there even be another option? Misha froze, her cheeks flushing red, completely at a loss for words. Before she could stammer out an answer, Bjorn sighed. Never mind, let's just keep moving. But then, a sudden chill shot through him, his skin erupting in goosebumps. Bjorn! Misha called out. Her voice was laced with unease. She'd sensed it too. You feel that? He asked grimly. Misha nodded. Yeah. It's like a cold wave just washed over me. A shiver crawled down her spine. Just then, a system window materialized in front of them. It read that the character was now under the effect of the grudge skill, diminishing all healing and regeneration. Bjorn bit his lip hard, drawing blood, and watched the small wound intently. He counted the seconds under his breath. 1, 2, 3. By the time he hit 6, he knew something was wrong. The cut, which should have closed in an instant, was still weeping blood down his chin. You were right, Misha whispered, her eyes wide. The Death Knight. It had to be close. Without another word, he and Misha broke into a sprint, heading towards the source of the malevolent energy. The skill is already active, which means it's engaged, he thought. Someone else is already fighting it. They must have been lying in wait. Bjorn glanced at his watch. Could that be another player? He realized he needed to be more cautious. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. It's fine. All we need is the experience. We still have options, even if someone else got the first hit. Bjorn, what's the plan? Misha called out, trying to keep up. He surged ahead, not having a clear answer yet. As they got closer, they saw an entire squad of explorers locked in a desperate battle with the monster. Bjorn charged forward, his mace a blur, and with the silent roar of a barbarian, he thought, just gotta do it. In one decisive arc, he brought his mace crashing down on the creature's skull. A system notification flashed instantly, stating he had defeated the Death Knight. It also confirmed he received 4 experience points. The surrounding explorers stared, their jaws hanging open in sheer disbelief at his overwhelming power. Bjorn shouted loudly, Fear not, for I will save you all. The idiotic barbarian mode had activated. The explorers who had been fighting just moments before stared at him. They were completely bewildered, wondering where on earth he had come from. Misha, however, beamed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for his prowess. But their shock quickly turned to anger. I helped you, Bjorn stated flatly. What's the problem? Misha quickly began to apologize. Over with the researchers who had just lost their quarry. The girl in the group shouted in frustration. Are you all trying to get yourselves killed? One of the men grabbed her to prevent her from causing more trouble. And with that, the confrontation was over. The man holding her back sighed deeply, muttering, Now what? You're that barbarian. Little Bulin,
Right, the one who helped us on the 3rd floor. The memory clicked for Bjorn as well. He recalled what the man had said. This was the same guy who'd led the explorers to safety during the battle with the Risen. So he's a player too, Bjorn realized. At the mention of the name, the man's teammates swarmed Bjorn. Are you really little Bulan? One asked, while another slapped his own thigh in realization. It really must have been a misunderstanding. He was just trying to help. The man restraining the girl added that there was no way such a renowned hero would intentionally steal a kill. So this is the power of a good reputation, Bjorn mused. Misha just watched, bewildered, wondering if it had really worked. The man broke into a friendly smile. It seems like fate has brought us together again. We should probably get properly acquainted. Bjorn grinned and offered his hand. He introduced himself with his real name and inquired about the others. The man returned the smile, saying his name was Hans. Just before their hands met, the protagonist's arm froze midair. The man continued, introducing himself fully as Hans Krisen. Bjorn snatched his hand back as if he'd been burned, a look of pure disgust on his face. What did you just say? He stammered, holding his hand up. Stop! Don't come any closer. Hans looked genuinely surprised. I'm sorry, what's wrong? But Bjorn was already spinning around. We have to go. We have other business, he yelled, grabbing Misha's wrist. He started dragging her away, his mind racing with the unthinkable possibility that had just become reality. He couldn't believe this was happening. The idea that a player could take over Hans's body was too much to handle. He broke into a dead sprint, pulling Misha along, thinking they had to get out of there immediately. Bjorn, what are you doing? Misha cried out, stumbling to keep up. The panic in her voice was clear, but Bjorn just growled back, cursing.
I'll explain later. Right now, we just need to run, confused. Hans stood behind them, wondering what had just happened. The protagonist's heart was about to leap out of his chest just from the sheer terror of what could have happened. He even had the fleeting thought that he should start carrying salt with him. That same day at noon, in Rapidi. Sharon
emerged from the dungeon portal. All around him, other explorers were embracing their loved ones, savoring a brief moment of peace. Sharon threw his head back, looked at the sky, and let out a booming, maniacal laugh that turned every head in the plaza, including those of other barbarians. These barbarians recognized him. Is that Tarsun's boy Sharon? One of them whispered in disbelief. They stared, taking in the sight of him. He was absolutely laden with bags, struggling under the immense weight of all the equipment. We're all alive, he bellowed joyfully. One of Chisto. The barbarians who knew him stepped forward. What's with the mountain of bags? A barbarian woman nearby gasped. Is that all equipment? A third one sneered, his voice full of contempt. Did you turn into a looter? Sharon sighed heavily. You really think I'd resort to looting? Of course not. Then, he motioned for them to gather around. Come closer, all of you. I'll tell you what happened. Drawn by the scene, other barbarians started to approach, curious about the commotion and where all the gear came from, and what had transpired in the labyrinth. The angry shouts began to rise. They were bewildered, exclaiming that they weren't monsters. They were angered by such an insinuation. After all, they were warriors. As he had anticipated, the barbarians were absolutely seething, and the foreseen outcome began to unfold. Enthusiastic shouts started to fill the air, mentioning the protagonist's name and his title, Little Bulan. They lauded him for seeing through the evil marauder's plans, hailing him as a great and wise driver. The protagonist's fame had clearly grown even more. With his glory stat magnified several times over by his awestruck followers, Haram hoisted the bag of loot and bellowed that everything
was exactly as he had predicted. Sharon declared they owed this victory to the protagonist's guidance. And instantly, the atmosphere transformed. It became one of reverence and fiery pride as the barbarians hailed the protagonist once more, chanting, "Great warrior," and glorifying his legendary title. Until this moment, they had endured the dark times, when people would whisper behind their backs, calling them noisy and claiming the barbarians' only asset was their raw courage. Sharon had always flinched at those words. Barbarians were at the bottom of the labyrinth's hierarchy. He roared with fury, promising to teach them everything the protagonist had shown him, the veins on his neck bulging as he delivered his impassioned speech. This was a bitter truth Sharon had once refused to accept. Hearing his cry, the barbarians thrust their fists skyward, captivated by the words of Sharon, who proclaimed that Bjorn, son of Yandel, had declared this the first step toward their people's true greatness. From this day forward, everything would be different. The protagonist, watching as if from the clouds, gave a single approving nod amidst the thunderous cheers of the barbarians. The afternoon of the 9th day arrived. At the mouth of the Black River, a system window announced that the character had entered the 3rd floor, which was named the Pilgrim's Path. The protagonist made a mental note to bring a scout with him next time. As they exited the portal,
The protagonist reflected on their luck. They'd managed to tail a research party right to the portal, but he knew they couldn't count on being so fortunate again. Misha scanned their surroundings cautiously, her ears twitching at every sound, and asked, "If meeting Hans was such a bad omen, shouldn't we just go back? Leave the first floor?" She explained that she had a terrible feeling. Bjorn told her that nothing was proven, after all, as he reasoned aloud. On the other hand, if Hans' curse is real, running back to the city wouldn't make us immune to it. He concluded it was better to simply press on with their original plan. As Bjorn and Misha walked toward the forest, Misha nervously told him, "You know, it would be great if you just hadn't said any of that, because now I feel absolutely awful." A small smile touched the protagonist's lips. He wasn't happy about it, but he definitely felt a bit lighter after sharing the weight of it. Misha, however, did not share his smile, asking with a mix of irritation and embarrassment, "Are you actually laughing at me right now?" She called him a crazy barbarian, to which Bjorn simply replied, "That I am." Misha punched him in the shoulder. "Don't lie. It's written all over your face that you mean it," Bjorn admitted. "I guess I've just started to rely on you. I'm not even sure when it happened." Misha froze, jolted by his words, and stopped in her tracks. "What's that supposed to mean?" she asked, flustered. "Is that really true?" She praised the protagonist, then declared that he should continue to depend on her instead of suffering alone. Misha's arrogance returned as she basked in her own importance. But suddenly, the protagonist said ironically, "I was joking," and vanished from the spot where he had stood a second ago. Misha erupted with anger, spewing every curse she knew at him. Finally snapping back to her senses, she shouted for him to stop and face her instead of running away. Misha began to chase after him, and they soon found themselves by the river. The protagonist waded into the ankle-deep water, crossing to the other side. It was the mouth of the Black River, a designated rest area. He held Misha in his arms, ensuring she stayed dry, and as he reached the shore, he told her to get down since they had arrived. Bjorn thought it seemed like they had barely made it in time, glad they'd arrived before the water rose. Still, the best resting spots were already taken. Misha haughtily announced that she forgave him, out of the goodness of her heart, and definitely not because she didn't want to get wet. Bjorn sighed heavily at her words, lowering her to the ground, and replied, "Even water wears away stone." Misha tried to object, but their conversation was cut short by a disgruntled shout from one of the other adventurers. "Can you two shut up?" he grumbled. "People are trying to sleep here." Misha quickly apologized, promising they would be quieter. Then she happily realized the voice was familiar and called out Hakuro's name, catching his attention. "What are you two doing here?" Hakuro asked in surprise. All three members of his party were sitting on a blanket nearby, and Misha hurried over to them, exclaiming that their entire team must be bound by fate. Just like that, they were united with the rest of their party. Hakuro asked with interest, "What happened with your quest?" The protagonist winced slightly before explaining. That was a first-floor quest, so the client already returned to the city. Bjorn then turned to Hakuro. "I thought you guys were going to stop on the second floor, right?" Hakuro smiled and replied, "We dealt with everything on the second floor so early that we moved on to a backup quest we took just in case. After that, we completed the mission Hakuro accepted on the third floor. The task was to retrieve the eyes of a frog sorcerer, which paid out 2 million stones. Not even 3 days had passed since the mission began." Misha asked eagerly, "Are you sure that was everything? You're completely done with it?" Valky happily cheered. "My favorite distortion skill worked." He turned to Misha, calling her their good luck charm. Hakuro just smiled and told Valky he was looking at Misha through rose-colored glasses, saying, "I think it was all thanks to Bjorn. Luck just seems to follow him. Can't you tell?" The protagonist shuddered upon hearing that, thinking ironically how untrue it was. "Now that we're all done," he said, "why don't we head up to the 4th floor?" Hakuro said he would stop there, adding, "If we set out now, our time will be very limited, but we should still have enough to make it. After that," the protagonist announced, "then we should butcher the corpse and get moving." Dalky was surprised and shuddered, asking, "What do you mean, butcher the corpse?" They all agreed to proceed to the 4th floor. After 3 days of travel, a system notification appeared above them, stating that the character had entered a special zone, which triggered the field effect of the area. With only 3 hours before the 3rd floor closed, they finally made it to the portal in the Witch's Forest, all of them roped together for safety. The protagonist complimented Rothmiller on a job well done. After untying the ropes, they followed their leader's command. They charged into the portal. But just as Bjorn was about to pass through, a voice called out, trying to reach him. He hesitated for a split second, But it was too late. The portal yanked him inward, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Moments later, he arrived, and a system notification confirmed his entry to the 4th floor of the Sky Tower. Glancing back at the shimmering portal, he couldn't shake the feeling that the voice was incredibly familiar. Could it have been Awa No? This zone was massive. He was sure it wasn't her. But he had no time to ponder it. The others were already yelling at him, demanding to know why he was lagging behind, snapping back to reality with a curse. He focused on the fight ahead. This was the Sky Tower, and monsters were already on the attack. He apologized to his teammates, dropping into a defensive stance to brace for the horde of monsters rushing their way. Bjorn quickly assessed the situation: an orc sorcerer, a stone golem, a suit of living armor, and a Dullahan. It was a dangerous, yet intriguing, mix. Bjorn pressed his shield tight, closing ranks with Hakuro as they waited for the enemy to approach. The Dullahan swung its weapon in a blur, striking right beside Hakuro, forcing him into a desperate dodge. The blade was wickedly sharp and ready for another pass. Hakuro was stunned by the speed, but before he could react, the Dullahan slammed its weapon into his guard, making him grit his teeth from the force of the blow. "Stay sharp," Hakuro shouted to the protagonist. They might be low rank, but they've got teamwork. To his utter amazement, however, the protagonist needed just a single blow to obliterate the creature. "What was that?" Hakuro stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief as another monster fell. That kill was thanks to Dalalka, who turned to Misha and asked what she thought of his new spell. Misha, having just dispatched the 3rd monster herself, replied that it was quite potent. Was it really supposed to be this easy? Hakuro wondered. A system window popped up, announcing the test was complete, and a dozen portals materialized before them. They were all gathered in the center of the chamber, completely baffled about which path to take. The question hung heavy in the air until Valky insisted they had no time to waste. "We need to climb the tower as fast as possible," he urged. Misha chimed in, agreeing that the lower floors were a cakewalk and offered no real rewards. The protagonist turned to the group and made the decision. "In that case, we're taking the Portal of Wisdom." The Path of Wisdom and the Ladder, as it was known, required a scout. The route was a confusing maze riddled with traps and periodic monster spawns, but it was a direct shot straight to the 5th floor. "Don't fall behind," Rothmiller called out as they moved. The protagonist wondered to himself, what might have happened if we'd chosen a different path? In his mind's eye, a massive, terrifying silhouette took shape, a monstrous boar-like creature that seemed woven from pure darkness. In the vision, Bjorn pushed himself up on one elbow, staring into the abyss. He coughed up, blood as he struggled to rise, his entire body trembling. He thought with sheer terror that none of this would have happened to his comrades, who were now scattered across the ground in twisted, unnatural positions. He was the only one left standing before the horrific beast that had single-handedly annihilated them. The monster brought its colossal leg crashing down, shattering the very floor of the location with its immense power. The concrete floor cracked effortlessly beneath the blow. They had picked the door of wisdom on the 1st floor, then the door of courage, and wisdom again, which brought them to the 12th floor. The creature before them was drooling as it glared at its opponents. They had run headfirst into a troll, a 5th-rank monster known as an absolute nightmare. The beast let out a deafening roar, focusing all its rage on the party. Bjorn braced himself with his shield as everyone else stared in pure horror at their new enemy, which towered over them by dozens of feet. Hakuro, standing at the rear, stammered, "Is that a troll?" Misha was just as stunned, yelling, "What is a monster like that doing here?" The protagonist let out a string of curses, gritting his teeth in disbelief. Why had this thing appeared on this floor? Sure, 5th-rank monsters could spawn in the Sky Tower, but it was incredibly rare. In 10 years of playing, the protagonist had only encountered a 5th-rank creature about 7 times, and that was on the 100th floor. For a boss like this to show up on the 12th floor was just bizarre. The rule about being wary of anyone named Hans had proven true again. Bjorn cursed internally, remembering his recent encounter with a Hans. He called the phenomenon the Hans effect. The main character threw his head back and bellowed, "Everyone, get ready!" The entire team snapped to attention, their focus locked on their leader's voice. Whatever the odds, their only choice was to strike first. A system window flashed above the protagonist. The character has used the skill Wild Splash. With a furious shout, Bjorn charged the troll, swinging his mace with all his might. But this troll wasn't some pushover he could defeat in one hit. The giant swung back, directing the full force of its blow right into his shield. He had to dig his heels in with all his strength just to keep from being sent flying. The ground beneath his feet fractured and splintered from the impact. It took every ounce of Bjorn's power to withstand the attack. His body shook violently as he clenched his teeth, cursing inwardly as the shield was nearly ripped from his grasp. The troll reared back for another swing, aiming to finish Bjorn off. Just then, Hakuro rushed in from behind, yelling, "I'll cover you!" In that same instant, Hakuro leaped forward, shielding the protagonist with his own body. He activated the skill weight balance, which combined knockback resistance with inertia absorption. However, the troll's strike was so powerful that Hakuro's shield simply disintegrated on impact. He choked, and as the troll pulled back, he desperately activated the emergency skill. As he fell back to mend his shield, Bjorn roared at Hakuro, "I told you to get rid of this piece of junk!" With that, he charged forward, smashing his mace into the troll. The impact was immense, but the beast barely flinched. Bjorn knew he wasn't doing any real damage. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind the creature, yelling to his team, "Are you ready?" On the far side of the cavern stood Rottmiller and Valky, who had a new barrage of attacks ready to go. "Ready!" Valky bellowed, activating his skills. Enhancement Ice Spear. A massive shard of ice formed from his magical energy. Just as a crouched Rottmiller unleashed a volley of enchanted bolts from his crossbow, the troll immediately shifted its focus to the new threats. And with one contemptuous swing of its enormous arm, it utterly shattered the ice spear. Valky was horrified. "I can't believe it," he stammered. At that exact moment, Misha screamed, "It's not over yet," as she began her own precise assault. She unleashed a flurry of strikes across the troll's entire body, using every skill she had mastered on the previous floors. Her movements were so fluid and swift that the troll couldn't even follow them. It didn't matter. "This monster's hide is too thick," Misha yelled in frustration. Bjorn's mind raced. He realized freezing this enemy with Misha's abilities was impossible, but he thought her attacks should have at least slowed its regeneration. His concentration was broken by a shrill scream from Dalki. "We have to retreat at this rate. Sure, we'll never defeat this thing." In response, the protagonist's voice cut through the chaos like a whip. "Dalki, shut your mouth and focus on the battle." As he yelled, Bjorn once again locked into a test of strength with the monster before him. He wondered to himself, where could we possibly run? They were trapped, facing the greatest danger they had encountered in a very long time. For a split second, inside the dungeon, an eerie silence fell. Neither the monster nor the party moved. They knew they had to escape, but the how remained a mystery. A memory surfaced in Bjorn's mind. The last time he'd fought a rank 5 monster, he had a rank 6 mage with him, and mages' ranks were always considered at least 1.5 times higher than their official number. In effect, he'd had a rank 5 damage dealer by his side, who also bombarded the enemy with attacks of the light element, which it was, vulnerable to. On top of that, Bjorn had used a tear of the goddess right before the fight, which made him strong enough to shatter the Death Knight with a single blow. He tried to recall how that battle had unfolded. Even with every advantage, it had been an incredibly difficult fight, and that was against a vampire, a creature with high regeneration but laughably low defense. This monster in front of them, however, was different. This beast possessed the highest regeneration and defense stats of all rank 5 monsters. If a party wasn't specifically built to counter it, then even a lucky shot was completely out of the question. But a thought sparked in Bjorn's mind. Perhaps they could still force their way through. "Everyone, listen carefully," he commanded. "From this moment on, we're in for a long haul. The odds aren't good, but we have to try 15 minutes later." The fight felt as though it had been raging for an hour. System windows periodically flashed before their eyes, announcing that Dalki had used a rank 8 curse called Aggravate Wounds, and then a rank 9 curse called Slowdown. Valky followed up with a rank 7 curse called Weaken. The strategy was for Dalki to pour all his mana into curses. At the same time, Bjorn and Hakuro held the front line, forcing Hakuro to use emergency recovery again and again. While Dalki cast his curses, the two tanks had to hold their ground. Simultaneously, Rottmiller would distract the troll, launching as many arrows as he could. Misha, fearlessly weaving her blades, had to concentrate all her efforts on damaging the monster at the precise location Bjorn had indicated. The monster, confused by the relentless attacks raining down from every direction, finally snapped. It couldn't take it anymore. With a deafening roar, it charged toward Valky to eliminate one of its tormentors. At that instant, Rottmiller grabbed Valky by the collar and pulled him back, shouting his name. At the very last moment, Rottmiller managed to sweep him into his arms and carry him away from the attack's path. The protagonist cursed internally, thinking, "So this is what it feels like to walk on the edge of an abyss?" A system notification then appeared above his head again, stating that the character had used the Wild Splash skill. Bjorn and Hakuro had no intention of giving up their positions, not yielding a single step, only shifting their defensive line to better counter the enemy. But the troll wasn't calming down. It was only growing more enraged. The monster struck the protagonist's shield again, which was already heavily damaged and severely cracked. It looked like one more impact would shatter it into countless pieces. Dalki was gasping for air, dark bruises forming under his eyes as the mana exhaustion began to take its toll. The protagonist loudly shouted his name. "How much mana do you have left?" Dalki's hands were shaking as he replied. "Not much. Only enough for 2 or 3 minutes," the staff in his hands was also trembling. Bjorn then turned, yelling, "Valky, how much mana do you have left if you stop using slowdown?" Valky shouted back, "In that case, my mana will last for 7 minutes." They would have to hold out for 7 minutes. The tension on the battlefield grew thicker. Their strength was fading, and the enemy, who was not only tireless but also seemingly undamaged, continued its assault. "Then stop using slowdown," Bjorn ordered. He slammed his foot into the concrete floor, causing it to crack. They now had a time limit. Bjorn loudly called out to Misha, who was still hammering away at the designated spot. She yelled back in annoyance, "Stop screaming at me." Then, landing in a ready stance, she added, "The skin is just too strong." The protagonist knew it was never about the skin. It was about the monster's bones. "Hakuro, cover me," he commanded. Hakuro immediately agreed, accepting the order.
"Where are you going?" he asked. Bjorn was already circling the battlefield, thinking it was time to unleash Plan B. In an instant, he was right behind the monster, swinging his massive mace and preparing to pin it to the floor with his shield. If something needed to be broken, the mace was the perfect weapon. Bjorn swung his weapon, striking the exact spot Misha had been targeting. But the blow did nothing. A system window flickered into view right above the creature's head, announcing the activation of its frenzy skill. The ability completely numbed its pain and boosted its constitution, stats sky high. In the next moment, the troll ripped the shield from Bjorn's grasp, leaving him defenseless. The shield clattered several meters away, but that wasn't enough to make him back down. With a furious roar, he charged the monster, raising his mace to strike its weak point once more. He hammered away relentlessly, pouring every ounce of their hope for survival into each frantic attack. Finally, his assault paid off. A sickening crunch echoed as dense bone and flesh exploded across the chamber. Seizing the opportunity, Bjorn roared Misha's name, signaling her to finish it. Instantly, she darted forward and sliced through the monster's arm, unleashing her frost abilities. The severed limb hit the floor, ice crystals rapidly encasing it. But then, the troll activated super regeneration. The arm Misha had just sliced off began to gruesomely knit itself back together. It was an active skill, one that had to be focused on a single body part, an ability that could repair any injury. Bjorn cursed under his breath. Stunned. It really lives up to the name, he thought, watching the isekai. Troll's limb regrow. He calculated they had roughly 2 minutes before it was fully restored. In other words, they had a 2-minute window. A chance. He immediately started shedding his armor, tossing aside anything that would slow him down. Since the super regeneration was focused on the arm, their battle strategy had to change. A new system window popped up over Bjorn, announcing he had activated gigantification. The plan was simple if they could crush the troll's core or its heart within these 2 minutes. It wouldn't be able to regenerate. Bjorn began to grow to a colossal size. Hakuro froze in astonishment, his gaze flicking between the troll and the now giant warrior. The monster was finally facing a foe that matched its own massive frame. This was their shot to end it. The troll gagged, choked by the immense pressure of Bjorn's grip on its throat. Through a strained voice, Bjorn yelled for Misha. "Go for its eyes, then cut it everywhere I want it bathed in its own blood." Instantly, Misha obeyed, launching into a frenzied assault on the creature's eyes. "Time maintenance!" Again, she plunged her blades deeper, eliciting a blood-curdling shriek from the beast. It thrashed wildly, trying to escape the agonizing pain and break free from Bjorn's hold. But he held it fast by the neck and arm. The fight had devolved into pure, brutal chaos. "Keep going!" Bjorn roared at Misha, who kept driving her blades in, following his commands without hesitation. While Dalki and Rothmaller could only watch the gruesome scene unfold in sheer terror, Misha, now drenched in the monster's gore, continued her relentless stabbing. Suddenly, after piercing through the soft tissue, her blades hit something solid and wouldn't go any further. "I can't push through," she yelled to Bjorn. He commanded her to hold the sword steady with all her strength, but each time she tried to force them deeper, they just got stuck. The skull, Bjorn thought. It can't break through. He cursed the sheer resilience of a rank 5 monster. "Don't stop," Bjorn bellowed at Misha. "You have to reach the brain." Misha obeyed, desperately clinging to the beast as it thrashed its head from side to side, trying to dislodge her. The monster let out a final, deafening roar, and then its movements shifted, becoming eerily purposeful, as if guided by a sixth sense. The direction it took was completely unexpected. It was targeting Dalki, the spellcaster. Spotting this,
Rothmuller instantly grabbed him by the collar, just as Bjorn yelled out a warning. "It's coming for Dalki." Dalki stared at the colossal creature in shock. "How is that possible? Trolls are supposed to be blind." Hoisting Dalki into his arms, Rothmuller froze for a split second until Bjorn's frantic shout to get out of the way snapped him back to his senses. Rothmuller moved like lightning, carrying Dalki to safety just as the monster's massive foot slammed down on the concrete where Dalki had been standing a moment before. Bjorn swore as Misha struggled to maintain her grip, determined not to fall and to keep up her attack. The protagonist realized that even though the troll was blind, it knew exactly where to go. Can it actually sense mana, he wondered frantically. Whatever the reason, the tide had turned against them just when victory seemed within their grasp. The troll relentlessly pursued Dalki, who was being carried by Rothmuller. As he scrambled to get away, just then, Hakuro stepped into its path, shouting, "Stop, you damned creature!" But the next second, the monster sent him flying with a brutal kick to the face, blood spraying from his mouth. The situation was spiraling out of control, Bjorn thought. Doesn't Hakuro have the strength for his weight balance skill anymore? Why is this happening now? Misha cried out his name, her eyes fixed on Hakuro, who had collapsed to the floor, completely drained. She tried to get Bjorn's attention, but he snapped her out of it, shouting, "Focus on the troll!" He was terrified too, but there was no time to worry about their comrades. He had to save his own life. With a loud scream, he renewed his savage assault on the monster's eyes, trying desperately to reach its brain as quickly as possible. There was so much blood. The troll finally managed to reach Dalki, swatting him down. He hit the ground hard, coughing up blood, as a system notification announced that the effects of the curses on the troll had been removed. Misha's gaze filled with terror and despair as she watched another one of her teammates fall to the floor. Immediately, she gripped her sword tighter, freezing in place. The main character's voice cut through her panic, calling her name, shouting for her to continue. Misha squeezed her sword hilt with a crunch of bones, activating a newly acquired skill. She screamed, filled with even more force and hatred, and began showering the monster with blows from her blades. A system window appeared above her, announcing she had used the Ice Crush skill. With a deafening shriek, she commanded the monster to die, relentlessly hammering her skill into its skull and cursing the beast with every repeated blow. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed for its death, desperately trying to bring a swift end to the fight. This was their only path to victory. Blood, cold, and fear saturated the air, until moments later, a system notification flashed. The Gaibolg skill was deactivated. The protagonist collapsed alongside Misha, both coughing in agony. And just as Bjorn struggled to push himself up on trembling arms, the monster stirred. He forced his head up to survey the carnage. The troll loomed over them, saliva dripping from its maw, its eyes completely gone, not a single trace left of them. Wounds covered the creature's massive frame, and a second later, its colossal body began to topple, just as a new notification finally appeared. They had slain the troll, earning a mere 5 experience points, and after all that, a single, solitary magic crystal was all that remained of the beast. It lay where the creature fell, with no essence or anything of value, forcing the protagonist to confront the harsh reality of their situation. Bjorn staggered to his feet, pulling himself up to his full height as Misha, her face etched with worry, rushed toward their fallen comrades. She tried to rouse Rothmuller and Valky, and it was then that the truth hit Bjorn. This wasn't a dream, and his decision had led directly to Valky's suffering. The consequences of his past actions were unfolding before him as Misha reached Rothmuller, shaking his shoulders and urging him to wake up. Rothmuller grumbled in displeasure, the weight of his wounds making him groan for her to stop, while Hakuro, lying beside him, remained unconscious. Bjorn moved toward his friends, thinking the heavens must have shown them mercy. Rothmuller's leg was only injured, and Hakuro had just fainted. But Rothmuller urged them to check on Valky, and the protagonist knew instantly he was the real problem. Valky's body was twisted into an unnatural shape. A look of pure horror was cemented on his face as Misha called his name. She then turned to the protagonist, desperately pleading. "What do we do? He's not breathing," she gasped, collapsing beside him, trembling and bursting into tears. But Bjorn told her to move aside in a steady voice, pulling a test tube with a potion from his backpack. Bjorn leaned over Valky and began pouring the liquid directly into his mouth, knowing full well this was just a stopgap. It was nothing but a temporary measure. Valky was an ordinary man, a notoriously fragile mage whose spine had been nearly bent in two during the fight. His leg was also shattered, and the blood trickling from his mouth and nose hinted at catastrophic internal damage. The protagonist cursed inwardly, slamming his fist on the stone floor, thinking he shouldn't have wasted the advanced potion back in the ice cave. Petty regrets soured in his mind the moment things went wrong, infuriating him. But just then, Rothmuller spoke up. Offering a lifeline, he held out a potion container to Bjorn. Use this, he said, explaining with a weak smile that he had bought it just in case. Give it to Valky, he insisted. Bjorn stared at him, stunned, wondering if it could really be an advanced potion, and they quickly gave it to their friend. They practically pieced Valky back together, carefully realigning his limbs and spine as the potion worked its magic. He should stabilize now, Bjorn announced. Valky's face was still ghostly pale from an ordeal few could ever imagine, and Misha leaned in close to look at him. Her unspoken question hung in the air, would he survive, and Bjorn understood completely, answering with a single assenting nod. Relief washed over Misha as she covered her eyes to wipe away fresh tears, choking out. Bjorn, we all made it. No one died. She wept with joy, overwhelmed with emotion. But as she celebrated, the main character couldn't share her sentiment. To sincerely rejoice felt impossible. Too much had happened. They hadn't survived because he had tried hard or because he had planned meticulously. It wasn't due to his backup strategies in case the first plan failed, nor was it because he had reacted correctly to the unexpected. Bjorn understood the truth perfectly. They had simply been lucky this time. And as he frowned and raised his face to the sky, his expression was one of pure disappointment. They were lucky, and accepting this fact, he finally grasped the true nature of life as an explorer in this damned world. Memories of countless other desperate fights flooded his mind, along with the many dangers ahead that could just as easily end in death if their luck ran out. The protagonist knew that a fortune like today's was fleeting, because death was a constant shadow, always stalking those who dared to take risks. A short while later, Hakuro finally regained consciousness and sat up on the floor, groaning. We actually made it out alive. He looked completely drained. He closed his eyes and let his head droop. Survived a troll, Rothmiller remarked. We'll need to leave an offering at the temple when we get back. He hinted that divine intervention was their only explanation, an awkward smile on his face. While Hakuro just repeated how glad he was that it ended this way, Bjorn then intervened, apologizing to them. I never expected the troll to behave like that at the end, he said. He bowed his head in a guilty gesture, but Hakuro asked in surprise, Why are you deciding this is your fault? We owe you our lives, Hakuro insisted. None of us would have survived if it weren't for you. Rothmiller smiled in agreement. You made the right calls. You shouldn't blame yourself. But the protagonist knew Rothmiller couldn't possibly understand the choice he'd made in that moment. The weight of that decision settled heavily on his shoulders. But just then, Valky finally showed signs of life, his brow furrowing as he let out a faint groan. At the barely audible sound, Misha rushed to his side, asking if he was okay, but Valky immediately whispered in a tired voice. Are you guys okay? We're all fine, Misha answered quickly, leaning over him. Don't try to move. Valky addressed her by name. I'm glad that you're okay, he managed. Misha called him a fool, tears still visible in her eyes. We wanted to say the same thing to you. He tried to say more but choked, spitting up a mouthful of blood. Through his exhaustion, he managed a weak smile, struggling to confirm it was true. Still, that smile was enough to give them hope for a quick recovery. Hiro grinned, remarking that this wasn't exactly a fight they could boast about, since nobody would ever believe they took down a troll by themselves. Misha chimed in, her expression sour, complaining that they didn't even get an essence, or any other useful drops from the fight. Everyone standing around Valky seemed to agree, until Rothmiller broke the silence, pointing out that at least they all managed to survive. Bjorn just stared at him, saying nothing. Misha then commented that Rothmiller didn't have a greedy bone in his body, which made him smile in agreement. You used advanced potions, didn't you? He asked Rothmiller, who sighed and said they could all chip in to pay him back. He then smiled and asked if they really thought he wasn't greedy. Glad to hear it, he replied. Misha then turned to Bjorn and asked what their next move was, while Huro and Rothmiller were busy laughing and chatting amongst themselves. The protagonist asked Misha to clarify. She then questioned if they were giving up on climbing. Where to now? Bjorn demanded angrily. Who do you think I am? I declared plainly that we were staying put until the labyrinth closed. The team leader cut in, reminding everyone. Why are you asking him I'm the one leading this team? Misha's face turned red as she mumbled that she'd just remembered, cursing under his breath. The protagonist grumbled about the troll, thinking the whole fight had been completely pointless. A short time later, a system notification popped up. The labyrinth is now closed. Just like that, they were all teleported back to Rapdonia. A week had passed, marking the end of their 6th expedition. Later that evening, a woman named Owen reached her destination. She smiled shyly, wondering aloud if this was really the place. She could hardly contain her excitement, knowing she would finally get to see him again. Meanwhile, after arriving back in the city, the party made a beeline for the temple, carrying Valky with them. They entered the Temple of Lees, and it didn't take long for Valky to make a full recovery. Soon enough, he was back on his feet, declaring that he felt much better. Huro, who was walking beside him, let out a cheerful laugh. Misha saw him and called out his name gleefully. Divine power is truly something else, Bjorn thought. It can mend the body, but it can't do a thing for the mind. The protagonist made a mental note to check on Valky later. Rothmiller commented that the healing had taken longer than he'd anticipated, then turned to Valky with a concerned look.
He asked if there were any lingering side effects. Valky just smiled and scratched the back of his head, telling them not to worry. He felt so good he could head back into the labyrinth right then, if he wanted to. Rothmiller let out a sigh of relief, and Misha added that it was great news. All right then, Bjorn announced. In that case, we should
meet back up in 2 days. For now, everyone needs to get some rest. With that settled, they all went their separate ways. On his way home, Bjorn started thinking about their haul. They hadn't exactly gathered a mountain of magic crystals, so they'd decided to just split the reward money from the quests they'd completed. Even then, it would only amount to about 400,000 stones per person. Bjorn mulled this over as he walked, his thoughts drifting back to the troll. He couldn't help but feel bitter about it. The damn thing hadn't even dropped in essence. The scowl on his face made his frustration clear. Just then, Misha called out his name with a smile, asking what his plans were now. The protagonist replied that instead of splitting up, they should go. Wash up right away. Misha flinched, a blush creeping up her neck. You mean wash up together, she stammered. Bjorn calmly continued, saying that they could unpack his gear later. Misha's ears drooped as she finally understood what he was suggesting. Bjorn stated that they'd had plenty of rest in the labyrinth, so she shouldn't even think about trying to slip away. Misha winced and looked away, insisting that the thought hadn't even crossed her mind. She then proposed that she'd just wash up at his place, saying it would save her the trip to her own home and back, then asked if that was okay with him. Bjorn agreed without breaking his stride, and Misha's tail began to wag happily from side to side. The protagonist figured there was no point in her wasting time walking all the way home. A short while later, they were in his room. You're already done washing up, Misha asked, surprised. That was incredibly fast. The protagonist told her to take her time, explaining that he needed a moment to sort through his things, anyway. Misha smiled. Really? He nodded in response and began organizing the items on his table. And Misha agreed, heading for the bathroom while purring contentedly. While she's in there, the protagonist thought, I'll separate the stuff. We're selling from what we're keeping for ourselves. After spreading everything out, he began to sort the items into piles. Some things could be kept for their own use, while the rest would be sold. Suddenly, his focus was broken by a knock at the door. The man, standing on the other side, asked if a Bjorn Yandel was in. Who could that be? Bjorn wondered. He walked over, opened the door, and asked the man what he wanted. The man visibly flinched upon seeing the protagonist, intimidated by the stark height difference between them. He stammered a greeting and said that he was from the Explorers Guild, but Bjorn cut him off. Get to the point. The man nervously wiped his face with a handkerchief and began to mumble, clearly terrified. After collecting himself, he quickly explained that a barbarian named Taron was asking for Bjorn to act as his witness. The protagonist froze, hearing the familiar name. The guild representative continued, explaining that Taron claimed Bjorn could vouch for him and confirm he wasn't a marauder. The frightened man managed a weak smile as he said this, and with those words, the situation finally clicked for Bjorn. He realized that the young barbarian was in serious trouble. He spun around and went back into his room, shouting to Misha that their plans for the day were off. He tossed his towel onto a chair and quickly pulled on his outerwear before heading for the door. Misha's annoyed voice immediately followed. What, why? She cried out. Bjorn called back, explaining that he had to run to the guild about Taron. What do you mean by that? Misha asked in confusion, wanting him to explain. But Bjorn just answered. He cut her off, telling her to just go home or finish her shower and get on with it, then punctuated his words by slamming his bedroom door shut. Misha stood frozen for a moment under the running water, her body covered in suds, a washcloth still clutched in her hand. She had no idea what was happening, and because Bjorn refused to give her any explanation, her confusion quickly boiled into rage, making her tremble. An ear-splitting scream of pure fury ripped through the hallway as she raged, asking if it was so difficult for him to just explain things to her. Her shriek was so powerful it felt like it could blast the door off its hinges. The protagonist, meanwhile, was already walking away, telling the other man it was time to leave. The man could only stammer his agreement. At the same time, things in the 9th District were far from dull. As a breathless Erwin dashed between buildings, rushing to get somewhere, she panted heavily, her thoughts consumed by one fact: she knew he was alive. She was thinking of Owen, the protagonist who, with the simple news of his survival, had made her beam with joy a few days ago in the Witch's Forest. Their paths had crossed without either of them realizing it. Back then, Owen's sister, Tuya, had her hands on her hips as she asked Owen if she understood the task. Find the path to the 4th floor. Tuya was confident Owen could do it, even without being a trained scout. When Owen asked if she was supposed to listen for the sounds of mana, Tuya corrected her. She was to listen for the hum of the portal. Owen closed her eyes, and almost instantly, she sensed the gentle current of magic. Following the flow, she pointed and declared that was the direction they needed to go. Tuya grinned, pleased. Good, she said. Shall we get moving then? The two sisters strode confidently toward the portal. As Owen got closer, she could feel the mana signature growing stronger and stronger. She looked up, at Tuya, about to say something, but was suddenly interrupted by the sound of someone speaking. It was his voice, the protagonist's. Owen's eyes went wide with recognition. In a flash, she broke away and sprinted. Owen! Her sister called out in surprise, trying to stop her and asking where she was going. But Owen paid her no mind. With just 3 powerful leaps, she left her sister far behind, her mind completely focused on that one thing, his voice gruff, yet so warm. Tuya called out to her again, but it was useless. Owen surged forward through the dead woods, driven by the certainty that the voice belonged to him. She raced toward the portal, and then she saw him, a figure already stepping through the shimmering gateway. As she drew nearer, she noted the equipment was different, and a helmet obscured his face, but she felt an unshakable conviction that it was him. A few steps away, Owen shouted his name, trying to get his attention. Her call made him pause for a split second and start to turn, but the portal yanked him inward too fast. She cried out his name again as Bjorn vanished completely. Unwilling to give up, she wondered if she could follow him through. But just as Owen was about to step inside, her sister appeared out of nowhere at the last second, lunging forward and blocking her path, which startled Owen immensely. "Owen, stop!" Tuya yelled, shoving her sister back onto the ground. "What in the world are you doing? You know, you could be mistaken for a marauder on the 4th floor." Tuya held her down firmly as Owen, with tears in her eyes, insisted, "It was him." "You barely even saw him," Tuya shot back. But Owen just kept repeating that she knew it was him, over and over again, pleading with her sister to let her go. Owen shut her eyes tightly. "Tuya, why did you stop me?" she choked out, tears streaming down her face. "Why?" Tuya looked down at her sister in horror, calling her name softly. But Owen was lost in her own despair, her body racked with sobs of frustration. Now, Owen wandered the city streets, amazed at how famous Bjorn had become. Every person she asked about Bjorn Yandel instantly recognized the name. They knew him by his nickname, the Little Bulan, and would immediately start chattering, asking each other if it was true he'd been spotted on the 1st floor. Then, one person mentioned that a barbarian on his team knew where Bjorn lived. Owen realized she had been completely in the dark, cooped up in her room like an idiot. As she ran, a question surfaced. Why hadn't her sister told her anything? But she quickly dismissed it, figuring Tuya probably didn't know either. After all, her sister had been incredibly busy lately. When she finally arrived, she decided the reason didn't matter. She stood right before his door, panting, her first thought being that she had to apologize the moment she saw him. Owen was positive he had been looking for her too, and she convinced herself the only reason he hadn't found her yet was that he'd simply forgotten her address. She tried to calm her racing heart, pressing a hand to her chest as a blush crept up her cheeks. And then she knocked. Footsteps approached from the other side, and a joyful smile spread across Owen's face. She felt like her heart was going to burst. Owen took a steadying breath. Her lips pursed in anticipation. The lock clicked, and the door swung open to reveal Misha, her hair still damp. "Who are you?" she asked. Owen never imagined a woman would answer the door. Who was this? Had she come to the wrong address after all? She stood there, completely frozen, scrambling for words. She stammered that she must have the wrong room. Owen then asked if Misha happened to know which room belonged to Bjorn Yandel. At the mention of his name, Misha's expression sharpened with interest. "Are you a guest of his?" she inquired. Confused, Owen asked what she meant. "Bjorn just showered and stepped out. Misha explained casually. Would you like to come in and wait for him? The words hit Owen like a physical blow, making her recoil. Misha's phrase echoed in her head. He just showered and stepped out. It finally hit her. This was the right room. Owen's mind went blank, unable to process what was happening. Misha continued. If you don't want to wait, just tell me who you are, and I'll be sure to let Bjorn know you stopped by. Owen was stunned. Misha spoke with such ease, as if the two of them lived there together. You said he just washed up and left, Owen asked, needing to confirm. Misha just smiled. That's right. So, are you leaving? Owen forced a tight smile back, her mind reeling. No, I don't want to. Mind if I wait inside? She asked. Misha nodded and let her in, adding, It's a little chaotic in here, isn't it? It's not usually this messy. Owen replied that she understood completely. She surveyed the room, turning her back to Misha and saying, You did the same thing with Bjorn? Misha stared at her, baffled. Are you a researcher too? She asked. Then she winced as the hidden meaning of the words hit her. Hey, it's not like that, she yelled. We got this from the Marauders, Misha insisted. But Anne just told her not to worry. I understand everything perfectly. She balled her hands into fists. I know for a fact Bjorn would never do something like that. A storm of conflicting emotions seemed to swirl within her. Owen spoke, her voice low. It's only fair to be punished for taking something that isn't yours, right? Owen's face darkened, a small, chilling smile forming on her lips as she spoke. Misha just looked back at her, completely confused, with no idea what she was talking about. First, they would take down one, then the other. The monsters seemed utterly confused whenever this happened. However, if they weren't fast enough, they risked being surrounded by ghouls, which was extremely dangerous. This exact scenario played out once. As ghouls started closing in, Bjorn yelled to Anar that they had to run, and she immediately followed his lead. Death demons wouldn't pursue their prey outside of their territory, so they just had to be quick. By the afternoon, the demons were no longer appearing in pairs. Noticing a group of 3, the protagonist remarked that 3 death demons against 2 of them was pushing it. Anar quietly replied that a wise warrior should be able to avoid a fight they can't win. Bjorn suggested they find a new spot, and by the end of the second day, they had stopped hunting death demons entirely. A bit later, after discovering some ruins, Anar suggested they make camp there, as the location looked promising. The protagonist agreed, but their conversation was cut short by a sudden sound. Turning around, they saw a group of 3 adventurers who had stopped across from them. The 2 groups stared at each other in surprise as the adventurers frowned, their lips pressed together. More explorers, Bjorn thought with distaste. He called out to the adventurers, intending to ask them what they were doing here. But before he could finish, Anar angrily demanded to know why those people were staring at them. She scowled, ordering them to leave if they had no business there. The adventurers looked at them in horror, but after clearing their throats, they apologized and started to walk away. Anar glared at them menacingly. Then, frowning, she noted that she and Bjorn had to leave now that the adventurers knew their position. She proposed they find a new place to camp. She was certain that humans couldn't be trusted. As they began to leave, the protagonist recalled that Anar had shown a similar dislike for people the last time. He wondered if something had happened to her while she was exploring the labyrinth. He decided he would ask her about it some other time, and simply followed Anar to a different spot. Eventually, while looking around, she admitted that she didn't think they'd find a place as good as the last one. The protagonist was about to suggest that they not search for an identical spot. But suddenly, he heard a scream, followed by a plea for help. He froze, frowning, as the man continued to beg for his life. Bjorn and Anar stood motionless, their mouths slightly agape in amazement, speaking in a much quieter tone. Anar said that those weren't the sounds of someone being attacked by monsters, clenching his jaw. The protagonist replied that he knew. It was clear that explorers were killing each other. Anar suggested that they run away immediately. Right now, she urged. But before she could finish, a voice suddenly called out, Who's there? The next moment, a figure appeared before them and raised a hand. A flash of magical energy shot into the air, and both Bjorn and Anar shielded their faces from the blinding light. They noticed 4 fresh corpses and realized there were no monsters around, only traces of a camp and signs of poisoning. The girl standing before them looked at them thoughtfully. Bjorn focused his attention on her as well, noticing that part of her ear was missing, and her hands and a portion of her dagger were stained with blood. Squinting slightly, the girl looked at them and asked if they were newcomers. In that instant, Bjorn realized exactly who she was. Marauders. They weren't people who hunted monsters for magic crystals. Instead, they hunted other explorers to steal their equipment. It was an activity punishable by death in Rafdunia. No questions asked. Then again, Bjorn mused. No one had put him on trial for killing those 6 researchers. Of course, that was self-defense. But outside the labyrinth, nobody would ever find out if there was no one left to tell the tale. A voice pulled him from his thoughts. The girl stepped into the clearing, casually tossing a dagger. "First time seeing a marauder," she asked, sizing them up. "You're barbarians, I see." The protagonist knew they were in trouble. He could tell just by her demeanor that this girl was a professional. She stood about 170 centimeters tall, towering and fit. She also had red hair that fell to her shoulders, a torn right ear, and a tattoo under her eye. Bjorn knew that with such distinct features, she ought to be famous. But if he hadn't heard of her, it meant she was terrifyingly good at her job. In other words, she never left any witnesses. Anar, her hand already on the hilt of her sword, frowned. She admitted, "I think this woman is strong." The protagonist pressed his lips together, his mind racing as he realized there were only 4 corpses here. They were all wearing high-level equipment, and there was even a mage in the group. They looked like explorers who had made it to at least the 5th floor, and 3 of them had no visible wounds. Bjorn understood immediately they were poisoned. The 4th must have had some poison resistance. He drew the woman's attention and asked, "Was this your team?" She offered a faint smile at the question, but her attention quickly shifted as she approached the adventurers and started rummaging through their gear. "So, who knows you're here?" she asked, likely assuming they were friends of the dead. Bjorn noted how she calmly turned her back on them to search the bodies. She wasn't the least bit afraid of 2 novice barbarians. After pulling a sword from one of the knights, she closed her eyes and began to slide it into her backpack. The massive sword fit inside the bag completely. That meant the girl had an expensive traveler's bag. He couldn't even fathom how much stronger she was than them. Suddenly, the girl's attention snapped back to him. Anar and Bjorn both focused on her as the protagonist considered. The only way they were getting out of this alive? Anar gave him a serious look and asked, "Are we going to fight?" He shook his head. "We're not. Run as fast as you can." They turned their backs to the girl and bolted. The only way to save themselves was to run. The girl simply turned in their direction. She calmly watched them go as Bjorn and Anar continued their mad dash. After a few moments, the protagonist thought they had bought themselves some time, but they didn't know when that girl might decide to chase them. He looked around and spotted a mark on a tree, relieved that he had left markers just in case. If they followed these marks, they could get to the portal leading to the first stage and be saved. But suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed a group of adventurers ahead. He and Anar stopped short. Bjorn counted 4 people. The man in front asked, "Are these barbarians?" Anar clenched her jaw and grabbed the hilt of her sword, ready to fight. Bjorn knew it was hard to trust people, but they had no choice. He yelled, "A marauder is chasing us," and begged the men for help. The adventurer asked, "What guarantee do we have that you aren't marauders yourselves?" The protagonist swore on the honor of a warrior, shouting that it was true. After a moment's thought, the man agreed. Bjorn grimaced internally. This oath definitely made it easier to deceive people. The man warned him that if they defeated that marauder, all the rewards and items would belong to them. The protagonist agreed without a problem. Happy with this, the man extended his palm forward, telling them to come closer. He explained that he was using the skill of a dwarf. Kneeling down, he placed his palm on the ground. He explained that no one would be able to spot them this way. Dion remembered that the essence of the dwarf's skill was that everything within a 3-meter radius would blend into the surroundings. It was a very powerful camouflage ability, but the downside was that you couldn't move. Still, it could be used to avoid combat. He imagined a monster using this skill to hide from nearby adventurers. The protagonist mentally noted that he was very lucky, and then the man said the exact same thing out loud. He then smirked and exclaimed that they were lucky that the barbarians had walked into their trap themselves. He abruptly changed the skill he was using, and now Bjorn and Anar were under a suppression effect. They froze, frowning. As the man asked if they were surprised that they couldn't move, laughing, he noted that they wouldn't answer. Bjorn cursed inwardly, realizing they had been deceived. These people he had asked for help from were themselves marauders. The essence that explorers of their level could obtain was an active skill from the stone golem, known as suppression. And the protagonist remembered that you had to receive even the slightest damage to remove this effect. Looking at them, one of the Marauders noted that they had acquired a lot in just 2 days, and that now all of it would belong to them. One of the men, approaching Anar, took her by the chin, remarking that he was very sorry they had caught a woman, and it turned out she was just a barbarian. But his comrade noted that this was even better, asking if he knew how much a barbarian's heart was worth. The protagonist could feel the disgusting desires of these marauders with his entire being and looked at the man who was now searching him. Noticing his gaze, he said that he was very scared and told Bjorn not to look at him like that, explaining that he would not be freed from the skill with just a look. One of the adventurers, coming closer to him, reminded him to kill with one blow, because otherwise there would be problems. The man, taking out a dagger, told his comrade not to worry and asked if he had ever been wrong. Bjorn asked himself, "Are we really going to die like this?" The marauder, saying goodbye to him, swung his hand, intending to strike with the daggers. But Bjorn did not agree with dying and thought about what could happen if he received any damage. The marauder aimed at his neck, and when the tip of the dagger pierced his skin, the protagonist mentally exclaimed that he would be able to move. He jerked back. The man froze in shock, not understanding what had happened. Bjorn decided that he would move his head before the man
Pierced him deeply enough with the dagger. And although the wound was still terrible, he did not die immediately, mentally exclaiming that everything was going according to plan. The man who struck him frowned and asked in shock what was happening. He didn't understand what kind of monster Bjorn was.
With a sickening crunch, his mace connected, and the surviving marauders watched in horror as their comrade fell. One of them finally snapped, yelling to the others, "Kill him! Get Bjorn!" Gritting his teeth, he ripped the dagger from his own throat, then lunged toward Einar, roaring her name as he plunged the blade deep into her shoulder. She staggered from the wound, but Bjorn was already collapsing. "The rest are yours," he gasped. Frowning, Einar faced her enemies, raw fury in her eyes as she drew a massive sword from her back. She immediately unleashed a devastating strike, cleaving one of the marauders clean in two. Planting her feet firmly, she surged toward the next foe. He trembled, pleading, "Wait!" But before the word was out, Einar obliterated him with a single, brutal swing. A spray of blood filled the air. She glanced at the last marauder, who was now screaming and scrambling away. She gave him a look of pure contempt before a sound distracted her.
A pained sigh came from nearby. Her head whipped around, and she screamed Bjorn's name, seeing him lying in a rapidly expanding pool of his own blood. The sheer amount of it was horrifying. "Don't you dare die," she pleaded, realizing with terror that he was fading fast. The protagonist raised a trembling hand, his voice a broken whisper.
He gasped her name, reminding her of the potion. She promised, tears welling in her eyes, that she would make his murderers pay. At that moment, Bjorn received a notification and achievement for reaching 0.1% health. The reward was a permanent 3-point boost to his spirit stat. A short while later, the empty potion flask lay beside them. "That's definitely going to leave a scar," Anna remarked, gently tracing the gash on his neck. Bjorn thought to himself how fortunate he was to have bought the Seal of the Immortal when he had the chance. He would have been dead otherwise. Einar suddenly broke into a grin. "This is great. You're probably the only barbarian alive with a scar on his neck." Bjorn was baffled that she saw this as a victory. Then again, he figured not many barbarians could survive a throat wound, no matter the size. He readjusted his helmet. "If you've gathered all their gear, we need to track that guy down," he said. "He couldn't have gotten far." Soon enough, they cornered him. Einar grabbed the man by the collar, lifting him clean off his feet as he desperately begged for his life. "Don't kill me. Let him go, Anar," Bjorn instructed. "We need his particular skills to hide from that woman." But in that instant, a dart whistled between them at blinding speed, embedding itself in the marauder's neck. Einar dropped the body in shock as it crumpled to the ground. Both she and the protagonist stared, stunned, at the poison dart sticking out of his throat. The woman appeared from the shadows behind them. "I have to admit," she called out, "that was a rather impressive fight." Has she been watching us this whole time? Bjorn wondered. He caught Einar's eye, waiting for her slight frown that signaled she was listening to his thoughts. "If we can't run, we'll have to try something else," he projected. Together, they charged forward, weapons drawn, sprinting straight for the woman. She simply watched them approach with an unnerving calm, knowing a battle was inevitable. As they closed the distance, they both leaped into the air, arms raised to deliver a crushing blow. Einar landed first, her sword slicing through the air where the girl had been a moment before. The marauder had ducked under the attack with impossible speed, her expression still perfectly composed. Seeing an opening, Bjorn seized the chance to attack while she was distracted. But the woman just thrust her dagger forward, effortlessly blocking his heavy mace. He was stunned by the move. She's strong, he thought, his mind racing. Just how high is her essence? Letting go of his mace. He decided on a new tactic. If I can't overpower her, I'll immobilize her. He wrapped his arms around the woman, trying to pin her down. Anar, now! He grunted through clenched teeth. But suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, and he collapsed to his knees, screaming in his mind. He was utterly bewildered. His entire body was frozen. How? He thought in a panic. Did she actually pierce my armor and my back with a simple dagger? He couldn't comprehend it. Does she know how to use Zora? If so, this meant they never stood a chance. Just then, Anar let out another battle cry and swung her massive sword at the woman's back. But the girl reacted in a flash. She spun and slashed Anar across the stomach before darting aside to dodge the sword's arc. Blood poured from Anar's mouth, and the fresh wound as she cried out in pain. Bjorn's jaw tightened as he saw the blood splatter. Damn it all, Anar! He cursed internally. The girl casually tossed her dagger, telling him to give up. The basilisk's paralyzing venom has already spread through your entire system, she stated. He could only gasp for air, unable to speak, his mind reeling in horror. This woman, she's faster, stronger. She's better than us in every way, he thought, cursing their fate. Is this really how we die? The girl brought her dagger to his head in a flash, stopping the blade just millimeters from his eye. Swear to me, she said, that you will never speak of what you saw here to anyone, and I will let you live. Bjorn was confused. What does she mean? He wondered, then asked it aloud. The marauder explained calmly. This was my plan from the start. I have no desire to kill barbarians. I owe your people a debt. Now Bjorn understood. She was just watching their fight because if the other marauders had killed them, she wouldn't have had to get her own hands dirty. Bjorn! Don't believe her, Anar gasped, reaching a trembling hand toward him. She's trying to trick us. The protagonist remained silent for a moment before asking, And what happens if I refuse? The girl's answer was blunt. Then you die. I made a promise, after all. Bjorn repeated her words, confused. A promise to whom? But she cut him off with a menacing glare. That, she declared, is none of your concern. Bjorn relented and agreed. He then swore upon his honor as a warrior. After a brief pause, the girl noted, You're certainly an unusual one. She stood up with a sigh and poured a potion over Bjorn's wound. He gritted his teeth as the healing magic seared his flesh. The marauder then turned to Anar. And you? What's your choice? Anar breathed heavily, her jaw set in defiance. Finally, she spat out, I refuse. The girl nodded as if she expected it. In that case, I have no choice. Goodbye, barbarian woman, she said, raising her dagger for the final blow. But Bjorn's mind screamed. That's not it. It was the only way. Anar would surely die otherwise. When he suddenly ordered her to swear an oath, she froze in disbelief. Lifting her head, Anar whispered his name with a questioning tone. She was still gasping for air, about to remind him of the sacred weight a barbarian's promise held. But he cut her off before she could speak. The protagonist snapped that she'd promised to follow his commands and told her to simply trust him. He couldn't grasp what purpose pride served. If it only got you killed. Anar looked away, closed her eyes, and swore the oath. A moment later, just before the marauder departed, Bjorn called out to her, asking to pose a single question. Without even waiting for a response, he demanded to know what floor the woman had reached. Beside him, Anar was drinking a healing potion. The marauder considered his question for a moment without answering, but finally, as she turned to leave, she revealed she had reached the 8th floor. The 8th floor, the protagonist repeated in his mind. He understood then that if she was truly an explorer of that level, only her oath had spared their lives, but there was more to it than that. Watching the woman depart, Bjorn silently vowed that next time, things would be entirely different. Soon, he and Anar transferred back to the 1st floor. Disoriented, they both stumbled and fell. The protagonist looked over at Anar, who hadn't gotten up, and asked if she was all right. After a tense silence, she admitted she was in pain, adding miserably that she was no longer a warrior and had no right to complain. Bjorn realized the situation was far worse than he had feared. Was begging for mercy with a warrior's oath really such a profound disgrace? He tried to reason with her, explaining that only the strongest survive and that they would have their chance to defeat that woman in the future. She still seemed confused by his words, but after getting to her feet, she looked away and conceded that she understood a little. She would have to endure the shame and the urge to end her own life to become a warrior as strong as the protagonist. He pressed his lips into a thin, hard line, watching her. He inwardly admitted he would never truly understand her feelings, as he wasn't a true barbarian. He promised her that a day for their revenge would come. Later, after finding a safe location, they settled in for the night. As Einar slept, Bjorn sat guard beside her. He calculated they had been awake for 20 hours. Although he was mentally shattered from the day's ordeal, he couldn't bring himself to sleep. He propped his chin on his hand, frowning in concentration. He didn't feel quite as broken as Einar did, but his own state was far from good. He glanced at the sleeping girl, recalling a similar feeling from when a group of drow had rescued him, only for their healer, Parson, to refuse him aid and toss a potion at him as if he wasn't worth the effort, like an injured dog. While he was grateful to be alive, he could never erase the humiliation of that moment and swore it would never be repeated. But what was the problem now? He had consistently made the optimal choices for survival. Bluntly, he had focused only on the present. What else could he have possibly done the instant he'd arrived? He'd witnessed a chieftain behead a man, followed by one unbelievable event after another. He replayed the chaotic memories, knowing he'd had no choice but to prioritize his own safety. However, he also knew it was impossible to truly live like that. He couldn't survive that way forever. It was time to change the plan, to look ahead with serious intent. Having made his decision, he glanced down at his damaged armor. The movement drew Einar's attention. As she woke and looked at him, he asked her, "What would you say if I knew a way for us to become stronger? One that carries an immense risk." She declared without hesitation that she would agree. "We'll die anyway if we remain this weak," she stated. "This life will always be filled with chaos, regardless of the path I choose," Bjorn thought. "So it's better to be the one who strikes first." He agreed with her resolve. "In that case," he said, his expression hardening, "we're going into the rift." He decided then and there to find and destroy the chaos himself. Anything that didn't kill him would make him stronger. Sometime later, they defeated a dwarf and a razor wolf, receiving 1 experience point for each slain monster. Einar was shocked that they had run into 4 types of monsters at once, admitting that she never knew such a place existed on the first floor. "That's why this area isn't popular," the protagonist explained, thinking it was far too difficult. The sheer variety of monsters made it treacherous, and the constant, oppressive darkness meant they always needed torches. They proceeded cautiously, scanning their surroundings. Bjorn mentally noted there was no reason to come here unless you needed a shortcut to buy some time. In other words, it was the perfect place to hide something. Soon, they stood before a monument. "What is that?" Einar asked. Bjorn explained that it was a memorial for the man who first discovered the labyrinth. He read the inscription, dedicated to the last sage, Deflon Grandel Gabrielis. The monument was erected to honor his great first steps. The protagonist recognized that the description was identical to the one in the game, guessing that the hidden conditions must also be the same. He warned Einar that he was about to open a rift and that everything she was about to see had to remain a secret. She swore on her warrior's honor. Then she smiled faintly and asked, "So, what exactly is a rift?" Bjorn explained it was a labyrinth within a labyrinth, recalling that the game had called it an instance dungeon, or just an instance. It was a dungeon cleared by a specific number of characters, and to open a rift on the first floor,
You had to place magic crystals from 4 types of monsters onto the memorial. Bjorn placed the crystals from the goblin, dwarf, ghoul, and razor wolf, before setting the death demon crystal in the center. With a crystal from a rank 8 monster from the second floor, the rift would surely open.
As a portal materialized before them, the protagonist told Einar they had to go. He remembered that the death demon crystal opened a 5-person instance, with the difficulty scaling based on the number of participants. Bjorn was curious to see who, if anyone, would join them. As they entered, the system message appeared. "You have entered the first floor rift." The rift, a labyrinth within a labyrinth, was known as an instance dungeon in the game. It was also a passage to another reality that appeared randomly on each floor. Rifts had a cooldown, and a new one on the first floor wouldn't open for at least 3 months. Waiting around was a waste of time, so people began searching for ways to force the rifts open. In total, there were 4 such rifts on the first floor. The one they were heading to had a blood-red sky that looked like the end of the world, with a massive flock of crows circling overhead on the path to the
Dark Castle. This place was known as the Bloody Citadel. Catching sight of the fortress ahead, Einar gasped in awe at its sheer size. Bjorn remained silent. But he was thinking. He already knew this would be their destination after using the Death Demon's magic crystal. Still, seeing it in person was far more intimidating. The good news was that every rift on the first floor could be cleared, no matter the difficulty. The real question now was who else would show up, since the rest of the party would be assigned at random.
Anar suddenly noticed movement, and in that same moment, a man stepped through the portal. Turning toward the rift, Bjorn wondered to himself, "Who is it?" Meanwhile, sometime earlier, Tura noted with clear annoyance that Owen had summoned a spirit again. Owen turned to face her with a sigh. They were deep inside a crystal cave on the first floor of the labyrinth. Lowering her gaze dejectedly, Owen admitted that she struggled with only a dagger for defense. Tura reminded her, "I already told you, you need to learn to protect yourself without your bow and spirit." Owen recalled Bjorn's advice to focus on what she did best, and how it was the duty of every explorer to trust their team and master their designated role. Moving closer, Tura placed a hand on her shoulder, conceding that Bjorn had a point, but warned that the world wasn't a friendly place and that allies were just allies, so you should never trust them completely. Owen finally agreed, though she silently added that Bjorn really wasn't such a bad barbarian. Shrugging Tura's hand off her shoulder, she closed her eyes and asked, "Can we just go to the second floor now?" She figured Bjorn had probably already raked in a ton of money up there, but Tura just smirked and announced that they couldn't just advance to the upper floors right after they had done a little hunting on the first floor. They had to locate a rift first. Owen looked puzzled, thinking that rifts were supposed to be incredibly difficult to find. Tura confirmed this was true, mentioning that some unfortunate explorers never even encountered one in their entire careers. But the last rift had appeared 8 months ago, and they operated on a precise 8-month cycle, meaning a new one was due to open soon on the first floor. Owen understood completely. She remarked that Bjorn hadn't mentioned that detail, and Tura figured that was natural since the man was a rookie himself. She guessed he had probably taken the most inefficient route up. She smiled, telling Owen to trust her, and that in just 1 year, she'd be much stronger. But then, a strange sound made her frown. Noticing a shimmering rift ahead, she pointed in its direction and ordered Owen to run. She agreed, and they both bolted toward it. However, just as Tura reached out to touch the portal, it snapped shut, leaving only faint crackles of magical energy hanging in the air. Soon, even those sparks faded. Owen and Tura grumbled in frustration. Did we seriously not make it in time? And at that very moment, laughter echoed from inside the rift. Bjorn frowned, recognizing the first member of their new party. "Hero Murad?" Grinning, Hero asked, "Did you two really get here before me?" He noted that 2 barbarians beating him here wasn't half bad. Bjorn briefly glanced at Hero before noticing that the next member of the group had just arrived. It was Alua Raven, who looked around with a smile and admitted she had been curious about where she would end up. "So, this really is the Bloody Citadel?" she asked. Tareen, who had arrived with her, just scanned the area silently while Raven's smile widened. The protagonist thought to himself, "A mage." A short while later, all the adventurers who had entered the rift stood in silence. Bjorn wondered if there were any mages left on the first floor. He realized it was a good party composition and focused on Hero, who admitted he never expected to meet a mage down here, and also on Raven, who was adjusting her hat with a faint smile. Bjorn mentally cheered. The party makeup was perfect. Einar looked at him, bewildered, and asked, "Are mages really that big of a deal?" She recalled seeing a mage in the library, mentioning that she was a rank 9 mage. The protagonist explained that mages were a priceless asset for the city, so only the most powerful ones were permitted inside the labyrinth. In other words, Raven had to be strong enough to be here. She closed her eyes, and her smile deepened, touching her cheek with her palm. "You're quite perceptive," she noted. She explained that she was a rank 6 mage and introduced herself by name. The protagonist thought she seemed a bit arrogant, but then he remembered that in the game, all mages were absolute lunatics, so by comparison, she was practically a saint. Raven, meanwhile, gestured toward Tareen, explaining that he was a professional porter she had hired, and gave them his name. Tareen simply bowed without a word. Hero extended his hand forward. "A pleasure to meet you," he said, stating his name and explaining he'd been exploring the labyrinth for 3 years. That explained his impressive equipment, Bjorn thought. Shaking Hero's hand, he stated his own name, and Anar immediately introduced herself as well. Bjorn frowned in concentration, sizing up his new comrades before he finally spoke. "None of you look like the type who would be operating on the first floor," he asked. "What's the real reason you're here?" Hero and Raven's faces tensed, and for a long moment, they stared at him in silence. Eventually, Raven smiled and admitted she couldn't share the specifics, but mentioned she'd heard a rift was about to open. Hero explained he was here for the same reason. Bjorn realized they were dodging the question, noting that it felt like being kept in the dark. Changing the topic, Raven suggested they split the loot among everyone except Tareen, and asked if they would agree to follow her lead. Hiro agreed, saying that following a mage's advice in the labyrinth was just common sense. Excellent, she noted. I'm very grateful. The protagonist figured that if a mage joined the team, it was natural for them to take charge. After all, it was the mages who convinced the ruling family that the evil spirits had to be destroyed. Closing his eyes, he agreed. But before he could finish his sentence, Einar suddenly shouted that she did not agree. Bjorn looked at her, baffled, as her name echoed in his thoughts. She pointed a finger straight at him and yelled, "I want him to be the leader, the protagonist." Completely baffled, demanded to know what she was on about. Einar insisted he was the most brilliant warrior, nothing like the usual brutes. Bjorn, growing more flustered, told her to be quiet, but she just kept going, adding that he read for 6 hours a day. Raven was floored that a barbarian actually read, remarking that it was truly one of a kind. She reminded them they had already decided she would be in charge. But Einar completely ignored her, shouting that Bjorn wasn't just unique, he was the best. Her expression hardened with conviction as she declared he was the great warrior. Bjorn, at that. Hakuro and Raven froze, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. The protagonist buried his face in his hands, begging Einar to just stop, finally, with his eyes closed. Hakuro noted that it's rare to find a wife who respects a man that much. Laughing, he confessed he was even a little jealous. A mortified Einar immediately exclaimed that she was not Bjorn's wife. Hakuro pointed out that she didn't need to be embarrassed, but Anar just got angrier, snapping that she already told them she wasn't the protagonist's wife. Seeing they were making a scene, Raven cut in and suggested they get moving. Bjorn sighed in relief that she had changed the subject and was glad she wasn't paying attention to their squabble. As he started to leave, Raven warned that they still had plenty to explore, and the protagonist prayed she would just ignore him for the rest of the trip. Frowning, Hakuro called out for her to wait, asking if they were just leaving like that. He pointed out that they'd only just learned each other's names and proposed they at least get a sense of one another's skills. But Raven cut him short. "Is that really necessary?" she asked. She explained that the monsters inside the Blood Citadel were rank 7 and lower, so she and Tarji, who she indicated with a wave of her hand, would be more than enough. Hakuro's jaw tightened in annoyance. And Raven, Bjorn, and Einar all looked equally irritated. Raven then added that she would be taking the loot from the Guardian, as she required it for her research. Hakuro practically seethed, telling her to hold on and asking if she seriously intended to claim everything from the Guardian for herself. The protagonist thought to himself that these kinds of conflicts inside a dungeon happened constantly. Hakuro shot back indignantly. "Do I look like an idiot to you? In 100% of these disputes, the cause was always money." Raven scowled, glaring right back at Hakuro. The Guardian's loot contained rift flowers for accomplished mages. Research took priority, but for common adventurers, it was all about the cash. Einar watched the two of them in horror as Bjorn covered his eyes with his hand. Raven then offered that she would give them all the magic crystals from this rift. But the protagonist knew she had just stepped on a landmine. Hakuro ordered her to stop offering them table scraps, declaring that he would not agree. Raven frowned, admitting she believed her offer was fair, since there was no guarantee the Guardian would drop anything at all. Bjorn noticed her dejected look, guessing she hadn't expected such resistance. He figured it must be naivety. Raven eventually conceded, promising she would part with some items, but the essence would be hers. Hakuro agreed to this and proposed they roll dice to decide which of the two of them would receive the Rift Stone. The protagonist was shocked to hear Hakuro only mention the two of them, realizing they had been completely cut out of the negotiation. "Hold on," he said, thinking he couldn't afford to leave empty-handed. He announced that he didn't want any essences or items, stating that he wanted the Rift Stone instead. He thought that would be sufficient. But Raven, suddenly furious, called him greedy and demanded why. He thought they needed 2 barbarians in the party. Hakuro added that this was asking too much. Bjorn grimaced, noting that his plan hadn't worked. Only a moment ago, Hakuro and Raven had seemed so chummy. He knew he wasn't going to get the stone, so he relented and said he would give it to them. But he noted that, in that case, he would be taking 2 essences from the regular monsters. Hakuro and Raven glanced at each other, and after a moment, they both admitted that sounded reasonable and agreed. They were friendly again in an instant. The protagonist knew this was the best deal he could get, since there would be no essences here suitable for Hakuro's or Raven's level anyway. Meanwhile, Hakuro and Raven resumed their discussion, and with a smile, Raven asked if they had a deal. Hakuro confirmed it was a promise. The protagonist observed how sickeningly sweet they had become, as if nothing had happened. As they began to walk, Forward. They looked at one another, laughing cheerfully. Raven asked if they should get going. Hakuro agreed, exclaiming that his body was itching for a fight. Bjorn thought angrily that they were unbelievably creepy, which only convinced him further that he needed to become stronger. He looked again at the smiling Hakuro and Raven and sighed, noting that he didn't give a damn how many times they kicked the ladder out from under him. He looked up with resolve and promised himself that he would still climb all the way to the top. The system announced that he had entered the Blood Citadel. The citadel was split into 4 parts. There was a drawbridge at the fortress entrance, a battleground outside the outer walls, and an underground prison beyond the inner castle, with a demonic place of worship in the Lord's chamber. As they approached one of these zones, they stopped short upon spotting gargoyles ahead, and Bjorn remembered it was a rank 8 monster that spent most of its time sitting motionless, appearing like a statue. However, the instant the gargoyle spotted an enemy, its demeanor shifted. One of the monsters quivered, flapped its wings, and locked its gaze on the adventurers standing before it. Bjorn's mind raced, realizing the gargoyles would attack immediately. He clenched his jaw, feeling a petrifying force take hold, and cried out in shock as his feet began to sink into the stone. He knew the most common strategy to defeat gargoyles was to let one party member be petrified as a sacrifice, while the others fought. Seeing the protagonist trapped by the skill, Einar frantically screamed his name and started to run to his aid, but Raven threw her hand out in front of her, blocking the path. While tilting her hat, she smiled confidently at the gargoyles. Bjorn thought to himself that everything was about to change. With a mage shouting the spell Artina B, Raven thrust her staff forward, which began to glow with a brilliant magical energy. It was the magic for removing a curse, and under the spell's effect, the stone that had formed around the protagonist's body started to crumble away, turning into fine dust. As the gargoyle lunged with its palm outstretched, Bjorn instantly prepared for battle, thinking that gargoyles unable to use petrification were the easiest type of foe. Before the creature could even touch him, he smashed his mace down on its head. Einar, rushing in, followed up with her sword. Her slash tore through the gargoyle's torso, with only the second monster left. Hikuro let out a war cry and swung his hammer, landing a solid blow. The impact sent the monster flying sideways, barely keeping its footing as the immense force of Hikuro's strike crushed its leg. The gargoyle growled, and he seized the opening, roaring. He closed the distance and swung his hammer again. The gargoyle's eyes widened as it watched the weapon arc towards it. A system alert announced that Bjorn had received bonus experience for the kill. Moments later, the gargoyles' bodies dematerialized into thin air. The team stood frozen for a second before Hikuro burst out laughing, exclaiming that they'd fought well. Bjorn observed that Hikuro was quite talented, noting his clever tactic of striking from a low angle. Suddenly, Einar's head snapped to the side, her attention captured by something. She was focused on the magic stone. "It's moving," she shouted. The stone, which had been floating in the air, was now drifting toward the backpack Tarjan was wearing. Raven explained that it was a crystal collection spell, promising to gather everything so they could divide it later. Hikuro noted that he would be grateful for that. With a laugh, he urged them to press on. Sometime later, he shattered a wall that blocked their path with a mighty swing of his hammer. They passed through the opening and began to scan their surroundings warily. Frowning, Hikuro complained that it was too dark and that they needed a source of light. Hearing him, Raven turned and knew exactly what to do. Extending her palms forward, she chanted the incantation for a light spell. A sphere of magical light materialized above her hand and rose to the ceiling, illuminating the chamber. When the light flared to life, everyone saw massive monsters up ahead and froze. Peering at the creatures, Bjorn realized they were the dead, rankless monsters that yielded no experience or crystals. Furthermore, their bodies wouldn't disappear unless they dropped an essence. Raven pointed out that fighting them would be a complete waste of mana. Laughing, Hikuro agreed, admitting it was a shame to spend magic on them. The dead stood motionless for a moment, but then several of them charged forward at once. Einar, Bjorn, and Hikuro broke into a run to meet them.
"Let's finish this quickly," Einar yelled, her face set in a militant frown. As she charged the dead, she cut down several monsters in a single pass. Hikuro leaped into the action, bringing his hammer down on one of the undead. Meanwhile, the protagonist
clenched his jaw and swung his mace, thinking, "It's over for you." He followed up with several more strikes, destroying the undead closest to him. He suddenly flinched, his eyes flying open when he noticed that one of the monster's bodies had actually vanished, leaving behind the horn of the undead commander. Anar walked over, looking at the dropped item in astonishment. "Is that really a horn?" she asked.
remarking on its large size. How do we use it? Hikuro, who had also approached, replied with a grin. You'll find out soon enough. After that, they continued on their way, eventually stopping before
a set of steel doors. Hikuro admitted that his hammer stood no chance against such an obstacle. Raven stepped forward, promising she would handle it. She cast the Aegis Derut spell. A powerful jet of flame shot from her outstretched staff toward the door, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hikuro, Bjorn, and Einar shielded their eyes from the debris. As it gradually began to settle, the protagonist opened his eyes, a bewildered frown on his face. The doors had been almost completely annihilated. Raven stood smiling pleasantly in the newly formed gap, waiting for them. Shall we proceed? She asked. The protagonist thought to himself that mages were just too powerful. They finally arrived at the first section, a drawbridge leading to the fortress entrance. The group stopped in front of the raised bridge. It's up, just as I thought, Raven said. She turned to Einar and told her to blow the horn. Although Einar looked at her with surprise, she agreed. Taking a deep breath, she blew into the horn, and in doing so, the long-dormant magic seal was triggered. What's happening? Einar cried out nervously. The bridge had started to lower, which was the source of her surprise. She frowned in confusion, and then her eyes widened as she noticed the bloody water filling the moat begin to churn and rise. Stuttering with alarm, Einar told the others to wait, pointing out that there was something down below. Bjorn thought that with its dark, blood-red water and crimson sky, this place was aptly named the Bloody Citadel. From below, monstrous hands began to break the surface of the water. Raven smiled and told Einar not to worry, explaining that they were just ordinary undead. Einar laughed nervously and claimed she wasn't worried at all. Bjorn, however, was focused on what their objective was here. At that moment, one of the undead began to crawl onto the bridge, and the protagonists realized they had to hold out until it was fully lowered. More monsters swarmed up onto the bridge, and Bjorn, Einar, Hikuro, and Tarjan formed a protective circle around Raven, their weapons held ready for the fight. They had to survive the onslaught of countless undead, a difficult task for any normal group. But Raven just smiled and said, "The spell is ready." Waving her hand, she beckoned for the undead to come to her. This part wasn't hard if the team had a mage with area of effect attacks. Raising her staff, Raven began casting the spell Alterity. Rut. Arcs of magical energy filled the air, lashing out and destroying the monsters. Bjorn's jaw practically hit the floor in amazement. As he watched, soon, all the undead were annihilated. The residual magic from Raven's spell crackled in the air before slowly dissipating. Hikuro admitted that it was absolutely amazing. Raven simply noted that they were just common undead. Bjorn clenched his jaw, frowning as he realized he knew she was strong, but he had never imagined the power gap between them was so immense. Raven said they just had to wait for the bridge to finish lowering. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that he never expected they would handle it all so quickly. Soon, the drawbridge slammed into place, and Raven led the way forward, suggesting they go. Clearing the first part of the Bloody Citadel was ridiculously easy, a fact that made Bjorn press his lips together as he forged ahead. They crossed the outer wall's drawbridge into the inner castle without a hitch. Under normal circumstances, it would have been swarming with monsters, but for them, it was a different story. Raven unleashed torrents of arcane energy before them, obliterating any monsters that even considered approaching. Bjorn noticed her spells didn't instantly kill everything this time, but he had to admit they were still overwhelmingly powerful, leaving only a few stragglers. The survivors began to close in, but even so, Raven had wiped out 90% of the enemies in a single strike. Then, suddenly, something big appeared. A death demon started lumbering toward them. Bjorn wasn't worried, given its high regeneration. "The rest are yours," Raven yelled. Hakuro, Bjorn, and Einar charged the remaining monsters. Without missing a beat, the protagonist shouted Einar's name, and she knew exactly what he wanted. With a knowing smile, she agreed. Together, they rushed the death demon, grabbed it by the legs, and slammed it to the ground with the Barbarian technique, the double grab. The monster crashed down, and Bjorn and Einar began relentlessly pummeling it, while Hakuro watched with excitement. "Do you two always hunt like this?" he asked. But Bjorn and Einar paid him no mind, clearly having the time of their lives. That's when Raven cast a new spell. Streams of her magic enveloped the death demon, which roared in surprise as the small wounds they'd inflicted suddenly became gaping. Terrible injuries. Bjorn recognized it as a wound-aggravating curse. Death demons were infamous for their passive regeneration, if you could just negate that. Then the monster becomes nothing more than a giant slab of meat. Seizing the opening, Hakuro, Einar, and Bjorn moved in to finish the job. They hammered the monsters with powerful blows, and soon, all the loot that dropped from their vanishing corpses was being funneled into Terran's backpack. Watching this, Einar got Bjorn's attention. "Now I see why everyone treats mages the way they do," she said. Standing beside them, Hakuro laughed. "Having a mage in the party certainly opens up a lot of possibilities." Hearing this, Raven cleared her throat and turned in their direction. "We study incredibly hard to do this," she announced. "Though I admit, it's impossible without natural talent." Smiling, she pointed a thumb at herself. Then she closed her eyes and casually adjusted her hair. In that moment, Bjorn finally understood her character. She pretended to be modest. But in reality, she loved showing off. "I'm going to gather some materials," Raven said suddenly. "Care to help?" Hakuro immediately volunteered. "You saved us so much time. Of course I'll help," he said with a friendly laugh, figuring he now had a handle on how to deal with her. Bjorn also agreed to help. They gathered all the materials much faster than Raven had anticipated. "Well," she admitted, "that was quick. Shall we move on?" Adjusting her hat, she suggested they hurry. As Einar followed, she wondered how many cream pies she could buy now. Bjorn walked at the very back of the group. He was lost in his own thoughts. It was strange Raven had explored this whole area, but had clearly missed something important. He wondered why, concluding that she probably just didn't know about it. He glanced at a statue off to the side, thinking to himself that it would be simple. All he had to do was destroy it. He remembered how some players had a habit of hitting the interact button on every unique object or suspicious-looking wall they saw. Bjorn was one of those players, which was how he'd found so many hidden items in his 9 years of playing Dungeon and Stone. However, it could seriously offend Raven. If a common barbarian discovered something she, a lifelong researcher, had overlooked, it would be a huge slight. He decided it was better to avoid anything that might raise suspicion. They continued on, and after a while, reached the inner castle, stopping briefly among the ruins. Raven frowned, noting that she'd heard a lot about this place. "But I doubt we'll find anything useful here now," she guessed. Hakuro observed that there weren't any monsters in sight, either, so they decided to press on. Soon, they found a hatch. Bjorn knelt to clear the debris from its lid, and Raven smiled. "I'm actually quite excited," she admitted. It wasn't long before they had the hatch open and were descending into an underground prison on the floor below. As they went down, Raven stepped forward. Hakuro got her attention. "What kind of monsters are we likely to run into down here?" he asked. She explained they might encounter a skull rat, a banshee, a death demon, a wolf chimera, a ghoul lord, and a corpse golem. Hakuro had fought all of those before, except for the corpse golem. Raven explained that it only appeared here. "It's exclusive to the Blood Citadel," she said. Hakuro laughed. "Well, this will be a new experience." Raven warned him to be careful of its flesh explosion. "The monster itself doesn't explode much," she explained. "But the pieces are poisonous. If it explodes too close, you could even die. But I'll block it if that happens." Hakuro laughed, exclaiming, "With a mage around, there's nothing to be afraid of." Raven noted that it was all thanks to having such a brave warrior with them. Bjorn watched them with a grimace. "What is this?" he thought to himself. Have they already forgotten they were at each other's throats just a little while ago? Suddenly, Einar pointed at a rat skeleton scurrying nearby. "Is that a monster? The protagonist started to explain, but Raven cut him off. "That," she announced, "is the skull rat I was talking about." She closed her eyes and raised a finger. "These monsters are unranked, just like the undead. They aren't strong in combat at all. You could just step on them." Einar frowned in displeasure, muttering that she wasn't the one asking. Raven narrowed her eyes, looking at her with an offended expression. A few moments later, a piercing scream echoed from deeper in the dungeon, and Einar, horrified, recognized the sound. She grabbed Bjorn's hand, realizing it was a banshee. The monsters materialized in the hallway before them. Raven smirked and warned everyone to be more careful. "You'll be in trouble if you run into a banshee." Grinning wickedly, she approached the terrified Einar. "This monster isn't very dangerous physically," she declared. "But the experience will be terrible, indescribable." Frightened, Einar could only add if it would really be that bad. "The experience will really be terrible," Bjorn thought with disgust that they were acting like children. Einar then asked Raven to explain exactly what she meant. "I didn't even notice as he seemed to power up, and I recalled hearing that mages had a special way of handling banshees." Raven shot me a surprised look. She was clearly impressed by my knowledge. After a moment, she brushed it off as a joke, but declared that was enough of a warm-up. She promised to sort this out right now. Stepping forward, she cast the spell Tan Shell, unleashing a powerful torrent of magical energy that blasted the first banshee, completely destroying it. The creature shrieked as it disintegrated, but the remaining banshees immediately swarmed Raven. She calmly told us to stand still, waiting until the monsters were practically on top of her before she unleashed the Inferno Hinder spell. Streams of fire erupted from her in all directions, incinerating the monsters. As the flames slowly died down, she simply smiled and asked if we were ready to proceed. Bjorn, Inar, and Hero were frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock. I thought to myself again, Raven is unbelievably strong. We soon made our way to the second floor of the dungeon, where a chimera wolf almost immediately materialized right in front of us. Moments later, the ghoul lord appeared. Bjorn mused that the inside of this dungeon felt like some kind of mad scientist's laboratory, given the number of grotesque monsters and strange objects scattered about. The real party was just getting started. Suddenly, Huro, looking at Raven with excitement, acknowledged how strong she was, but asked if she was even scared. Raven admitted she wasn't particularly bothered, since she performs autopsies all the time, so this was nothing special to her. She ran her hand along the wall, noting that this had to be the place. She explained that if her map was accurate, there was a secret door here. And on the other side of that door, a corpse golem was waiting. Bjorn remembered that most people found the map in the guard room. But Raven had come, fully prepared. Before opening the hidden passage, she warned that it would be best to leave our packs here. We all dropped our gear near the wall, and Raven asked me to light a torch. I complied, and she announced she was opening the door. When it swung open, we all froze, staring at the sheer number of dead bodies floating in a murky liquid before us. A ghastly smell hit my nostrils, and endless piles of corpses blocked our entire line of sight. As I walked past the dead, I thought that my former self would have passed out on the spot, but this powerful barbarian body wasn't nearly as affected. Terrain was the first to crack. He doubled over, clamping a hand over his mouth to desperately stop himself from vomiting. Next, Raven started to feel sick, and she too bent over, unable to hold back her retching as she coughed horribly. I noted that while she was used to seeing such things during her work, that did nothing to negate the disgusting stench. Hero observed that it was a good thing Bjorn and Inar were all right, suggesting we press forward. I agreed. Soon enough, we stopped before a literal mountain of corpses. Bjorn was astonished to see that in certain places on this mountain, faint voices could be heard, haltingly saying hello. He was amazed to realize this mountain of bodies was actually speaking to them. The corpses were whispering that they were here, urging others to join. Suddenly, the screams from the dead grew louder, pleading for Dad to save them. Huro's eyes widened in terror as he asked what was happening. Bjorn and Inar also stared in fear at the pile of bodies before them, which continued to shriek and beg for help. Then I suddenly noticed a brightly shining eye open in the very center of the corpse pile. This meant that the first boss, known as the corpse golem, had finally appeared. As the monstrosity began to rise, everyone saw the individual bodies writhe and form its massive body. The golem let out a scream of pure pain, and the bodies making up its form began to cry out that they couldn't do this, explaining that they were in agony and begging for someone to kill them. Bjorn cursed inwardly. In the game, all of these bodies had been silent. Hearing the pleas for rescue again, he frowned, knowing they were out of time. He ordered everyone to group up, turning towards Hakuro, who was frozen solid. Trembling in terror, Bjorn cursed when he saw this, thinking with frustration that Huro was completely paralyzed. The corpses in the golem's body continued to scream about their pain, repeating it over and over. Someone started screaming about wanting to eat someone else. Bjorn looked past Huro, who was still locked in terror, to see Raven, who was shuddering and bent over, trying to suppress another wave of nausea. The protagonist thought with disgust that they had all been acting so tough, but now they were useless. He clenched his jaw as he watched the golem lurch forward, its movements accompanied by the screams of the corpses commanding the others to die. Inar and Bjorn positioned themselves in front of the monster, weapons at the ready, realizing they were going to have to handle this on their own. Bjorn recalled that Dungeon in Stone was a niche game, but it had details that anyone could appreciate, and one of those details was its terrifyingly realistic illustrations that looked like actual photographs. One such illustration was dedicated to the corpse golem, and similar images frequently circulated online as users shared their impressions, showing these pictures to other people. These images appeared on the internet so often that many people recognized the creature, even if they didn't know the game. The protagonist was once again faced with the reality that no matter how realistic the drawings were, this was entirely different. Clenching his jaw, he admitted that reality was on a completely different level and stared at the golem, which was far more terrifying in person. To make things worse, Its every movement was accompanied by the cries of corpses begging for help and screaming that they were in agony, looking over his temporary comrades before the fight. Bjorn focused on Raven, who was shaking and barely holding, back her vomiting, tears streaming from her eyes. The mage experienced in dissection. The dwarf who had seen countless terrifying monsters in 3 years of exploring the labyrinth but was now frozen. And the porter who looked strong for his role but was now paralyzed, trembling in fear. All of them had treated the Shanchons, protagonist, and Inar like nothing because they were just rookies, but the only ones who remained sane were them, the barbarians. They gripped their weapons tighter with their hands and eyed their opponent seriously. Einar suddenly spun around, looked at the other adventurers, and called out to them, asking what in the world they were doing. Just then, the monster launched one of the corpses from its body toward them. And seeing this, Einar ordered everyone else to move and jump, sideways, along with Bjorn. The corpse went hurtling toward Hakuro, who was still frozen to the spot. Seeing this, Einar yelled his name, stopping the Shainaad's body with her sword before yanking Hakuro out of the way. He wasn't entirely spared. However, as slime from the corpse splattered across his face, making him scream in agony, he clutched at his eyes while Einar stared in horror. In a single moment, Hakuro had become useless. Bjorn grimaced, wondering what had happened to the supposedly reliable Raven. She was still battling nausea, slumped on the ground with her head bowed, breathing in ragged gasps as Tarjin tried to support her. Snapping Anar out of her shock, the protagonist ordered, "Take Hakuro and get back, protect Raven." Mentally cursing, he knew he had to draw the monster's attention. If he didn't handle this, they would all die. With a roar, he charged forward, jaws clenched. As he closed in on the golem, he analyzed its simple attack sequence. It hurled corpse bombs at distant targets. Just as Bjorn had that thought, another body flew his way. He raised his shield, bracing for the impact. He then recalled that the golem grabs nearby enemies to absorb them. Sure enough, the monster stretched its arm forward, the corpses that formed it also extending, their hands to seize him. Bjorn dodged to the side, realizing he couldn't afford to get any closer. If he did, the golem would switch back to long-range attacks aimed at Raven, and with her still incapacitated, that was the worst-case scenario. He had to maintain a middle distance, moving swiftly to evade the corpse bombs and the sweep of the golem's arms. He used his shield to deflect the incoming bodies, mentally steeling himself. He would be the decoy and buy as much time as possible. Suddenly, Raven, though still, breathing heavily, pushed herself up with her staff. She scowled at the creature before her and chanted, "Yero Hendar," unleashing a jet of fiery energy at the golem. The monster shrieked as it burned, causing Bjorn and Einar to frown in awe. Was this the true power of a mage? The corpses began to wail that it was hot and agonizing, but their cries were mostly screams of pure pain as they were incinerated. The protagonist watched the spectacle and noted internally that the golem's first phase, which typically required many torches, had been cleared with a single spell. With that, the corpse golem's outer body was stripped of its power. As the monster reached out again, everyone saw that the corpses that once composed it had vanished. All that remained was a skeleton draped in muscle and sinew. Phase 2, the skeleton golem. As the flames began to subside and the monster advanced, Bjorn shouted, "It's not over, Einar! Forward!" They both kicked off the ground, sprinting toward the golem. "Aim for the chest," Bjorn commanded. The golem raised its arm to strike, and Bjorn recalled that while the corpse golem was a rank 7 monster, a few barbarians could defeat it once its outer shell was gone. With a battle cry, he and Einar reached the monster, their strikes landing almost simultaneously. Flashes of light erupted from the force of their attacks. Moments later, a system message announced that Bjorn had defeated the corpse golem, earning him 1 additional experience point. With the fight over, the protagonist frowned at the essence that materialized. Einar, shouting his name, cried out in astonishment at what was now floating before them. He confirmed her unspoken question. "That's the essence of a trope golem." She stared at it, her cheeks flushing with excitement. The protagonist reflected that the rift was a genuine treasure chest. Elite monsters, a rarity in the normal labyrinth, were as common as rain in this place, especially since experience gain was so restricted. The items dropped by golems were highly sought after by every explorer. But the main appeal of the rifts was the dramatically increased chance of finding essences. Looking at the clot of energy before them, Bjorn remarked that it was strange they were only just now stumbling upon their first one. Einar asked what they should do. Bjorn was resolute. "This essence is ours. We did most of the work, and that was our agreement." He glanced at his comrades, who were still recovering, and thought about the 2 essences he truly wanted. One from a death demon for its powerful regeneration, and another from a chimera wolf for its strength. He pictured the monsters in his mind, noting that he never expected to acquire the essence of an elite corpse golem, which typically only appeared in the Bloody Citadel. Furthermore, this essence's attributes were perfect for a tank. Bajor thoughtfully stroked his chin, recalling its properties. The essence of a corpse, golem boosts pain resistance, poison resistance, weight, bone density, strength, and appetite, but it slightly lowers perception, making movements duller. Despite the drop in perception, the other stats were well worth it in his opinion. The bone density provided a defense bonus, and growth immediately shot up by 55 points. Weight, which helped in knocking down foes and mitigating damage, increased by 21 points. Pain resistance was also useful, and the strength and poison resistance were welcome additions. The skills, however, were the real issue. The active skill. Flesh Explosion detonated a chosen part of the user's body. While it dealt massive damage, the cost was the adventurer's own health. Points. The passive skill was called Acidic Body Fluid, which turned the user's blood into acid. With every injury, that blood would spill onto their equipment, drastically reducing its durability. In other words, the essence was strong, but it would demand a lot of time for healing and gear maintenance. Placing a hand on his head, Bajor decided they would set aside the essence for now. They needed to treat Hakuro first. He sighed, closing his eyes, and confirmed that it wouldn't vanish for another half hour. A short time later, after draining an entire flask, Hakuro said it was incredibly shameful. If it wasn't for Bajor and Einar, things would have ended horribly. He sat on the ground, head hung in disgrace. Bjorn, sitting nearby, noted. "It's good that you realize that. Einar saved your life." Hakuro replied that he was well aware. He admitted that the sight of that beast froze him solid, and he laughed, saying he thought he'd seen every type of monster there was. But not this. Bjorn clenched his jaw, sighing in frustration. They'd almost been wiped out by a mid-tier boss just because of a mental slip. Even though they were strong enough to handle it, this was a harsh reminder that it wasn't a game, this was real. Just then, Raven, who was slowly recovering, was sitting off to the side with Huro, who had placed a reassuring hand on her back. She covered her mouth and confessed, her voice trembling, that she was deeply sorry. The protagonist wondered if she was finally thinking straight. If so, it was time to negotiate their pay. "We handled the corpse golem," he stated. Raven replied that she knew, and that she was pleased her spell had worked. Bjorn fumed internally at that. These researchers were a real piece of work. Instead of thanking them, she was focused on her own accomplishment. He knew if he didn't push back, they'd get nothing from this, he reminded them bluntly. "Einar and I saved your hides. A single spell wasn't going to solve that problem. Do you agree?" he pressed. She conceded, then asked what he was getting at. The protagonist paused, then stood and made his declaration. "We're taking the Rift Stone." His expression was grim. Raven froze, her mind racing, but Huro suddenly cleared his throat. Getting everyone's attention, he smiled, saying he supported the condition. "I wouldn't be alive if not for Einar," he said, pointing a thumb at her. She flinched, totally caught off guard by the gesture. Raven, adjusting her hat, confessed she was against the idea, but promised that if they found the Rift Stone, Bjorn would have first claim. The protagonist figured that was the best deal he could hope for, but he realized there was something else he could leverage. "By the way," he added, "the corpse golem dropped an essence." Huro and Raven both jolted, their eyes going wide, and their mouths hanging open. "How do you like that?" Bjorn thought. Raven gasped. "A corpse golem's essence. That's even rarer than a guardian's. I've only heard of that happening a few times. Not even the major guilds understand its effects." She looked down, chewing on her fingernail, lost in thought about what she could discover by researching it. Hearing her mutterings, the protagonist smirked. This was exactly the reaction he was hoping for. "Now, the real bargaining begins," he thought. With a serious frown, he announced, "I have a proposition for you, Raven." He held his palm out. "I'll give you the golem's essence, but in exchange, I get the guardian's essence if one drops." Raven just stared at him, processing the offer. To hurry her along, Bjorn asked, "So, what's your answer?" She frowned, remaining silent as she sized him up. Finally, Raven asked, "You want to trade a guaranteed corpse golem essence for a potential guardian essence," she pressed. "You'd make that deal even knowing the guardian might not drop anything at all." The protagonist stared forward confidently. "I'll take that risk," he answered. A wide smile lit up Raven's face as she clasped her hands together and exclaimed, "It's a deal. I'm much more interested in the corpse golem's essence anyway." With the deal struck, Bjorn grinned, his face showing that the negotiations were a success. At that moment, Hiro came up behind Raven and asked her, "Are you going to have that guy absorb the essence?" Hiro added. "From what I've heard, mages can't even absorb those." With a small smile, Raven held up a vial she was carrying in her hand. "No," she answered, explaining, "this essence is purely for my research." Bjorn's gaze locked onto the vial Raven was holding. He knew that was an incredibly expensive item, one that wasn't cost-effective for any essence below rank 6. Hiro's smile grew wider. He looked at the vial and asked Raven, "You carry something that valuable?" He then remarked, "That's amazing." To which Raven replied, "I only have one." Bjorn watched her, thinking to himself, would she really use her only vial for a rank 7 essence? The protagonist then wondered, is the corpse golem really worth all that? At that very moment, the magical substance started flowing into the vial. Watching it, the protagonist figured that it was all about the sheer rarity of the thing, and that was the gamble Raven was taking. Holding the vial now filled with the corpse golem's essence, Raven said, "All right." After that, she raised her staff high over her head and yelled, "Let's get out of this nightmarish place." Huro, a huge grin on his face while gripping a massive hammer, joyfully roared, "Those are the words I've been waiting for." Einar also had a confident smile on her face as she followed Hiro. Bjorn, however, walked with his brows furrowed and his eyes closed. Right then, he just desperately hoped the guardian essence would drop for him. Sometime after that, the group of adventurers was standing before 2 chambered sculptures of demons with massive bodies, luminous wings, and swords in their hands. Hiro looked at them and noted, "Those don't look like gargoyles," before asking, "What are they?" Raven stretched out an open palm in front of her. "I don't sense any mana," she said. "They're just ordinary statues." Then, with a thoughtful expression on her face, she looked ahead and said, "The Lord's chamber should be somewhere nearby. I'm going to take a look." As she moved, Raven touched the head of the stone statue, and a book suddenly materialized from the space above her, which Raven snatched out of midair. Hiro shouted in surprise, reacting to what just happened. With a stunned look on his face, he stroked his beard and asked Raven, "Did you know that would happen in advance?" Raven proudly told him, "This book is a treasure that grants knowledge." At that, a frustrated Bjorn mentally groaned. "Just say you read about the hidden stash somewhere." The protagonist knew this book was the Necronomicon, a grimoire of dark magic that sold for an astronomical price. The protagonist watched as the book in Raven's hands pulsed with brilliant magical energy. Damn it! The protagonist mentally cursed, thinking he had planned to come back for that book later. He then understood that Raven knew far more than he had initially thought. He could only conclude that he'd have to stand by and watch as the mage claimed all the spoils. Raven, a grin on her face, turned to her teammates and declared that she found it all on her own, which meant it was hers. Hakuro readily agreed, pointing out that none of them could use distortion magic anyway, so they wouldn't have a use for it. Raven let out an awkward chuckle, lifting the book she'd acquired to hide her face. The protagonist glared at her, thinking to himself that he saw right through her act. That laugh was completely fake. He then started mulling over how the Necronomicon was considered a regular item, which meant it could be removed from the labyrinth without any special magic. That made him wonder why she hadn't known about the fountain's hidden compartment. The protagonist glanced back toward the statue behind him, but Raven, hoisting her staff high, cut in and asked if they were ready to press onward. Frowning in annoyance, the protagonist watched Raven walk away. And so, they continued their patrol through the demon worship chamber, hunting down the remaining monsters. They moved past the gargoyle statues that Einar had already shattered with her colossal sword. And then they dispatched the chimera wolves that Hakuro had crushed with his massive hammer. Shortly after, they encountered the second mid-boss, known as the Bone Rider. A look of pure delight spread across Raven's face as she stared ahead and yelled, "This is unbelievable luck!" She then elaborated that after getting the corpse golem's essence, they had now stumbled upon a rare Bone Rider. The protagonist's face remained grim as he stared forward, not reacting to her outburst. Inwardly, however, he seethed, thinking that she was right. They were incredibly fortunate. He knew that the 7th rank monster, the Bone Rider, manifested in one of 3 forms: hatred, sadness, and desire. The sadness type was a nuisance, using a psychosis-inducing fog, while the hatred type was the most dangerous, using a level-draining soul kill ability. The final variant was the desire type Bone Rider, the very one standing before them. The protagonist knew this type of Bone Rider could regenerate by siphoning life force, a wide grin spreading across her face. Raven began concentrating bright magical energy around her staff and shouted, "My magic can cripple the Bone Rider by exploiting its wounds," she explained. then told her allies not to worry as a brilliant magical energy began to swarm the creature. At the same time, Bjorn and Einar closed the distance at incredible speed. Moments later, their powerful, precise strikes shattered the Bone Rider's body into 1,000 tiny fragments. The protagonist realized Raven had been correct. This was indeed the easiest version. Just then, a loud voice announced the acquisition of the essence of the Bone Rider. In that instant, a brightly glowing orb of magic, the essence itself, materialized on the floor among the dissipating magical residue. A wide smile finally broke across the protagonist's face as he thought to himself. First a corpse golem, and now a rider. He wondered if fortune had finally turned in his favor. At that moment, Hakuro and Anar were staring at the newly appeared essence in complete shock. Hakuro then turned to Bjorn and asked if the essence truly belonged to him. With a huge grin, Hakuro congratulated Bjorn, to which the protagonist simply thanked him. He then turned to Anar and told her, "You should take it." Anar, her eyes wide with disbelief, stared at him and stammered, "Are you serious? You're letting me have this?" The protagonist knew it would be a lie to say he didn't want the essence for himself, but he also knew that from a strategic standpoint, it was better to give it to Anar. He was aware that the life-draining ability worked best with swords, and he would eventually have to part with his current weapon. He'd sensed that limitation the moment they entered the labyrinth. He now understood Einar was someone he could depend on. Anar, flushed with a mix of joy and disbelief, turned to Bjorn with a red face and boomed, "Thank you. I promise I'll repay you for this." The protagonist watched her with a faint smile on his face and knew she was the type of person who wouldn't just abandon him in a crisis. He then realized that because of this, he needed to act fast and find a more fitting essence for himself with the help of a newly strengthened Einar. At that moment, Einar, with a confident smile, squeezed the essence in her hands, which glowed brightly as it was absorbed into her body. Watching the process, the protagonist recalled the one thing he'd forgotten to tell her. A moment later, Einar leaned on the floor, looking confused. "Is that it?" she asked, looking at her hands with a surprised expression. "I don't feel any major changes," she said. Just then, her entire appearance shifted dramatically, becoming far more petite and feminine. The incredibly prominent and bulging muscles she once had were now completely gone, and her clothes began to fall loose from her dramatically altered build. "Anar," her eyes wide with shock, looked up at Bjorn and exclaimed, "This is so strange, you've gotten bigger?" Then she turned to Raven and Hakuro, pointing at them. "You guys got bigger, too." Einar even noticed that. The small dwarf wasn't quite so small anymore. "What happened to all of you?" she asked. The main character answered her flatly. "You shrank," Einar asked him again, bewildered. "I did what?" The protagonist observed Einar, who was now at a normal human height of about 170 centimeters. Raven held up her index finger and started to explain. "This is a standard side effect of the Bone Rider's essence. The density of your bones increases significantly, but they also shorten." Seeing Einar's stunned look, Raven added that she would explain everything. She then began to lecture about the essence of the Bone Rider. The protagonist already knew that if the effects were translated into game-like stats, it would mean that thanks to the essence of the Bone Rider, cutting power increases by 12 points, agility increases by 15 points, and flexibility decreases by 7 points. Bone density increases by 55 points, and strength increases by 15 points, while height decreases by 25 units. The absorbed essence of the Bone Rider also gives a passive skill called Protection, which counters injuries and negative effects such as poisoning and bleeding. Furthermore, the essence of the Bone Rider grants an active skill of absorbing life force, which temporarily boosts the power of regeneration when attacking another living being. Imagining such a system chart and skills, Bjorn figured it would look something like that. Raven, with a smile on her face, continued to address Anar, telling her not to worry. I'm shorter," Raven began to explain, but weaker before she could finish. Einar let out a piercing scream. "I'm finished!" She grabbed her head in horror, her voice trembling. "No one will ever see me as a warrior now," she cried, her complaints tumbling out. "Everyone already looks down on me because I'm a woman." Raven leaned in closer to Einar's face and had to admit, she had become much more beautiful. Einar's face flushed red with embarrassment as she turned to stare at Raven in shock. "Your features," Raven started. "They've softened. You almost look aristocratic." With a dazed look, Einar stared into the distance. "What does that even mean?" she whispered, then shouted. "So I don't look like a warrior at all anymore." The protagonist, who was crouched down with his sword in hand, shook his head. "Not a chance," he stated with confidence. "Everyone here already knows you're an incredible warrior." At the same time, Bjorn thought to himself, honestly, without the tattoos, she'd look like any other girl. But now is not the time to say that. It would just push her deeper into despair. Huro, standing behind them, suddenly bellowed, "This essence is fascinating. If I absorbed it, no one would be able to see me at all." With that, Huro burst into uncontrollable laughter. Raven threw her arms open wide, turning to Anar. "See, everything is perfectly fine." She then asked, "When we get back to the city, would you let me run a detailed analysis on you, Anar, on the brink of giving up?" Was squatting with her hands pressed against the concrete floor, thinking she was completely ruined. The protagonist, witnessing his allies' reactions, mentally branded them as sociopaths who only cared about themselves. He then turned to the distraught Anar. "Don't be so upset," he said, suggesting. "Why don't you test out your new power?" At that moment, Bjorn's eyes fell on the death demon standing not far from them, gripping a mace and shield. The protagonist looked expectantly at Anar. The exhausted and disheartened Anar finally nodded. "Fine," she muttered. "I still have a debt to pay, even if I don't look the part anymore." Anar walked toward the death demon, clutching her enormous sword. She began to chant, syllable by syllable. "Vel, la." As the final word left her lips, she hoisted her sword high into the air, and with one swift, devastating slash, she cleaved the demon's massive, muscular body in two, unleashing a powerful spray of blood in all directions. Hakuro stared, completely bewildered. Did she just kill a death demon in a single blow? A huge grin spread across the protagonist's face as he approached her. "Anar, just look at that," he yelled. "You've gotten so much stronger," in genuine shock, her eyes wide. Anar stared blankly ahead and asked, "Does this mean I'm still a warrior?" The protagonist shook his head. "No," he began, his voice booming with ceremony. "You're not just a warrior anymore. You're a great warrior." Both the protagonist and Anar joyfully raised their melee weapons into the air and let out a triumphant shout. Meanwhile, their allies had already turned and started walking away. "They make a good couple, don't they?" Hakuro remarked. Raven agreed. "They do. Shall we press on?" Some time later, the group of adventurers found themselves before a pair of massive doors. The protagonist knew what lay behind them. This was the keeper's room. Huro grinned. "Well, it's been fun, but our journey is finally coming to an end." Raven touched her cheek thoughtfully. "I'm a little sad. Actually, I'm starting to understand why some researchers choose to work in teams." The protagonist stared ahead with a grave expression. "That much is clear," he thought. "But what if the Guardian drops an essence?" He tried to bolster his own spirits. "Luck has been on our side." Then, frowning and staring intently, Bjorn confirmed his own thoughts. "It's true. Luck has been with us." Einar absorbed the essence, and we got a huge share for the corpse golem. But then, a thought nagged at him. Have things in my life ever really gone this smoothly? Memories of his past life, filled with constant failure, flashed through his mind, recalling it all. He wondered. So what's the absolute worst-case scenario here? With a wide grin, Hiro grabbed the door handles. "Shall we go in?" he invited the others. A single thought screamed in Bjorn's mind. Wait. His eyes locked onto the door. Why is the door handle that color? The handle Hiro was pulling was glowing a menacing, bright red. Realizing what was happening, Bjorn lunged forward, his hand outstretched. "No!" he roared, then gave a sharp command. "Close the door!" Hiro turned around, completely baffled. What are you talking about?" He couldn't even finish his sentence before the doors were violently thrown open, and the master of the bloody citadel awoke from its deep slumber. Damn it, too late. The protagonist cursed inwardly. Raven, her face a mask of terror, stared ahead, covering her mouth with her hand. "This can't be happening," she stammered. Her eyes shot wide with fear as she asked, "Why isn't the Death Rider here?" At that moment, in the center of the room they were about to enter, an anthropomorphic monster with pale skin sat on a massive, blood-colored throne. It stuck out a long tongue from its pale mouth, which was filled with countless sharp fangs. Dressed in aristocratic clothes, the monster purred. It has been a long time since I've had living creatures visit." A notification popped up in the system window. The Guardian has changed. In a state of pure horror, pale with fear, Raven screamed, "It's a vampire!" The main character, staring straight ahead, understood immediately. This is a monster you don't see until after the 6th floor. And even then, they're rare. On top of that, it's an advanced, mutated version with intelligence and a name. This is a named monster. The vampire stared at the adventurers with a sly smirk. And where did you all come from? This was no ordinary vampire. This was the vampire duke, Kamir. The protagonist knew all too. Well, that monsters were typically divided into 4 categories. The first was the mutant category monsters that didn't change their race or core traits, but gained a new class, like goblin swordsmen or goblin archers. Then there was the advanced category, where monsters possessed a rank barsang, higher than the average for their floor. A perfect example would be the death demons they had encountered just before. There was also hospitalized, were the rare types monsters, like the corpse golem, which you'd only find in special rifts, or mimics that were a nightmare to locate in normal dungeons. And finally, there were the ones with their own names and personalities, the elite named monsters. Our party was already sprinting for their lives in the opposite direction. Hiro, glancing back with terror on his face, stammered, "What was that? Where in the world? Did a vampire even come from?" I kept my eyes locked forward, pushing on, and snapped at the dwarf. "Just run! Stop talking!" My face was a mask of tension. I knew exactly what we were dealing with. Vampire Duke Kamir, a 5th-rank boss known for his unpredictable strategies. A master of both, close combat and dark magic. Raven, being carried in Tarjan's arms, managed to ask in a daze, "Did the Guardian become an advanced mutant?" Then Raven shouted, "This has never happened before." I knew that already. Monsters of his caliber were supposed to appear only in rifts, from the 3rd floor onward. So I understood her shock at finding one on the very first. Our group just kept pounding down the corridor. At that moment, I recalled that even with thousands of hours in the game, I'd never faced the Vampire Duke myself. I only knew about him from watching a streamer. A memory from my past life surfaced to me, staring at a monitor in utter disbelief, asking, "Does that actually happen?" Raven's voice cut in. "How did you know?" She then realized, "You told us to close the door before we even fully opened it." At that very moment, I thought irritably, doesn't her curiosity ever quit, even in a situation like this? With a stern look, I just repeated my command, "Run silently." Raven shot back, "For the record, I'm not the one running." I had nothing to say to that. After a brief pause, I looked ahead and muttered, "I just had a feeling." The truth was, I'd noticed the door handle's strange color. In the game, I'd tried to hunt down the Vampire Duke hundreds of times by following that one player's route, but I never succeeded. In the end, I had to re-watch the recording again and again until I spotted one tiny detail. I watched that other player's video walkthrough of the dungeon and the appearance of Kamir, and the only difference was the color of that door handle. I now realized that if I hadn't been so swept up in our incredible luck, would I have even noticed the change before we threw that door open? Hiro, his eyes and mouth wide with panic, cried out, "We can't get out of here until we kill that thing. Wouldn't it be better to fight?" I shut him down. "We have to get to a place with sunlight." Suddenly, a sinister voice belonging to Kamir echoed around us. "What rude guests you are!" Our group of adventurers froze, looking around with wary eyes as a dense, dark energy closed in around us. It was Kamir, approaching in his spirit form. This is exactly why I hate magic-type monsters. I thought, they're just too broken. I whipped around to face Raven. Gripping her staff, she ordered, "Everyone, close your eyes." She then unleashed a spell that created a massive burst of light, flooding the entire area with a blinding glare. I squeezed my eyes shut and threw my arm over my face. When I looked again, Kamir was gone. "The vampire disappeared," Einar screamed. I knew better. The spirit form is a type of dark magic that vampires use. It allows for rapid movement, but the caster's real body remains stationary. At the same time, I knew Kamir could use release to instantly swap his real and spiritual bodies, which would have put us in deep trouble. But Raven reacted just in time, buying us about 3 minutes. Kamir should have reawakened back in that room. Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted my name. "She's hurt." I spun around, bewildered, and yelled, "What?" Tarjan was holding the exhausted Raven in his arms, shouting frantically that she was injured. A trickle of blood oozed from Raven's mouth as she gasped for air, her face contorted in pain. I stared in shock. Internal bleeding. I wondered, my mind racing. Does the vampire's mere aura have an effect like this? I stared ahead, completely baffled, my eyes and mouth wide open. Or is this the essence of a different monster? I realized that the stream I watched had ended before the player could do anything else, which is why I never found out what other powers the Duke possessed. I had a few theories about what might have happened, but I didn't have time to sort it out. First, we had to escape. Turning to my team, I abruptly commanded them, "We're getting out of here," gesturing broadly in different directions. Hiro, confused, asked, "How?" Then he shouted, "Only Raven knows the way, and she's down," I replied with force. "Don't worry, I know the way, too." Hiro stared at me, astonished. "How could you? Hey, isn't this your first time in the Crimson Citadel?" I looked down at Hiro and said flatly, "I remember the route. Now follow me." At that moment, I knew I probably seemed like a suspicious barbarian, but survival was the top priority. Soon after, the group of adventurers, with me in the lead, charged forward. As I'd said, I remembered the path. How could I forget it after running this place hundreds of times in the game when our group reached a doorway? Hiro yelled, "This is the exit," he really remembered. Just then, I whipped my head around, my face tense. I cursed under my breath, realizing he had already caught up. I yelled to the adventurers running behind me, their faces etched with fear. "Run faster!" Bright sunlight streamed from the doorway we were sprinting toward. A black, magical substance pursued us, stretching out like tendrils. But as soon as we burst through into the light, the shadowy mass pulled back. The parts that managed to cross the threshold simply dissolved into nothing. Gasping for air after the relentless chase, he realized the spirit's fatal flaw sunlight. Thank God it wasn't dark yet. Hakuro, still catching his breath, stared at Bjorn and declared, "I've memorized the whole road." Then, turning to Bjorn, he asked in disbelief, "Did you seriously have your ceremony just a month ago?" Bjorn's brow furrowed as he gave Hakuro a hard look. But before he could answer, Anna beamed, thrusting a determined fist forward and shouting, "He's not just capable, Bjorn is a great warrior," Hakuro repeated. "A great warrior." He then nodded in agreement. He added, "He's definitely going to be one, that's for sure." Then his tone shifted. "So, what's the plan? The sun's almost gone?" Bjorn nodded grimly. "Time's running out. We have to move." He turned to Tarjan. "Grab the mage." "The mage?" Tarjan asked, confused. "We need shelter, any kind," Bjorn explained. His eyes flickered to the outer wall. "Let's fall back there." But Tarjan, his face etched with worry as he cradled the unconscious Raven, protested. "She needs to rest." Bjorn's face contorted with fury. "You want us all to die here," he roared. "Get ready to move if you want to get out of this alive," Bjorn commanded, his voice sharp. "Protect the mage, even if it costs you your life." Tarjan stared blankly for a moment. Then his gaze dropped. He nodded in defeat. "All right, let's go." Shortly after, the group reached a massive wall. No matter how he spun it, Bjorn knew there was only one way out of this. Turning to the others, he announced, "I'm going to scout around until Raven wakes up." In that instant, he knew what he had to do. The only option was that item they'd passed earlier. Moments later, Bjorn smashed the head off a stone statue. Staring at the exposed stone neck, he yelled, "I knew it!" Tucked inside a hollow space in the statue's neck was a small glass vial, the tears of the goddess. He knew the item well, a single-use consumable with powerful healing properties, especially effective against creatures of the evil attribute. A system notification popped up. "You have acquired the tears of the goddess." When Bjorn rejoined the others, he found Raven sitting up, her face twisted in pain. He approached her. "You're awake?" he asked, unseen by the others. The small vial of goddess's tears was now fastened to the sole of his boot. Raven looked up, disoriented. "Yes," she mumbled. I think we escaped the vampire." Bjorn held up a hand. "For now, but he'll be back once the sun goes down completely." "I know," she replied softly. Bjorn's expression hardened. "What happened to you?" Raven clutched her staff tighter. "I'm not entirely sure," she admitted, "but it feels like pain sharing." Pain sharing. Bjorn thought, his mind racing. "It's a good thing my monster essence is only tier 8. He pushed the thought aside and asked Raven, "How long will it take you to heal?" "I need about 20 minutes to recover," she calculated. "After that, I should be able to cast a tier 7 spell 5 times. Only 5 times. This isn't good." Bjorn met her gaze directly. "Do you have any sun attribute magic?" Raven stared back, her eyes narrowing. "Do you have any idea how rude it is to ask a mage about their spell arsenal?" He knew. He knew it perfectly well from the lore he'd studied. But right now, he couldn't care less. It was time to play the part of the uncouth barbarian. "I am a barbarian, the very definition of rudeness. I wouldn't bat an eye at disrespecting a king." Raven just stared at him, bewildered. After a tense silence, she let out a heavy sigh. "I can use the Sunspot Sphere." Sunspot Sphere. A 6th level spell, like Fire Sphere but with the solar attribute. Bjorn pressed on. "Can you cast an attribute enhancement spell with it?" Raven got to her feet, turning away from him. "It's possible," she said coolly. "If I have enough mana, but it'll take an extra 10 minutes. 30 minutes. Bjorn frowned, his grip tightening on his mace. I'll buy you that time, he declared. Don't get involved. Just focus on gathering your mana. Raven looked at him, completely puzzled.
All right, she agreed. Then she spun back around. Wait a minute. Why are you suddenly acting like you're the leader? Bjorn countered with a question of his own. If not me, then who? He shrugged. Besides, I don't think that's the most important issue right now.
Over on the side, Anna watched the exchange with a confident smirk, her arms crossed. Raven raised a hand. I agree, but... She was cut off by a sudden burst of laughter from Hakuro, who seemed to recall something. My apologies. Raven, he said, still chuckling. But I trust this guy. With a wide grin, Hakuro shouted, I've always had a good sense. For a person's essence. Bjorn gave Hakuro a grateful nod. Not long after, true night fell. The air around the adventurers began to
glow with a sinister, dark red energy. A figure emerged from the shadows. Camber approached them, a wide grin revealing his sharp fangs. How very strange, he purred, his voice dripping with malice. I just can't seem to control my thirst when I see you all. He licked his lips with a long tongue. Do you
have any idea why that is? He's here already, Bjorn thought, watching the Vampire Duke approach. 30 minutes until the spell is ready. The other adventurers set their jaws, raising their weapons in a defensive stance. Bjorn knew what he had to do.
We have to hold him off, no matter the cost. Camber let out a guttural snarl as the claws on his hands shot out, growing impossibly long and sharp. His back exploded with massive wings. The Vampire Duke threw his head back and unleashed a deafening shriek before lunging at the
adventurers. Bjorn spun around, his voice sharp. Tarjan Sharp, get Raven out of here now! They didn't hesitate, immediately falling back. A grim look settled on Bjorn's face, his brow furrowed. It's all happening exactly like the game, he thought. And even though these things are smart enough to talk, it's never more than a few words. With a powerful flap of its wings, Khmer rocketed towards them. A crazed grin plastered on his face. Seeing the incoming threat, Bjorn roared, He's attacking! As he closed in, he thrust his razor-sharp claws forward. But Hakuro, planted firmly at the front, met the blow head-on. As the attack landed, he began to let out a strained laugh. Now that's what I call a heavy hit, he yelled. Bjorn watched as Hakuro, shield-braced, absorbed a barrage of powerful strikes from Khmer. Observing the scene, Bjorn thought, the dwarf is holding his ground, even against that onslaught. He knew it was the effect of the first essence, harvested from a rank 7 monster named Yandro. The skill, counterweight, made it impossible to knock him back or trip him as long as his feet were planted on the ground. Bjorn also recalled the bonus effect from the essence cushioning, an incredibly useful trait for tanks like him. Suddenly, Bjorn surged forward, shouting, Einar! With a ferocious look, she hoisted her sword high above her head. I'll take the left flank, she declared. Einar immediately circled around Khmer's side, positioning her blade for a vicious, sweeping strike. The sheer force of the blow sent Khmer staggering backward directly into Bjorn, who braced himself and thrust his weapon
forward for an attack. Khmer instinctively threw up a forearm to block, but the impact still launched him several meters through the air. Digging his long claws into the earth, he screeched to a halt. Bjorn glanced down at his own hand with a pained expression and thought that his hand was completely numb. Is this pain division? He wondered. Looking up, he realized his attack on Khmer hadn't even fazed the creature. Khmer glared forward, his blood-red eyes glowing intensely. The magical energy swirling around him began to coalesce, forming dozens of vicious ravens. He's turning his own body into a swarm, Bjorn realized. A moment later, a massive flock of furious crows, each with multiple glowing red eyes, surged toward the party. Bjorn watched the wave of birds approach and shouted, Brace yourselves! Hakuro! His face tense, declared, I'll take the front. Bjorn saw Hakuro raise his shield, which began to pulse with a brilliant light. That's it? Hakuro's second essence. Living armor emergency recovery. Just then, the swarm of crows slammed into Hakuro's shield, exploding into clouds of dark feathers. Bjorn, shield up and expression grim, thought. He blocked most of them, but blood is spraying everywhere. He knew this was bad. If that blood touched them, he never finished the thought. Anar, her face a mask of shock, stared forward as a crimson sigil materialized on her forehead. Bjorn! What is this? As she spoke, the same bloody seal appeared on Hakuro. Seeing the marks, Bjorn swore under his breath. Damn it, they're already afflicted. He clenched his jaw, frowning as the very same crimson sigil began to glow on his own forehead.
A vampire skill. Sacrificial seal. A system window popped up instantly. You have been chosen as a sacrifice. The vampire, Kamir, will receive a boost to his physical abilities based on the number of victims within a 100-meter radius. Bjorn knew this skill well. Sacrificial seal was a powerful buff, alongside eternal life, which boosted regeneration in proportion to lost health. Then there was Bloodmaster, a skill that let him steal abilities from the blood he consumed. Bjorn realized that vampires depended on these three incredibly potent combat skills. The real problem, however, was that a vampire duke could also wield black magic with equal mastery. He could turn to smoke to evade a sword, transform into a swarm of bats to trigger an explosion, or even summon monsters from spilled blood. Bjorn knew a vampire was a top-tier monster with terrifyingly high stats. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Hakuro was sent flying by a devastating blow, causing him to tumble to the side with a pained grunt. Anar cried out, "Bjorn, Hakuro took a direct hit." Bjorn snapped his head towards her. "Stay focused," he commanded. But he couldn't finish his sentence. Kamir was already on him, forcing Bjorn to parry with the shield he was clutching tightly. So this is why everyone quit the game once they hit the 6th floor. He cursed internally before,
reaching out to Raven through their mental link. How much longer? Raven's voice screamed back. You need to hold out for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Bjorn's eyes darted to the fallen Hakuro, who was slumped over with blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes shut and a hand pressed to his
chest. Our main tank is down, he thought grimly. Einar and I are already at our limits. A stark realization dawned on him. In that case, this is the only way. Having made his decision, he turned to Einar. Take Hakuro and get out of here. Einar, gripping her blood-stained sword, looked like she was about to argue, but Bjorn cut her off. His face was a mask of grim determination as he stared furiously at the vampire. I'll hold him off, he roared. Now move! Einar finally nodded, heaved the dwarf onto her shoulder, and fled as the vampire lashed out at the empty space just behind her. Standing before the vampire duke, Bjorn understood he no longer needed a weapon. This wasn't a fight anymore. A wild grin spread across his face, his eyes wide and manic as he stared down. Come here, you insignificant thing, he spat, before uttering a single word, Vela. The vampire duke, Kamir, descended upon Bjorn in a fury, his claws shredding through his torso again and again. As blood gushed from the gaping wounds, Kamir stared ahead, a look of pure confusion on his face. The warrior raised a glass vial to his lips, draining its contents while mentally taunting the beast, daring the fool to press its attack. Kamir immediately resumed its assault, its sharp claws savaging the man's body as Raven watched in disbelief, clutching her brightly glowing staff. What are you doing? She cried in horror, realizing he was just chain-chugging potions to endure the onslaught. Bjorn fought to steady his breathing, his eyes wild as he stared his enemy down. Raven, observing the spectacle, had never heard of anyone fighting in such a reckless manner. With the potion's crimson liquid staining his chin, Bjorn's desperate attempts to counter the vampire duke proved utterly useless. Raven thought there was no point to his struggle. The agony from constantly consuming those potions must be beyond imagination. Just then, her thoughts were shattered. The vampire duke's claws ripped into Bjorn again, tearing deep wounds across his chest that gushed blood. The pain only intensifies with such severe injuries. She knew. At that moment, she watched in horror as Kamir's talons punched right through his body and armor. Countless empty glass vials now littered the ground at his feet. Raven pointed toward him and shouted that smoke was beginning to curl from his very skin. Bjorn's breath came in ragged gasps, his entire frame strained and completely drenched in his own blood. As the vampire duke lunged once more, Raven was certain he could die from sheer shock at any second. He thrust his shield forward, intercepting Kamir's charge. Raven couldn't believe it. He was somehow still able to block attacks. She knew that simply moving in his condition was a miracle. Yet here she was, witnessing this impossible battle between the man and the vampire duke. As Bjorn took hit after hit before charging back into the fray, she understood that his body was accumulating immense damage. He couldn't deflect every single blow, but he never failed to parry an attack aimed at his vital spots. Watching Bjorn hold his shield high against Kamir's onslaught, a certain phrase came to Raven's mind. A barbarian's true strength isn't physical power, but an unbreakable will. She finally felt like she understood its meaning. Meanwhile, Bjorn clenched his jaw, baring his teeth in a furious snarl as beads of sweat streamed down his face. Tarjan, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, turned to Raven and warned that the situation was escalating dangerously. He then asked if it wasn't time for them to make a run for it. Kneeling beside him, Raven shot back. Are you insane, run? Where? She reminded him that there was nowhere for them to escape to.
Staring at the brutal clash before her, Raven knew their only path out of the rift was to defeat its guardian. What in the world am I doing? She asked herself. She remembered Bjorn's actions and reasoned that if a barbarian, fresh from his coming-of-age ceremony, could think so clearly, then she could too. After all, she was a mage. If Bjorn dies, she realized, we're all finished. With a determined expression, Raven held out her hand to Tarjan and gave him a command. Go to Hakuro. Help him get Einar back into this fight. Anar looked around in a daze upon hearing his name, while Tarjan immediately moved to follow her orders. Mages don't just fire off spells from the back, Raven thought, her gaze fixed on the battle. We analyze the entire situation with our knowledge and determine the best course of action for the party. Holding a magical vial, she concluded that if she wanted to live, she had to make a choice, and this was their best option. As she watched the bloody warrior fiercely battling Khmer, Raven raised her hand, tightly gripping her staff. She began to chant, weaving a spell to enhance her accuracy, range projection, and automatic guidance, before launching the magic vial straight at Bjorn. Bjorn! She screamed, startled. He glanced her way just as the glass vessel shattered against his body. As the shards fell away, the magical substance inside instantly began to absorb into his skin. What is this, he wondered, feeling the strange energy seep into his body as a system notification appeared. The window declared that the character had absorbed the essence of the corpse golem, followed by another alert. Pain resistance had increased by 70%, strength by 15%, and speed density by 55%. New system windows also appeared. They showed that poison resistance had risen by 12 points, appetite by 8 points, and weight by 21 units. The protagonist stared forward, his expression unreadable, as a spectral image of the corpse monster materialized behind him. On his status window, his name was displayed. His level was now 2, and his spirit, which had been 95.3, received an additional 55.3 points. Bjorn's strength, previously 11.4, shot up by 45.4 points. His skills were increased by 133, adding to his existing 23 units. Bjorn's item level was 218, bringing his total combat level to 284.8. To this, another 112.7 points were added. The essence he'd absorbed was from a 7th rank corpse golem, a completely new type for him. Bjorn felt his mind go blank, his vision blurring. Through half-open eyes, he could just make out Khmer standing before him. He understood that at every crossroad, a choice is inevitable. At that very moment, Khmer lunged forward with a furious roar, its claws outstretched. The warrior knew that at this juncture, you must decide what to sacrifice and what to save. As the beast closed in, he threw up his shield to block the attack. But Khmer was already winding up its other arm for another strike. The protagonist knew he had already cast aside his weak heart long ago. A moment later, he was sent flying backward by the sheer force of Khmer's blow. He realized he couldn't block every attack. He would have to ignore trivial things like his own arms and legs in order to protect what was truly important. Khmer rocketed towards Bjorn, closing the distance in a blur to strike again. When a system window suddenly flashed to life, announcing that the character had absorbed something, it was the essence of the corpse golem. As the main character assimilated it, his vision warped violently, and the vessel that once contained the essence lay shattered at Bjorn's feet. He threw his arms up in a desperate guard, bracing his forearms against the attack. Sharp claws tore right through his flesh. Though blood gushed from the wound, Bjorn realized the vampire's claws couldn't shatter his bones. Khmer looked on, completely bewildered. His claws were still embedded in Bjorn's arm, yet his target stood firm, with a tense scowl. The main character stared ahead, his mind racing. A single question echoed in his thoughts. Was he just fed that essence? His mind immediately began calculating, realizing he would have to completely overhaul his training and development plans. But then a new thought cut through the noise evaluating his current predicament. This was actually a massive stroke of luck. Though he was blasted backward, Bjorn managed to regain his balance, landing with his feet and a hand on the ground. He faced Khmer, no longer just a punching bag. He wasn't just a doll to be beaten anymore. He could finally move. As Khmer charged in for another assault, Bjorn knew that even this small change would skyrocket his chances of survival. Khmer's face was a mask of fury, his red eyes glowing intensely as he lunged again with those long, razor-sharp claws. A grimace of agony twisted the protagonist's face. He knew through ragged groans that he couldn't just keep taking this damage indefinitely. Without warning, another glass vial smashed against Bjorn's back, shattering into 1,000 tiny pieces. Confused, he glanced behind him as a notification appeared. The system window declared that a recovery effect had been applied, increasing his regeneration. When he turned, he saw her. An exhausted Raven stood there, clutching a brightly glowing staff
and holding several more vials in her other hand. Looking at her, Bjorn thought that she had finally come to her senses. A new possibility sparked in his mind. What if he could now regenerate at the same rate he was taking damage? He was on one knee with his head bowed while Camille shrieked madly, his tongue lolling out. The protagonist looked up, his eyes gleaming. He saw his opening. In the next instant, Bjorn exploded forward, tackling Camille and slamming him hard onto the ground. The protagonist then activated Immortal Barbarian mode. He locked Camille's body in a crushing grip while delivering a torrent of blows to his back, even as luminous streams of blood poured from his own body. Thick clots of blood flew from his mouth, but Bjorn didn't care about his own tearing muscles. In a furious daze, Camille, his face stained with blood, looked ahead. The protagonist knew his acidic blood would damage the vampire. Right on cue, toxic steam began to hiss from the points of contact. Just then, another healing potion struck Bjorn's back. It shattered on impact while Camille let out an unholy shriek of pain. The chemical burn from Bjorn's blood was eating away at his facial skin. The protagonist realized that any damage he received would now be healed almost instantly by the potions. Veins bulged on Camille's forehead as he strained with a taut expression. He then erupted into a frenzy, attacking Bjorn once more. A wild flurry of blows from his claws sent the protagonist flying backward. At that exact moment, Einar was rocketing towards Bjorn from behind. She screamed his name at the top of her lungs. Then, with a look of pure confidence, she yelled that she was there to help. Einar unleashed a massive sweeping blow with her sword. It was aimed right where Adar had been, but he managed to leap back, narrowly dodging the attack. Fear flashed in Camille's eyes. He let out a series of guttural cries, and soon after, the protagonist, with a furious expression, tried to land a punch, but Camille managed to evade it. The vampire then slammed a fist directly into the center of the protagonist's chest. The sheer force of the blow made Bjorn gasp for air, his mouth flying open. Blood spilled from his lips. Einar tried to re-engage, jumping back into the fight with Camille, but a moment later, he swatted her aside with a powerful strike. During the chaotic battle, Bjorn cursed inwardly, wondering when the magic would finally be ready, as if summoned by his thoughts. Raven's voice cut through the noise. She screamed to Bjorn, telling him that the sunspot sphere was prepared. The protagonist, kneeling on the ground with his head down, snapped his head up and looked ahead in surprise. He grabbed Camille with both hands, pulling the vampire into a tight embrace. Then, clenching his jaw and straining every fiber of his being, he roared. The protagonist yelled, "Villa!" and with that battle cry, hurled Camille aside, right where a powerful explosion was about to detonate. The protagonist threw his head back and bellowed, "Now!" He then turned toward Hakuro, who, with intensely glowing blue eyes, gave a firm nod. A system notification confirmed that Hakuro was charging lightning. In that instant, an immense amount of magical energy began to gather. It concentrated in Hakuro's hands, forming a sparkling sphere. Hakuro unleashed the discharge, sending the energy hurtling toward Camille. The vampire, dazed and confused, raised his head just in time to see the powerful bolt of energy rushing straight for him. When the electric discharge connected, another notification appeared. The system window announced that Vampire Duke Camille was now afflicted with the stun status. The protagonist pulled a glass vessel from his soul storage. He knew this had to be done right now. He had managed to protect this one item through all the chaos, saving it until the very end. The protagonist understood that this was the perfect moment to use the tears of the goddess he had acquired from the stone statue. He strode towards Camille. While the vampire was stunned, Bjorn jammed the glass vessel containing the tears of the goddess into his mouth,